Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer.
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing? When we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be.
You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Oh, baby. flashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers, when everything changes, when we tear out the pages and only one word is left. Please let just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken is broken for now. What is broken is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and let the silence speak. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. What the fuck? Okay, that's my PCOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was.
You asked for this, sir?
I said, what's your favorite anime voice? took people's drop boxes. I was like, are you a conservative, ma'am? And like an old lady would be like, yeah, I'm a conservative. And I would fucking deck her, take her ballot and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, you, you're not allowed to vote this way in California. That's right, bitch. I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
With what we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet. And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, ho. All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so you ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, ho. Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, ha. Can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, it's in my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. At 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road, I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's on worthless. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Got me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back, I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love.
Hello.
Can't see what I can't
What's up, internet?
Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father,
I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone had a nice Sunday, nice weekend. Happy Mother's Day. All that. I hope you called your mom. I have a stupid fucking headache. So I'm just trying to get by. You know? just trying to get through the day. But yeah, I hope you're all well. We have so many video essays. I think it'll be good though. Got some red pill stuff. Maybe we'll do the stoicism right after the red pill stuff, and then we can go in. I don't know, but it'll be good. I've got a whole bunch. Oh yeah, and there's like a fab socialism from a couple weeks ago I wanted to get into. It's titled Misery Pollution. No, you can't have nice things. And then, yeah, some like Johnny CIA stuff. Good old CIA Johnny. Gotta love him. Alright, let's get into it. I need to wash my glasses.
Something changed inside of me. I woke up. I no longer saw the world as I used to. I quit my job, I sold my stuff, I've downsized my entire life. I've been living off my savings for a few years now. I no longer see a point in participating in the real, fake world. I know that everything I see is a lie, everything I've ever known is a lie. My whole world has...
Real. Fake. Sorry, what? Huh?
Has been nothing but one giant lie from the start, and I can see that clearly now. So why bother? Anonymous message on voat.com forum.
The Matrix has attacked.
Voat. Never even fucking heard of it.
On the one hand, the ideas around being red-pilled are farcical.
The Red Pill is a very interesting documentary wherein a feminist went out to make fun of these stupid men's rights losers. They're racists, basically.
Either meant as a derisive, throwaway pop culture meme, or, because of that very fact, a symbol of the decline of public discourse.
The QAnon movement has picked up tens of thousands of followers and some celebrity endorsements.
But I think any language adopted so widely can tell us something, maybe even a lot, about that very public discourse. Understood properly, it might reveal insights about why it's so appealing in the first place, and how sensible-minded people might respond. What does it mean to take the red pill? Roughly, by discovering the correct knowledge about the world, you can see the truth for what it is, become clear-eyed, authentic. It means having a revelation, realizing the difficult truth that we've been indoctrinated and duped by Jewish cabals, sinister globalists, cultural Marxists, or radical feminists. The sidebar of the red-pilled subreddit tells us that it's a difficult pill to swallow, understanding...
What the fuck is a cultural Marxist, by the way? Like, what does that even mean? It's not like... It's not a cultural thing. I don't...
That everything you were led to believe is a lie, but once you learn it, internalize it and start living your new life, it gets better. In short, it means something's deeply wrong with society. Caleb Madison writes in The Atlantic that the Matrix became shorthand for the uncanny feeling that our media-saturated, hyper-commercialised, machine-mediated culture had alienated us from some primal human reality. But lots of people believe that there's something wrong with society, and lots of people blame lots of different groups. So why has the idea of the red pill resonated so much with a certain type of person?
I need constant chaos.
Why do people like Andrew Tate and Logan Paul think it's a reliable reference to call upon when they get in some kind of trouble? Being red-pilled goes several ways. It can go to the subreddit RTRP, the red pill, which argues that evolutionary psychology can give discontented young men the answers they need to respond to feminism. But it might also lead to believing that a global paedophile ring is being operated from a pizza restaurant in Washington. And it can also lead to one of the original Gamergators, Seattle for Truth, murdering his own father. But whichever direction the rabbit hole goes down, it always seems to go to the right. So before seeing just how far that rabbit hole goes, I want to look at the relationship between being red-pilled and the wider worldviews, ideologies or conspiracies that the red pill offers release from. Because many believe in an inauthentic, manipulated, or just faulty social structure. Many think our institutions need reforming, or our cultural values determine what we think ideologically, or that schooling, or advertising, or capitalism in general indoctrinates us, moulds how we think in some way. So, what sets the red pill apart? I want to look at how we might think about the social structures and belief systems that influence all of us, ask if there's any possibility of transcending them, overcoming them, taking that red pill and living authentically. How can we know what the truth is? First, what is the matrix that the red pill seeks to free us from? In his book Red Pill, Blue Pill, David Newart describes a conspiracy theory as, quote, a hypothetical explanation of historical or ongoing news events comprised of secret plots, usually of a nefarious nature, whose existence may or may not be factual. There are those who have seen through the conspiracy, then there are the rest, us drones, sheep, dupes, and fools. The problem, as Newart points out, is that some conspiracies turn out to be very real. People do conspire, secretive plots do exist, the powerful do organise. How then do we distinguish between a conspiracy and a theory? Newart says that real conspiracies have three limitations. They're often small in scope, they aim to achieve one or two ends, they're often short in time frame, and they often involve a limited number of participants. Watergate, for example, had a single goal over a short period, and very few people knew about it. Contrary to this, conspiracy theories often hypothesize a grand plot involving thousands of people to manipulate large numbers of people over a long period of history. Modern conspiracies, Russell Muirhead and Nancy Rosenblum also argue, seem to be thrown together from a spurious range of facts. They write, there is no punctilious demand for proofs, no exhaustive amassing of evidence, no dots revealed to form a pattern, no close examination of the operators plotting in the shadows. The new conspiracism dispenses with the burden of explanation. Instead, we have innuendo and verbal gesture. A lot of people are saying that. So what's the logic of the red pill? Is the matrix it's meant to escape from a conspiracy? Let's take a look at the manosphere. The manosphere is a loose collection of online spaces usually responding in some way to feminism, with views that range from mild to misogynistic. It contains groups like men's rights activists.
Okay, so he was referencing this model of the viability of conspiratorial beliefs. It's a really good read. I highly recommend it. And basically, he analyzes in the study like how long a conspiracy could remain secret, and with how many people knowing about it. It's very few people. So Table 2 lists non-exhaustive estimations of the number of conspirators required for the anti-science belief outlined. Critically, the estimates for, and he shown here, Assume all scientists involved would have been aware of the active cover-up, and that a small number of odious actors would be unable to deceive the scientific community for long timescales. The rationale for this assumption is expanded further in the discussion section. In most of these cases, constant upkeep would be required to maintain secrecy, so NT equals N0. In the case of the NASA hoax conjecture, it would be argued that the conspiracy was a single event fiction, and thus the Gompertzian population form in equation 5 could apply. This is not a very realistic assumption, but it is considered here too. The climate change conspiracy narratives require some clarification too. Wait, I feel like this isn't the section I wanted. So this is just listing how many people know about, like, certain things, and how many, like, people would have to conspire for these conspiracy theories to, like, succeed, essentially. Yeah, you see, like, most of the projections are, like, under a year. Like, it doesn't last long. You have to, like, require everyone to stay quiet, and, like, that just doesn't work. People like to talk. Here. This is, like, the estimated failure of conspiracy theories. Can I... Hello? It won't let me zoom out. Okay, I guess. Fine. But yeah, so the moon landing hoax would be uncovered in 3 years. The climate change conspiracy would be uncovered in 26 years. Vaccine conspiracy, 35 years. Like, suppressed cancer cure, 3.17 years. Like, we're not very smart or good at keeping secrets, especially something like that big. Someone would be a whistleblower, you know? Maybe... Simulations of these claims predict that intrinsic failure would be imminent, even with the most generous estimates for secret-keeping ability of active participants. The results of this model suggest that large conspiracies, greater than 1,000 agents, quickly become untenable and prone to failure. The theory presented here might be useful in counteracting blah blah blah. Wait. In 2013, it was estimated that 7% of Americans subscribed to the NASA moon landing conspiracy. It's kind of a lot. Jesus. This is the maths. The maths. Wait, where's table 3? Oh, wait, that's not table 3. That's figure 3. Hang on. Minimum numbers needed for conspiracy. Okay, yeah. Can you imagine getting 400,000 people to conspire on anything? It's absurd.
Men going their own way, and pick-up artist communities. It's also the source of the red pill metaphor, and where you most frequently find it. Much of it is based on what some have called hegemonic masculinity, that men are, or should be, naturally dominant in society. Feminism, they say, has challenged this. On this view, there's a constellation of institutions, cultural beliefs, societal norms that includes public figures, films and literature that creates a belief system that imposes itself on men's subjectivities, convincing them that the patriarchy has been oppressing women.
The Manhattan Project employed more than 130,000 people? Damn. Fewer than a dozen people actually knew what they were even working on? See, that's the thing though. Less than 1,000 people knew about it. So, all those 130,000 people weren't conspiring to keep it a secret. They didn't even know. And that's like what the study was saying, is that it has to be fewer than 1,000 for it to stay secret for any amount of time. And like, the viability of doing like a conspiracy about vaccines is impossible. That's hundreds of thousands of doctors and scientists that have all weighed in. I mean, I guess, but like at the end of the Manhattan Project, they had bombs. At the end of vaccinating people, we have fewer dead people. Like, I don't know what's the goal. Like,
men internalize this false belief. The red pill truth is that male dominance is actually natural, either in certain contexts or outright. This is the true self that you can access. At its most extreme, this is the result of a feminist conspiracy, or, according to the red-pilled subreddit, of a new female reproductive strategy. The red-pilled subreddit says, all of us have been taught how women have supposedly been oppressed throughout human existence. In reality, this narrative is entirely fabricated. It continues, we have arrived at a society where feminists feel that they are empowered, independent and confident despite being heavily dependent on taxes paid mostly by men, an unconstitutional shadow state that extracts alimony and child support from men. And it continues, men aren't born with these values, they're drummed into us from the cradle on by society, culture, our families, and most definitely by the women in our lives. Sorry, but that includes you too, Mum. Taking the red pill is to acknowledge this uncomfortable truth. Everything you've been taught is a lie, and it functions as a kind of triad. A dominant matrix of beliefs, for example, radical feminism,
no, that's not what the model was saying. It's just saying, like, it's highly improbable that, like, something like the moon landing would have stayed secret for this long. Especially with, like, how many people would have had to know about it. And it wasn't saying that it's impossible. It's just very, very unlikely. And it gets less likely as time goes on.
Suppresses and denies my authentic individuality, which takes the form of, say, masculinity, and taking the red pill is a route, a mode of knowledge that can help recover or find that authentic experience. This matrix framework comes up again and again in the history of philosophy. In ancient Greece, Plato framed it as a cave in which prisoners have been chained to a wall for their entire lives, seeing the shadow of things happening outside the cave on the wall in front of them. The philosopher, according to Socrates, can escape the cave and see the world for what it really is. Similarly, in the 17th century, Descartes asked how we could be sure what was true. How did he know that an evil demon wasn't deceiving him through his senses, distorting reality for him? How could he be sure that he wasn't dreaming? His answer was that he couldn't be sure of those things, but that even if there was an evil demon, or even if he was dreaming, there had to be a thinking thing to trick for that to be true in the first place. His thought then was what was true, what was real. Rationality was the path to truth. More recently, philosophers have framed it as a brain in a vat question. How can we know that we're not, like in the Matrix, brains in vats with an exterior simulation hooked up to our nerve endings? What all of these thought experiments have in common is this dyadic structure of inauthentic versus authentic existence, and they all posit a question. How would you know what's true and what's not? They were formulating ways of thinking about the idea that the outside, exterior, objective world was...
Man, it's worse than debate bro shit. It's philosophy bro shit. The philosophy bro shit. That's how they get you.
Mysterious, difficult to get to, that we might be being duped by something or someone. And they all have different versions of what...
Here's my thing though, like, would it make any fundamental difference? Like, besides from like an existential crisis, it wouldn't affect your experience at all, I imagine. You know?
Truth, or in some cases authenticity, is. Another philosopher of the Enlightenment, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, took Descartes' idea but went much further. He argued that whether the exterior world is accessible, essentially whether we're being tricked or deceived or have faulty senses, doesn't really matter. And the reason we don't know is because we create our own experience ourselves. We are the centre of our own universes. That input data we get from the senses doesn't actually come from without, but is produced by our actions, by the moving of our eyes, by our decision to listen or write or do or explore. Man isn't the measure of all things. Man is the maker of all things. He was following Immanuel Kant, who made the case that it isn't the Matrix feeding us our experiences, but that we played an active role in coding our own experiences from the raw material that was fed to us from the outside world, what Kant called the thing in itself. Kant made a radical leap that emphasised the importance of the individual, that our world is what we make of it. He said, for example, that in picking up an object,
It's all just perception, bro. It's all just in your mind, dude.
we construct our own knowledge of it. It's not given to us. I'm coding in data from my experience about the size of the object as I'm turning it, the colour as it shines in the light, and other knowledge I might have of it from elsewhere. He argued that the experience I have of basic objects, and so everything, is deeply personal. Fichte took Kant's thought and ran with it. He told his students to look within, to have faith in themselves and their own worldviews and thoughts. This sounds commonplace to us today, but in Fichte's time it was radical. He said that if we construct the objective world out there ourselves, then every action, every interpretation, every choice we make is imbued with a kind of absolute freedom. We are at the centre of our own universe. We are free from any matrix. He said things like, the I posits itself absolutely. He called it self-activity. The eye generates its own experiences. It's not in a cave or a brain in a vat. It creates the cave. It creates the vat. Victor was much more influential in popular culture than he's given credit for now. At the time, admirers from across Europe flocked to see him lecture his radical theories. This was the age of revolution, of freedom, of Napoleon, of romanticism. He told his students to, quote, attend to yourself, turn your eye away from all that surrounds you and in towards your inner self. Such is the first demand that philosophy imposes upon the student. We speak of nothing that's outside of you, but solely of yourself. The philosopher Rudiger Safransky writes that Victor wanted to spread among his listeners the desire to be an I. Not a complacent, sentimental, passive I, however, but one that was dynamic, world-grounding, world-creating. It was a period deeply influenced by Rousseau's assertion that myself alone, I know the feelings of my heart, and I know mankind. I am not made like any others I have seen.
I'm not like the other philosophers.
And Victor said, echoing Napoleon's campaigns across Europe, that my will alone shall float audaciously and boldly over the wreckage of the universe. Victor was one of the first thinkers to posit something as truly central, the ego. And if you could find what was the core, what was at the centre of that ego, you could have something else that other philosophers later talked about: authenticity. Later, in the early 20th century, Martin Heidegger argued that we could escape the everyday ordinariness of the they, the dull averageness of the other, and live a uniquely authentic experience. Jean-Paul Sartre, following him, argued that we are always radically free to transform ourselves, that our existence precedes our essence. We are what we make of ourselves. Society tells us that we should be a certain way, fulfill a certain role, but authenticity means acknowledging that we can always transcend those roles, the expectations, limits and beliefs of the society that surrounds us. If we think in terms of an onion, all of these philosophers, in different ways, believe in an unmediated core at the centre. Jacob Gollum writes that the concept of authenticity is a protest against the blind mechanical acceptance of an externally imposed code of values. What all of these thinkers have in common, and have in common in many ways with red pill philosophy, is that the root to authenticity is present within us, able to be accessed by all at all times, regardless of the ways we've been subjectified, ideologized, moulded and shaped by the world we find ourselves thrown into. With the right tools and knowledge, we can see through and overcome and transcend those codes of values that society has imprinted upon us. If this matrix triad, an exterior realm of dominant beliefs, an authentic individual to be uncovered like an onion, and a route to getting there, is so common in philosophy, and we see it in today's political discourse, what can that discourse teach us about philosophy? And what can philosophy teach us about that discourse? The Reddit subreddit RTRP, the Red Pill, describes itself as the Red Pill, discussion of sexual strategy in a culture increasingly lacking a positive identity for men. It's been quarantined, so you can no longer see how many members it has, but its ethos revolves around improving men's health, wealth, confidence and worth and so on.
Do you know how fucking bad? How bad it has to be quarantined on Reddit? Oh my god, bro. Oh Jesus.
As to hold what they call a higher frame to attract women. The posts range from the mild to the offensive, the personal to the political, but what we're interested in here is that relationship between the inauthentic matrix, the authentic experience, and the taking of the red pill to get there. In the red pill subreddit, the inauthentic matrix is the new feminist frame we live under. The authentic man has access to some timeless truths about attracting women. The red pill is the way to get there. One post reads, "The man of value, instead, brings wisdom, strength, mental fortitude, leadership, wealth and excitement to the table. Women, girls, crave this. It's built into their evolutionary psychology and biology. It is so hardwired into them that not even all the movies, TV shows, media propaganda and fiction books can overcome this instinct." Another said, "We are indeed no longer in hunter-gatherer times. However, much of what was at play then still applies today. This includes women, of course, desiring bigger and more physically..."
Bro, the fuck is this B-roll? Just a ripped-ass man riding a horse. Manliness. Ah, yes. That's a man.
Intimidating men, among many other things. It's all evolutionary behaviour, bro. For the red-pilled, femininity and masculinity are fixed, unchanging and stereotypical. One recent post tells us that most women are naturally hysterics and followers and don't have desires of their own because they base their desires on the desire of the other. The red-pilled sidebar recommends to work on your frame, the way you present yourself, by working on some timeless truths. Most of those truths are innocuous. Work out, eat right, dress well, but deep in the how-to guides of the sidebar, you find advice like, contrary to feminist sloganeering, no doesn't always mean no. Oftentimes no simply means not yet. There are also critiques of feminism like, there's a tendency of media and culture to put women first, excuse their misdeeds, and criticise any holding of accountability or pointing out of double standards as being anti-women. There's much to wade through here, but what I find interesting about the red pill subreddit is the way that any man can draw on almost immediately accessible timeless truths about what masculinity is and what women find attractive. This is why being red-pilled leans conservative. In much of conservative philosophy, wisdom comes from passed down tradition. Everything we need is available from that tradition in the present moment. The best of all possible worlds is here. It aligns with other ideas that conservatives tend to adopt, like rational actor theory and the invisible hand of the market, that the market and rational individuals and sexual selection are all self-balancing, a naturalised order. Of course, if that self-balancing way of the world is natural, then any feminist, leftist, interventionist or regulatory attempts to adjust, correct or aid or change becomes inauthentic, tipping the natural balance off and forcing people into an inauthentic matrix that skews the real self. The wider manosphere all draws from this basic frame. It's why the red pill redditors are often attracted to Andrew Tate, why Andrew Tate supporters align with Jordan Peterson often, and why Peterson fans don't have to do much intellectual legwork to agree that the swamp of the Matrix in Washington needs draining a la Trump. For all of them, climate change discourse is an attempt to control us, as COVID-19 lockdowns were. Government officials are mini-tyrants, feminists are indoctrinated cultural Marxists, the universities are lost to all of them, and so on.
It's hard because women have to want to work for you. Okay. Women have to want to obey you.
Tate, like Peterson, says he takes on full responsibility for everything.
Yeah, it's just like clinging on to the status quo. It is conservatism in the purest sense. Like, Gremlow has this theory that reactionaries just want to return to like a fake past that never existed, but it's only represented in like old commercials. I think that's so accurate.
Thing that happens to him.
Once you're on your own, you really should not be expecting, you know, you're swinging on a trapeze.
Like this introductory video from the Red Pill Reddit says, you're on your own. For authentic, timeless, inner truth to be accessible, it has to be so without much or any influence from outside. Individual responsibility has to be just that, individual. This mode of conservatism seeks wisdom in the present moment, in the present self, rather than in institutions or universities, say, or political solutions or wider critiques. Advice like build muscle, make your bed, work on your frame is timeless, universal, requires no depth of thought. The Matrix frame has to rely on authentic, natural, eternal truths that are immediately accessible, because any other appeal to any other authority is tainted by the Matrix.
I talked a lot already about the necessity of cleaning your room, which is, in some sense...
Salvation is found, in Jordan Peterson's words, within. This lines up neatly with wider paleo-conservative views. Paleo, meaning ancient, conjures up images of a timeless experience we can all access through the nation. National identity is natural. Christian ethics eternally true. Capitalism the way of the universe. Paternalism passed down for generations. Paleo thinking relies on the idea of a natural state of nature where everything hangs neatly together. The past should be repeated authentically in the present without change. It's the sacred worship of the present moment. Within this frame, desires, needs, base impulses, especially masculine ones, are taken as natural and to be fulfilled, fitting neatly with consumer culture too. Every cultural and consumer proposition is a hook, a quick fix. History is replaced with stoic insights, sociology replaced with pop psychology, literature replaced with action films,
It's interesting because, like, a lot of these red pill guys will draw on tropes of, like, Roman and Greek gods, fucking Adonis and shit. And like also like the ideals of the Enlightenment and like reason and logic, but then they also want to revert to like prehistorical times where just like Grug, I kill animals and my wife she harvests she gathers berries. Like you like want it both ways. It's interesting.
Critique replaced with shallow philosophy quotes. This frame of authentic knowledge being found within through the red pill contains a fundamental error about how knowledge is formed. Thinking through this error can help us think about how we should respond to the manosphere. Knowledge is never immediate, but always mediated. It runs through different points, like a river, never coming from a single source, but always from multiple entry points. To understand a river, say, we have to look to physics, geology, its tributaries, weather cycles, and so on. There are many disciplines, many points of view, not any supposed single source. Any understanding of the concept of a river requires an engagement with the wider idea of nature, a totality itself. In fact, immediate knowledge or supposedly authentic identity is often mistaken. Immediate, direct experience tells us that the sun revolves around the earth, or that sticks bend in water. Immediate, direct historical evidence from, for example, a soldier during a war is powerful, but tells us nothing of the wider war. The reasons, the politics, the campaign, the troop movements, the maps, memory and the senses can also be faulty. Trauma can affect how we think, Our personalities, our psychologies, the present moment can always affect how we think, change how we think. Several philosophers have argued against thinkers like Descartes, Kant and Fichte that knowledge can be based on immediate and authentic first-person principles. The German philosopher
It's weird though, because like trauma, it can like warp your memory of things, but it can also like enhance your memory of certain things. I think it's like the amygdala plays a really important role in long-term memory formation. So when you're like highly emotional in like a traumatic situation, then it's like getting like hardwired in. The hippocampus is responsible for creating and recalling episodic memory. Yeah, so trauma can prevent information from different parts of the brain from combining to make a semantic memory. Psychological or emotional trauma can result in memory loss. A person's brain may suppress memories as a protective mechanism to prevent the retrieval of painful emotions associated with a traumatic event. Yeah, the effect of fear, threat, or states of intense stress on memory can result in intensified memory recollection, or can result in fragmented memory. There are three main ways in which information can be encoded: visual, acoustic, and semantic. When encoding an event, we focus more on aspects that our brain appraises as important and less on those deemed insignificant. The differential focus in what memory scientists refer to as central versus peripheral details. Memory retrieval refers to the access selection Okay, hold on. Blah 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 blah. Yes. Oh, I was kind of right. The hippocampus and the amygdala are two brain structures that encode memory. The hippocampus is responsible for putting experience into chronological order and into perspective. It is necessary for forming new explicit memories. Explicit memories is what we usually think of as memory. It is a cognitive memory, a memory we can remember in our thinking brain or prefrontal cortex. The amygdala, part of our limbic system, catalogs past sensory experience threats named anger as implicit memories. Memories that are unconscious, but can affect our thoughts and behaviors. These memories are also associated with intense arousal, making them readily primed in order to quickly associate them for future situations that are stressful or threatening. This is a critical survival feature in implicit memory, enabling an instant response to danger. Cognitive models highlight the nature of traumatic memory: fragmented, associated with intense arousal, readily primed and triggered, and poorly contextualized into memory. Flashbulb memories. Yeah, it's just really interesting. How does it work?
Georg Friedrich Hegel, for example, very influentially argued that all knowledge is mediated, that the whole is more important than the individual parts. What does this mean? Well, it's impossible to understand any concept without going outside of it to the whole. It's impossible to understand men without considering the relationship to women, and as such the concept of human, and then the human's wider relationship to its environment and nature. It's impossible to understand the concept of timber without the concept of tree, landscape, water, and oxygen. Because human action is social, any choice of what any individual should do jumps outside of the individual and has to consider the wider whole. How others will react, what the law is say, what friends will think or colleagues, what the science says. In short, all action is intersubjective. Because there's always another person to limit what we say, to prod, to argue, another subjectivity becomes part of ours. Even if we ignore them, move away, there's still a space, the where they are, that becomes part of our individual subjective mental map. Philosopher Terry Pinkard puts it like this: self-legislation must start from somewhere in particular, from an involvement in some kind of pre-reflective, pre-deliberative context of rules and principles that we have not determined for ourselves, and thus from some other legislation that has been imposed on the agent from outside the agent's own activities. Thinking involves going outside of yourself. If you live egotistically, as Andrew Tate does, believing in the sheer power of self-confidence and self-will, you fail to incorporate the ideas, the social rules and influence of others into your map for acting. You can act as if your realm of authentic and red-pilled existence is my truth, say, but you're shutting yourself down from other people's modes of living, thinking, acting, and because of this, you're going to inevitably become a less successful actor in the world. This is why empathy is one of our most powerful human tools. In attempting to see something from another's point of view, it's not just that you're being altruistic or thoughtful or benevolent or considerate, it's that you're widening your own knowledge, picking up different ways of seeing, talking in multiple personal languages, thinking about what the other would do and why. The wider you cast your net of understanding, the more you touch the most powerful of things, the universal, the perspective of infinity. The person who can call upon and has a sense of the universal inevitably, over the long term, becomes the most influential.
That made no fucking sense to me at all. I'm sorry, what?
Your net of understanding, the more you touch the most powerful of things. In attempting to see something from another's point of view, it's not just that you're being altruistic or thoughtful or benevolent or considerate, it's that you're widening your own knowledge, picking up different ways of seeing, talking.
Oh yes, doing empathy for the self-satisfaction. What is this point?
In multiple personal languages, thinking about what the other would do and why. The wider you cast your net of understanding, the more you touch the most powerful of things, the universal, the perspective.
He's literally describing empathy. But he's still referring to the other, which is like, that's kind of like the goal of empathy, so that you don't other people. So you like have some kind of like common ground with them, you know? Share like a human experience with them, so they're not so othered. I don't know, dude.
Of infinity. the person who can call upon and has a sense of the universal inevitably, over the long term, becomes the most influential. The philosopher Friedrich Schelling, in responding to Fichte's all-powerful I, said, "How can it be the case that all knowledge starts from an I, when there must be some kind of pre-established harmony, a common world of some kind, to even communicate to in the first place at all? Otherwise," he says, quote, "those who intuited utterly different worlds would have absolutely nothing in common, and no point of contact at which they could come together." With the hyper-personalised experience we get from the internet, conspiracy theories become more common precisely because the I thinks it can always dispute the common world by choosing its own evidence, by putting itself and its own experience on a pedestal. But this is a mistake. As Philip K. Dick said, reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. Freedom, being more free, doesn't come from believing in tapping into some inner wisdom, but instead comes from without. Comes from our institutions and historical contexts, our bodies of knowledge, our collective responsibilities, how others respond to you, and so on. It's not the HIIT workout and the self-help book that sets you free. It's our collective landscape.
You guys have no idea because you're in a bubble and we all sit out here looking at...
Which is again why red pill ideology lines up with libertarianism. People like Jordan Peterson have to believe that freedom to be masculine, for example, comes from timeless individual freedoms, rather than an idea of freedom that's evolved and changed over time and will continue to evolve and change. Institutions, feminism, cultural Marxists, regulations are all criticised based on how much they supposedly restrict that innate, natural and timeless individuality. But institutions, whether the media, governments, churches, families, schools, friendship circles, colleagues, any normative body of knowledge about how to act and what to do, this is the raw material from which individuals are formed, from which individuality springs forth. This is the common world, to use Schelling's terminology, that should be the object of any analysis. It's there, in that common world, that our intersubjectivity plays out. In a culture that doesn't believe this, history doesn't matter, because we have the supposed eternal truths of something like evolutionary psychology. Sociological change doesn't matter, because there's no such thing as society, in Margaret Thatcher's words. Institutions are only important to the extent to which they align with my truth, my desire to do what I want to do. There's a turning inward, rather than an acknowledgement that all experience is mediated, that we all have to engage, interact with each other and the outside world. In this way of thinking, there's only the immediate desire, the individual feeling, the present moment. What this really amounts to is stop thinking, renounce analysis.
It's like solipsism, almost. It's like, well, society isn't real, nothing's real, institutions are lying to you and are inauthentic. You're the only thing that is real and matters. Like, it's just solipsism repackaged.
And reflection. Things won't change. In this video, I wanted to explore some of the philosophy that might help explain that red pill matrix triad. For me, as much as for you, it helps to lay a foundation like this, a structure to further explore. But any analysis needs to think about exactly why men get pulled into this rabbit hole in the first place. Ben Rich and Eve Bijalka write in a Conversation article that for many young men, their introduction to the manosphere begins not with hatred of women, but with the desire to dispel uncertainty about how the world around them works, and crucially, how relationships work. They continue that the foundations of the manosphere may not strictly centre on misogyny, as is popularly imagined, but in young men's search for connection, truth, control and community at a time when all are increasingly ill-defined. And the sociologist David Morgan has argued that as the world has shifted from brawn to brains, many men have fallen behind. Boys don't do as well as girls at school, wages have stagnated for 50 years, we're staring at screens all day and presented with the highly unequal social space and unrealistic models of what success looks like. Morgan argues that some men, devoid of the status they think they used to have, find themselves in a position of, quote, cultural redundancy. But instead of thinking through change, the conservative tendency is to blame change. If feminism, cultural Marxism and conspiracies are the problem, then all you have to do is look within to a timeless kernel of supposed masculinity to find the solution. In taking the red pill and seeing a truth that cuts itself off from the wider matrix of belief, you end up stubbornly cutting yourself off from other groups.
It's weird that there's like a whole like phrase and community around just being as men have been for hundreds of years. Like, you're not special. You're not new. You didn't take the red pill. You just sought to continue the patriarchy. Like, it was already there, bro. You didn't build it.
Other ideas, other people, limiting yourself and what you can do with your life. To be honest, this is a topic I need to return to, because I was reading Fichte and Schelling and Hegel and I thought, oh, I can make a little video about some of the philosophical ideas and how they relate to being red-pilled, and to be honest, I've now gotten ahead of myself. So I've got a long reading list to get through. I'll leave a link in the bibliography and you can maybe join me and maybe we'll discuss in the Discord, and I'll return to this topic from a different angle with this philosophical foundation at a later point, because the intersection of masculinity, conservatism, identity politics, and people like Tate and Peterson, how it all seems to mesh together, clearly tells us something important about our present moment. So in conclusion, I'll try and keep it simple, because I think the message from what we've just looked at here is that the red pill doesn't exist. It itself is an ideology, a mythology, a matrix of beliefs, because there's no escaping the social common world and reverting to some...
It's just the patriarchy with a shiny new name. That's it.
Authentic, rational notion of what masculinity, or anything else, is. If you think you can find the key to, say, relationship success in a forum or a method or a formula, there is none. Intersubjectivity is more important than you. Thank you to all of these incredible Patreon supporters. These videos take a long time to research, write and make. I do a lot of reading, they're always sourced, and there's a bibliography in the description below. I've written something short on why I think this kind of well-researched long-form content is worth supporting. It's through the link below too.
Literally lies. There is no bibliography. There's no... Oh, it's here. Okay, never mind. Curious. Wow, the whole script. Nice. Okay. Here we go. Good. Alright, these sources aren't great, but might be something worth reading up in here. Conspiracies that are killing us. Alrighty, that was good.
Oh. Hey, besties. Have a Benzie.
Thanks.
I am, of course, just sharing drugs as a friend and not prescribing them to treat or prevent any kind of illness, because I'm not a doctor. War, would you look at me? Showing more responsibility and professionalism than today's subject, and I am literally on drugs.
Oh my
So,
god.
we all know Dr. Jordan
Let's
B.
go.
Peterson from his greatest hits. His brave stance against pronouns, crying about Olivia Wilde, eating so much meat that he turned into a vegetable, crying again but about Antifa, wearing a Party City fedora and ranting about women not liking nice guys on public access television, crying again about some other stuff, and getting his shit absolutely wrecked by some apple cider vinegar. But before he was God King of the Incels, before he was Old Man Cries at Cloud, before he was Dr. Quinn Medicine Wojak, he was a professor at the University of Toronto and a clinical psychologist with a private practice. He shuttered his private practice in 2017, but he still publicly identifies as a clinical psychologist, which is kind of a problem now that he's pushing a buttload of dangerous conspiracy theories. And it's a big enough problem that the College of Psychologists of Ontario, the CPO, has launched an investigation into Peterson after receiving a number of complaints regarding his comments on social media. Because even if he doesn't currently have a private practice, it's considered bad form for mental health professionals to tweet about how fat women will never be beautiful or encouraging people to krill their shelf. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson's clinical and academic credentials are legit. He boasts a PhD in clinical psychology from McGill and has lectured as an assistant professor at the psychology departments of both the University of Toronto and Harvard. But in the same way that Dr. Ben Carson's achievements in the field of neurosurgery don't qualify him to speak with authority on Egyptology, Jordan Peterson's background in clinical psychology doesn't qualify him to speak with authority on climate science, nutrition, biology, or makeup artistry.
Why would that be a rule?
Why should you wear makeup in the workplace? Isn't that sexually provocative?
I don't know why.
Why do you make your lips red? Because they turn red during sexual arousal. That's why. Why do you put rouge on your cheeks? Same reason.
Rouge?
Dude, I literally fell for that talking point. I was in college and I had a friend like repeat it to me, and I didn't know like where it was from or like, I don't know, think critically about it at all. So I was like, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Yeah. Red lips equals sex. Makes sense. But like, that's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. And it was a woman that I heard it from. Like, sheesh. Shit's insidious.
Why is he talking like an 18th century dandy? Why is he talking about sexual arousal while describing his daughter's signature look? Michaela, please explain how contouring works to your weird dad. Actually, on second thought, maybe don't. So one of the chief issues that the College of Psychologists of Ontario, the CPO, I'm not saying all that again, takes with Peterson's tweets is that he's potentially weakening the credibility of the field when he uses his public platform to espouse pseudoscience.
You think?
He's leveraging his academic background to lend credence to conspiracies and mistruths. And in academic and clinical settings, that is generally looked down upon, who'd have thunk.
Wow.
So in this video, we're going to take a look at Dr. Peterson's past and current work and try to answer the question at the center of countless Quora and Reddit posts. Is Jordan Peterson a good psychologist?
Quora.
No, he's not. He's trash.
I thought it was Quora. Quora would make sense. Quora. Quora. I don't know.
When Jordan Peterson first interviewed for the assistant professorship at the University of Toronto, Professor Emeritus Bernard Schiff described fighting to offer him the position.
I pushed for him because he was a divergent thinker, self-educated in the humanities.
Divergent thinker. Not to be confused with neurodivergent, by the way.
Intellectually flamboyant, bold, energetic, and confident, bordering on arrogant. I thought he would bring new excitement along with new ideas to our department.
However, Schiff's colleagues at the time were concerned that the 36-year-old Peterson was too eccentric. Eccentric, in this case, refers to his kooky, unconventional relationship to things like oversight and ethics.
He was, however, more eccentric than I had expected. Even though there was nothing
Eccentric.
contentious about his research, he had objected in principle to having it reviewed by the University Research Ethics Committee, whose purpose is to protect the safety and well-being of experiment subjects. He requested a meeting with the committee. I was not present, but was told that he had questioned the authority and expertise of the committee members, and insisted that he alone was in a position to judge whether his research was
I don't need no damn ethics committee.
ethical, and that, in any case, he was fully capable of making such decisions himself. He was impervious to the fact that subjects in psychological research had been, on occasion, subjected to bad experiences, and also to the fact that both the Canadian and United States governments had made these reviews mandatory. What was he doing? I managed to make light of this to myself by attributing it to his unbridled energy and fierce independence, which were, in many other ways, virtues. That was a mistake.
Yeah.
Let's take a peek at one of his lectures where he mentions the issue of ethics.
So they did a plot analysis of the typical pornographic female fantasy. Well, and it's so comical because engineers did this and social scientists would never do this because they'd be probably too concerned about the ethics of it or some damn thing. But engineers, you know, they'll just plow ahead with no concern whatsoever for such things, and they actually discover things that way. And so
he's like, those engineers get stuff done because they don't worry about a little thing like right and wrong. I don't think I want to use anything designed by an engineer who isn't concerned with ethics, but okay. Let's hear him tell us the very real stats of the 5 kind of monsters women.
What the fuck? Why were engineers studying the fantasies of women? Is that right? Did I hear that right? What the fuck? Is this the robotics team trying to engineer a woman? See you.
Women want men to be for some reason.
Vampire, werewolf, billionaire, pirate, and surgeon. Well, first of all, there's a dominance thing. There's a...
This guy makes my brain hurt. I swear to
They
God.
actually discover things that way, and so...
He's like, those engineers get stuff done because they don't worry about a little thing like...
Many other ways, virtues. That was a mistake.
Let's take a peek at one of his lectures where he mentions the issue of ethics.
So they did a plot analysis of the typical pornographic female fantasy. Well, and it's so comical because engineers did this and social scientists would never do this because they'd be...
Wait, I feel like this was a bad study. They were doing a plot analysis of the top fantasies in porn that women have. But then what he lists is just a bunch of professions. So probably what they had was like a list of jobs and asked women to like rank them 1 to 5 or something. That's not the same thing.
Probably too concerned about the ethics of it or some damn thing. But engineers, you know, they'll just plow ahead with no concern whatsoever for such things, and they actually discover things that way. And so
he's like, those engineers get stuff done because they don't worry about a little thing like right and wrong. I don't think I want to use anything designed by an engineer who isn't concerned with ethics, but okay. Let's hear him tell us the very real stats of the 5 kind of monsters women want men to be for some reason.
Vampire, werewolf, billionaire.
Yeah, this is weird as fuck. It's all weird. From the top down. This is a weird study. I wonder if I could find it.
Pirate, and surgeon. Well, first of all, there's a dominance thing. Now you're actually blushing, you know, you're actually blushing about that. That's very, very funny.
Creepy old dude talking about how books are smut now based on a study he said his department would find unethical, and singling out a student who is blushing. Not weird at all. But back to Schiff, Dr. Peterson's actual work as a professor of psychology also came to strike Schiff as suspect.
Another thing which I did not give sufficient concern was his teaching. Jordan presented conjecture as a statement of fact. I expressed my concern to him about this a number of times, and each time Jordan agreed. He acknowledged the danger of such practices, but then continued to do it again and again, as if he could not control himself. He was a preacher more than a teacher.
Following Jordan Peterson's opposition to Bill C-16, the trans one, and his star rising as the professor against political correctness, Schiff observed a disturbing decline in Peterson's ethics in relationship to the truth.
I have been asked by some if I regret my role in bringing Jordan to the University of Toronto. I did not for many years, but I do now. He's done a disservice to the professoriate. He cheapens the intellectual life with self-serving misrepresentations of important ideas and scientific findings. He has also done a disservice to the institutions which have supported him. He plays to a sort of victimhood, but also plays the victim. When he caused a stir objecting to gender-neutral pronouns, he thanked his YouTube followers, who had supported his work financially, claiming he might need that money because he could lose his job. That resulted in a significant increase in monthly donations. There was no reason to think he would lose his job. He was on a sabbatical, and had not even been in the classroom. The university sent him a letter asking him to stop what he was doing because he was creating an environment which would make teaching difficult, but there was no intimation that he would be fired. I saw that letter. Jordan may have, however, welcomed being fired, which would have made him a martyr in the battle for free speech. He certainly presented himself as prepared to do just that. A true warrior, or whatever.
A true warrior, whatever. Sick burn, Bernard.
Later, when his research grant was turned down by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, Jordan told the world he was being punished for his political activities. There was no such evidence. Jordan, however, took this as an opportunity to rail once again against the suppression of free speech by oppressive institutions into a public relations triumph in the eyes of his followers. The rebel, Ezra Levant's
Wait, the study was made by Google engineers? Oh. Oh. Ain't no way, dude. Oh my god. Wow. I think I found it. Wait, no, that's in 2022. It had to have been early.
far-right online publication raised the funds to replace that grant.
Around this time, while he was still a tenured professor at U of T, Peterson started a Patreon. For those unaware, Patreon is a site that allows people to financially support artists and creators, usually offer rewards and incentives for that support, like, for instance, your name in the credit of videos, or ad-free versions of videos, or this video having an extended cut for patrons. At least that's what I offer on patreon.com/KaelinConrad. Was that subtle enough? You know what? I'm too poor to be subtle. You get down there and you smash those subscribe and like buttons like they're cockroaches scuttling towards your last edible. But unlike my super ethical and reasonable rewards and tier levels, on Jordan Peterson's Patreon, things were a bit more questionable. Patrons subscribed at the $200 a month tier were eligible for a private 45-minute Skype session with a licensed mental health professional, which, while not explicitly therapy, sounds a lot like therapy. $200 for under an hour with a therapist is what most people think of when they say therapy session. And many of Peterson's fans became fans because they found themselves troubled, distressed, and in need of guidance, which muddies the waters between celebrity meet and greet and structured therapy session even more. In 2018,
I cannot find an actual study, or even like the original like Google thing. I found a New York Post article. Is that what he was talking about? I just For every search women make about a partner's phallus, men make roughly 170 searches about their own.
One of Peterson's former patrons at the $200 a month level posted the audio of his session online. The original poster has since taken it down due to the backlash Peterson received, but unfortunately for everyone who has ever posted anything, nothing on the internet is ever truly gone, and I was able to find it. In the interest of protecting Peterson's former patrons' privacy, I'll be using a pseudonym. Please just leave this weird man alone. I probably should have came up with the pseudonym first. Let's call him Karl Popper.
Dude, every study I find says something different. Like, the most common sexual fantasy in this Insider article says it's sex in a romantic location. Like, I cannot find this at all. At all. The only thing that comes up is fucking Jordan Peterson in that lecture.
No, that's already a man. Karl is, like a lot of the men drawn to Peterson, white, straight, probably intelligent, listless, and angry. At the time of the session, he'd left the UC Berkeley engineering program because he felt overcome by liberal dogma.
They were teaching in classrooms things like Martin Luther King Jr. would have supported violent rebellion, and marriage is an institution that is designed to control the sexuality of young women.
Karl, who was unemployed at the time he was a patron of Peterson's $200 a month Patreon tier, expressed anxiety over looming homelessness and at his place in society.
I'm really hoping that somebody's going to recognize my talent.
Throughout this, shall we call it, therapeutically coded session, Peterson lacks the kind of neutrality, or attempts at neutrality, that most psychologists strive for. He nods along as the patron goes on about a paper he's writing and the correlation between recent socio-cultural transformations and dropping sperm counts. When Karl starts to complain about women finding marriage oppressive, Peterson launches into a rant.
So I don't know who these people think marriages are oppressing. I read Betty Friedan's book because I was very curious about it. And it's so whiny, it's just enough to drive a modern person mad to listen to these suburban housewives from the late 50s ensconced in their comfortable, secure lives complaining about the fact that they're bored because they don't have enough opportunity. It's like, Jesus, get a hobby.
The two volley back and forth about women, liberalism, and the West. When Karl admits,
it would be nice to not be homeless anymore because, it's like, it'd be nice to have a place.
Peterson responds saying,
You don't have a future and you don't have a job. It's no bloody wonder you're anxious. That just means you're sane.
A psychotherapist and lecturer at the University of Chicago School of Social Service Administration writes in an article for Salon.
It is unclear to me what a session with Peterson really offers, other than confirmation of that which the participant is already aware. Karl doesn't seem to grow in his self-knowledge, nor experience any insight during the course of his conversation with Peterson. When Karl mentions feeling anxious, Peterson tells him that his anxiety is warranted. You don't have a future, and you don't have a job, and no bloody wonder you're anxious, he says. That just means you're sane. Therapy should never fill a patient with false hope, but neither should it make you feel as if the future is foreclosed against you. In this exchange, it seems like Peterson is attempting to use Karl as a support for his ideological view, rather than help Karl grow. Most troublingly, Karl is experiencing real distress. He's aimless, unemployed, overeducated, and functionally homeless. He could use a real therapist, but that's not what he gets. Instead of letting him fill the hour with ramblings, a good therapist would redirect him to concerns that caused him to seek help in the first place. We would all rather talk about pointless musings than confront our anxieties and fears. But by letting Karl focus his time on sperm counts and submissive wives rather than his more immediate concerns, Peterson does him a great disservice. When he
Shocking. You mean Peterson was a terrible therapist? Who would have guessed?
Finally does intervene, Peterson refocuses the session on himself and his own thoughts. The great British psychoanalyst Donald Winnicott once said, "I interpret mainly to let the patient know the limits of my understanding." Peterson interprets in an attempt to show off his.
Then, there's the issue of money. The 45-minute Skype session was a one-off benefit, but only offered at a monthly tier of $200. Posts to Jordan B. Peterson's subreddit suggested that the waitlist for the sessions was often months deep, meaning that by the time someone had their 45-minute session, They had possibly sunk many hundreds, if not possibly thousands of dollars. Money that many young men like Carl can't afford to spend. But they do because they're desperate, and Peterson markets himself as having the answers to their problems. And he uses his background in psychology to lend credence and credibility to those claims. They were 45-minute sessions with a licensed psychologist who is listening to your problems and offering guidance, but if a confused and starstruck supporter thinks of that as therapy, that's on them. Peterson's like, I don't treat minds, I heal them. It's not technically therapy. In defense of Dr. Peterson, a commenter on the subreddit gave us this little pre-pandemic nugget of wisdom.
Skype therapy is not therapy. If someone told you otherwise, they are bullshitting you. No serious professional would do Skype therapy.
I mean, they def would, but would a serious professional be reselling personality tests they developed to help me understand myself? And by developed, I mean he charges you $10 to take the Big Five personality test, which was actually developed by psychologists in the 1940s and given the Big Five moniker by psychologist Lou Goldberg in 1981. Or was developed over 3 decades by Brooke Air Force Base starting in 1961, depending on who you ask. That's how pedestrian and ubiquitous the Big Five test is. There are multiple origin stories for it. There's a link in the description to a free version of the test if you don't want to give like a millionaire grifter more money.
That's fucking ridiculous. Charging for like a BuzzFeed quiz, like, oh, we knew he was a grifter, but goddamn.
Personality tests, like the 16-point Myers-Briggs type indicator, have long been decried as about exactly as scientific as the BuzzFeed quizzes to find out which Pretty Little Liars or Buffy character you are. Aspirationally, Willow Emily. In actuality, probably Andrew and Arya. Unscientific as they may be, that doesn't stop companies from using personality tests to decide who to hire or how much to pay them. Because most business owners, and I cannot stress this enough, not scientists, not smart, not good people. But the Big Five test, which measures things like agreeableness, conscientiousness, and extroversion based on self-reporting, has long been considered the gold standard of personality tests. Under the right circumstances, it can be relied on to be fairly accurate when it comes to spitting out results that reflect what someone already knows about themselves. Like which house someone's going to get sorted into on Pottermore. But even the Big Five has received criticism about its reliability, especially when taken by respondents in non-weird, Western-educated, industrialized, rich and developed countries. A study comparing results in weird and non-weird countries discovered that in many developing countries, people tended to agree more than disagree with the Big Five statements, which analysts coined an acquiescence bias. Researchers aren't entirely sure why it happens, but one of the researchers on the study, economist Rashid Lajaj, posits that it could be because people in non-weird countries simply aren't as used to taking personality tests as people in weird countries.
Someone who isn't used to taking such surveys, say a farmer in India, might think, what do these guys want from me? Or how will this information be used? If you're already worried about the test, you might be less willing to disagree with its statements, as some people might not agree because they want to look better.
There's also the issue of consistency and replicability. People who retake the test don't always yield the same results. So, in the interest of curiosity more than anything else, I decided to perform a little experiment and take Jordan Peterson's version of the Big Five test. My co-writer Hoots took the free version of the Big Five test, and our podcast co-host, Mandy, represented our control group and just went about her life, not wasting any of her finite time on this earth doing shallow personality quizzes, pushed by amateur Jim Henson impersonators. The major difference between the generic Big Five test that Hoots took and the Jordan Peterson version I took is that Peterson is more detailed and significantly more wordy when unpacking the meaning of each result. For example, Hoots' score on conscientiousness reads,
high scorers tend to be reliable, well-organized, self-disciplined, careful. Low scorers tend to be disorganized, undependable, negligent. Your percentile, 6. You probably have a messy desk.
Meanwhile, mine,
which is the primary dimension of dutiful achievement in the Big Five personality trait scientific model, Conscientiousness is a measure of obligation, attention to detail. Conscientious people are dutiful. They tend to slog away at a task until finished. They work reasonably hard and do not waste time. They are less moderately industrious people are quite likely to judge shirkers or people who are incompetent in a negative manner. They tend to believe that people fail because they don't apply themselves or work However, as creative endeavors often require mess, disruption, and intervention, are more likely to be political conservatives, particularly when low in openness to experience. The latter is the best predictor of conservative belief.
My section on conscientiousness is over 1,000 words long, many of them very repetitive. The entire document is a whopping 16 pages, whereas Hoots's was 1, and the entirety of her results fit into a couple paragraphs. Both tests require that you signify a binary gender. I took my test as a man, as that's how Peterson would see me, and Hoots took hers as a woman. But only Peterson's consistently compared every result to results typical of women and liberals. Peterson's version had some things to say about me as well that were hilariously off base.
They feel minimal pity for those who are excluded, punished, or defeated, and attribute such problems to weakness or inability.
Yes, 'tis I, whomst is the one that doesn't support the marginalized.
So true.
You got me.
They cooperate grudgingly, and only when cooperation is in their clear self-interest, preferring competition with its well-defined losers and winners.
Nothing says anti-cooperation like being a commie.
People exceptionally low in agreeableness are therefore less likely to suffer from resentment or to harbor invisible anger.
I literally hold grudges from elementary school. Like, what? Natalie K., you are not forgiven.
And what this appears to mean is that agreeable people strongly identify with those they deem as oppressed, seeing them essentially as exploited infants, and demonize those they see as oppressors, seeing them as cruel, heartless predators.
No, not demonizing oppressors. Won't somebody think of the oppressors? It's coming from a man who edits his tweets to be less inclusive on purpose. You could not make this shit up. If you want to read the rest, I posted the full results for patrons on my Patreon. One of the more damning issues with Jordan B. Peterson is that he likes to discuss details of his clients in public. A lot. A little quirk of the good professors that has always drawn some level of scrutiny on account of that whole patient-client privilege thing. Ethics, you know.
The pesky confidentiality clause.
One occasion where Peterson decided to bring up details of a former client occurred at a talk at the University of British Columbia in early 2018.
You know, I've also been accused 3 times in my career of sexual
What is this fucking claymation? It's so fucking haunted.
impropriety, and that, you know, there were baseless accusations. And the last one, it really tangled me up for a whole year. It's not entertaining.
The subject of the last accusation recognized details of her case in Peterson's public comments. The dates lined up. But Samantha, not her real name, said that the complaint she filed against Peterson was not about sexual impropriety.
That is not what this is. This is not that. This is about a bad doctor who didn't do his job, and I got hurt.
Damn.
Samantha's complaint of misconduct filed with the CPO paints a picture of a man growing increasingly distant and distracted from his clinical practice with the rising star of his public persona. Beginning in 2016, Peterson began canceling appointments with various clients, citing sickness, while making podcast and television appearances with dates that seemed to line up with the canceled appointments. And listen, I am known for loving a good game of hooky as well as the next F slur. If I was getting invitations to appear on national and international news to riff on lobsters or whatever, I'd also call out of work. But my job is like podcaster, not psychologist. No one is going to K-word themselves when I leave them on red unless something goes like very, very wrong. Hopefully we all hold clinical psychologists to more rigorous standards than content creators. In one session on September 27th.
Well, do we though? Do we though? He was a practicing psychologist, so.
2016, Samantha described Peterson as distracted, describing having to wait for him to finish writing an email before they could get on with her therapy.
He made me sit there while he did an email and he said, "It can't be helped."
And that was the same day he'd published his infamous Professor Against Political Correctness Part 1 YouTube video, opposing Bill C-16, the trans one. So there's a non-zero chance he was checking his comments and analytics when he should have been working, which also same.
Because if they don't, then a bunch of terrible things happen. First of all, you start losing track of who the angry people are. Second, they don't get to say what's on their mind and even listen to themselves. They don't get to have other people tell them that they're wrong. They don't get to modify their viewpoints. Because talking is thinking, and if you stop people from talking, then you stop them from thinking, and that's a really bad thing. And then if you interpret hate speech too broadly, then you drive the
Samantha, who had been seeing Peterson since June of 2016, started to develop an attraction to him, a common psychiatric phenomenon known as transference. She made Peterson aware of her feelings in October of 2016. Peterson praised her for disclosing her feelings, encouraging her to be open with him about such things.
And that's something we'll definitely have to keep an eye on.
Samantha was eager to discuss it in her next session, but Samantha says Peterson canceled her appointment on October 26 in an email sent early that same morning, citing illness. That same afternoon, Jordan Peterson was in TVO's Toronto studios taping an episode of The Agenda with Steve Peikin. When Samantha replied to Peterson's email offering a list of dates to reschedule, she received an auto-reply.
Hi, thank you for writing. At the moment, I am unable to keep up with my email correspondence, although I will try at some point in the future to respond personally. If you are emailing me about current...
Bro, what? At some point in the future? Bro, you have patience. You can't just say at some point I'll get back to you. Maybe. I'll try to get back to you. At some point in the future. That's not what you want to fucking hear from your therapist.
PC-related issues, you could consider sending your comments to the following individuals. Remember that the only way that any of this can be straightened out is through careful, articulated, and reasonable arguments. I would say that the vast majority of the letters I have received have been exactly that, and it's just what is needed. Assume rationality on the part of the recipients and make a careful case. We want to play in the court of reason. CC a copy to me, if you wish.
And then he listed a bunch of email addresses of U of T professors and administrators he likely wanted his followers to flood with messages, or possibly harass. Samantha continued to see Peterson for another couple months until December of 2016, but the sessions became more and more focused on Peterson's growing celebrity.
He was pretty giddy about all this stuff. It was certainly no concern for me. Everything was focused on him.
On December 11th, Peterson sent Samantha an email requesting her phone number for his records. She provided it, despite already giving it when she first became his client. Then, a few hours later, she was BCC'd a second email.
Subject: Dr. Peterson on vacation until end of year. Hi. I've been in the middle of a political storm, as many of you may know.
God.
I've decided to take a break until the end of
In the middle of a political storm I just happened to cause, by the way. Oops. Whoops. Just leave that detail out, huh?
the year, so my clinical appointments are suspended until early January. I will be in touch in late December to make new appointments for the new year. Until then, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Dr. Peterson.
The message did not provide information for patients who might require assistance while he remained unavailable, such as referrals to other psychologists or links to mental health resources.
Anything.
And this is what the CPO initially took issue with, launching an investigation and advising Peterson to amend his email practices. On December 13th, Samantha emailed Peterson and advised him that she would not be returning for his services in the new year. His reply was curt.
Please accept my best wishes.
In her complaint to the CPO, Samantha recalled Peterson coming to the restaurant she worked at with his wife and some guests while she was on duty the month after she stopped seeing him. Samantha claimed she mentioned her work several times during her sessions with Peterson, and in one of the last ones, he specifically asked her which of the franchise locations she worked at. Samantha was deeply distressed by Peterson's presence at the restaurant and refused to serve him.
I burst into...
Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, what a creep. Like, literally stalking her. That's stalking. What the fuck?
into tears in the back. had to be taken off the floor early. My bosses have never seen any such behavior from me and took careful note. I did not serve his table. I did not engage him in any way.
Peterson told the CPO panel that he neither remembered she worked at that location nor saw her there, but he did agree to stop visiting that location after that. Over the course of January, Samantha made several requests for appointment receipts to Peterson's email address, all of which were met with the same auto-reply.
I am trying to answer the majority of the emails that I am receiving. Many people are sending me carefully thought through, heartfelt, and often profound letters, as well as words of support, which I appreciate and which have been practically very helpful. However, I literally cannot keep up. A few days occupied with other matters, and I am hundreds of emails behind. Please do not presume that your email is unwanted or unwelcome, or, indeed, in most cases, unread. And please do not feel slighted if you do not receive an answer. I would like to answer every letter, but it is simply impossible to do that and to maintain my other obligations. If you are writing a letter and you would allow me to make it public, please indicate, and also whether you would want identifiers stripped away beforehand. I would like to make an accessible archive of such writing, partly because so much of what I have received is such high quality. Many of you have all—
How was his fucking, like, business email, like, his psychologist email, the same as his, like, fucking social media, like, what? Why was that the same email? Oh my god.
Also been concerned about the volume of hate mail that I might be receiving. I have received a total of 3 negative letters, none of which could be truly considered hate mail. That's it. For the last 4 months. Perhaps I have received something approximating 2,000 letters of support over that time period. So that's a pretty good ratio, you know?
Okay.
Truly, thank you for writing. Sincerely, Dr. George.
What a fucking awful and dystopian message to get from your fucking therapist. You're like, hey, I just need receipts from those sessions. And he's just like, well, getting so many letters of support, I can't even read your email. Jesus Christ.
Jordan B. Peterson.
Samantha would eventually learn via a Toronto Life profile of Peterson that his wife Tammy worked as his assistant and handled all of his media requests. Samantha worried that Peterson's wife might have had access to the email she sent Peterson expressing her feelings for him and was humiliated. Peterson attempted to reinitiate therapy with Samantha around this time and requested that Samantha CC Tammy if she wanted to set up an appointment. After that, Samantha began making her receipt requests via text. Peterson responded in mid-March.
I don't use text. That's the reason for the delay, and you have to use email. It's best to CC Tammy, who helps me schedule and keep track of what is vital. She knows nothing about you except that you are a client. I am, as I said, inundated with emails and other requests, so this is the way it has to be right now, as I have no other solution.
The CPO shared Samantha's concerns about privacy, and as part of their findings, they recommended that Peterson should inform patients that staff might have access to some of their personal information and have patients sign consent forms to that effect. Of all the horrible things he has said and done, his treatment of Samantha and his other patients is among the most reprehensible.
I don't know. That's usually contained within the consent forms when you go for your first session. They don't even talk to you until you filled out all the paperwork. And yeah, like, I don't think HIPAA really applies to, like, staff in the same office. As far as I know. I would expect that to be the case. Of course. You call the schedule like, hey, this is Lainey, I'm coming in Friday. Like, yeah, they're pulling up your file. Like, what do you think happens? What?
And irresponsible. He was willfully abandoning patients to appear on BBC and Joe Rogan.
Was Tammy, like, his personal assistant? Because that would be weird. That would be weird. I know he had a private practice, but I assumed that was, like, his secretary for the practice.
He has shuttered his private practice and is retired from his professorship, but he still speaks publicly about former patients and students, giving enough details and specifics it's easy for the patients, or potentially their family, friends, or employers, to identify them. And his attempts at anonymizing don't seem to go very well, given that he released a PDF with a faulty censor on all of the personal details of all of his complainants, and tweeted it out to his, over 1 million followers? Effective with a faulty censor on all of the personal details of all of his complainants.
Blue vector box removed with free online tool revealing personal information beneath, which was then redacted by Canada Land. Gotcha. So they were able to show everything here. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a bozo.
And tweeted out to his, over 1 million followers? Effectively, should any of them want to look, doxing them. It doesn't really matter how good of a therapist he is, and based on the accounts I've read and the totally not therapy paid sessions he offered his Patreon patrons, there's no real reason to think that he is. His tenuous relationship with ethics should disqualify him from the field alone. So here we are, 6 years after Samantha submitted her complaint to the College of Psychologists of Ontario, and the CPO is once again investigating complaints filed against Jordan B. Peterson. This time by a number of his peers about his, let's say, unprofessional tweets.
Sorry, not beautiful, and no amount of authoritarian tolerance is going to change that.
God.
You're free to leave at any point. Such fun and unbelievable.
We're already overpopulating the small world. Any arguments I've heard for supporting such a large human population completely overlook the huge loss of species and ecosystems resulting from our self-absorbed attention. You're free to leave, Jesus. Basically just saying, KYS. Holy fuck. Jesus. I mean, both of these people suck. The world is not overpopulated. We simply have a resource distribution problem. We have plenty of shit.
You're free to leave at any point. Such fun and unbelievable techno nightmare CCP. Hell.
The main concern seems to be Peterson using his platform to promote pseudoscience like climate change denialism, vaccine conspiracies, and enforced monogamy as a cure-all for misogynistic violence, all under the guise of being a doctor and a psychologist. There's also significant concern surrounding his abject cruelty on social media platforms and how fitting it is for a psychologist to tweet out hateful rhetoric directed at groups of people or individuals, including those experiencing mental health crises.
ER visits for self-harm among teen girls have doubled since 2009 #TeensInTech, but they identify as deserving of such harm, don't they?
Hey, Jordan, the jokes have less impact when I have to spend a second trying to figure out what the joke even is. He's trying to draw the comparison between two mental illnesses, like allowing someone to transition is allowing them to cut themselves. But they identify as deserving of such harm as clunky and impenetrable phrasing. Bless these nerds for being so consistently basic. They'd have so much more sway if they were, ever actually funny. The point here is, if Jordan Peterson still identifies as a clinical psychologist, he really shouldn't be making any jokes about mental illness, especially publicly. The reason I really like this joke Jordan Peterson tweeted out is because it's so revealing about his objective as a psychologist. Never mind that often transition is treatment for dysphoria, and trans people who are allowed to present the way they want are straight chillin', while people who self-harm will often escalate if left untreated. He isn't really concerned with patients' inner lives or contentment. It appears that his primary concern as a psychologist is not with making people happy, but with making them superficially presentable participants in his hierarchical conservative world template. He's also sold himself on demagoguery. He's marketed himself as the man with the answers. He explicitly increases his profits if you believe that he is the one with the solutions, so discrediting and disparaging the work that forms the consensus of his peers is directly tied to his income. He's like, not other girlsing. This tweet is such a tell, such a peek at the man behind the curtain that even his own fans are starting to find his cruelty staggering.
Wow. your most heartless tweet to date. I once found your podcast interesting and inspiring. What happened to your mind? Your moral compass, your integrity? Watching you unravel is so tragic.
It should be said that the only people fear-mongering about Jordan Peterson potentially losing his license to practice psychology are Peterson himself and right-wing tabloids. It's unlikely that the CPO will do anything other than send a strongly worded suggestion that Jordan please stop tweeting. But Peterson's alarmist rhetoric is in service of his brand. He doesn't actually need his license because he doesn't actually have any intention to continue his work as a psychologist. Dr. Phil took a similar path to media stardom as Peterson. He achieved his PhD in clinical psychology at the North Texas State University in 1979, but eventually found that he made a lot more money as a public personality and grifter. Phil, however, stopped renewing his license in 2006 because he no longer practices. And does anybody care? Absolutely not. As far as the world is concerned, he's still Dr. Phil, that TV psychotherapist who cures wayward teens with tough love. If Jordan B. Peterson ever loses or gives up his license, it will be much the same. But for now, the license is a resource of victimhood that can be tapped. As long as he can use it to claim that the liberal establishment are trying to silence him, he will. Because every little critique, every criticism, every think piece, every investigation drives donations, drives speaking engagements, drives book sales, controversy sells. So every minor conflict must be inflated into full-blown catastrophe. Is Jordan B. Peterson a bad psychologist? Yes. But he's something even worse than that. He's a messy-ass drama queen.
True.
Thank you so much for watching to the end. If you
And worse than being a drama queen, he's a Twitter poster. Gross. Couldn't be me. I mean, I do post on Twitter, but not like that. Jesus Christ. God, I wish he would just go away. It does seem like he's a lot less popular, but that could just be my bias. I don't know.
like this video, please subscribe, like, comment, share. All of those things make a huge difference because the algorithm kind of freaking hates me. Also, by the time this airs, my expenses will just have gone up around $800 a month due to rent. So I'd love it if you slithered on over to patreon.com/KaylinConrad, where you can support my channel and get ad-free access to videos without sponsors, as well as perks like your
Their rent went up by $800? Holy fuck. Highway fucking robbery, dude.
name in the credits of the videos, or the ability to hide an item somewhere on my next set. Also, when I take down older videos, I usually leave them up on there. So there are extra videos you can check out, old essays, a short film, as well as the results of the personality test I took for this video. I'm still not even making minimum wage with how many hours I sink into each video. I don't have to, but I love it. It's a lot of work, so any help is appreciated. You can also subscribe to my podcast, Respect the Dead, where we drag the corpses of everyone's least favorite dead people, like cult leaders or religious leaders or titans of industry. Anyway, thank you, bye. You should watch this video next. It's dope as hell, and I'm obsessed with how it turned out. See it? Watch it. Click on it. Yeah. Yeah, click on it.
Once upon a time, I went through a very nasty breakup and my mental health really suffered. I was in a bad place until I went to see a therapist who knew a lot about Stoic philosophy. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy, and it's having a bit of a moment. The Daily Stoic has over 2 million followers on Instagram. There's an international Stoic convention called Stoicon, and a New York Times best-selling book about Stoicism called Discipline is Destiny. A great title for a club night. YouTube tells me what my subscribers have been searching for on the internet, and as a group, your #1 most searched term is Stoicism. Number 3 was Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher who wrote the Meditations. This philosophy is a movement, and I have a philosophy degree, so let's do it. In this video, I'm going to tell you what Stoicism is, how it helped me, and where it might be leading you astray. So please, make yourself comfortable, lie down on the couch.
Wait, what? I was not expecting this to be a pro-Stoicism video. Uh-oh.
And tell me about your mommy. Salve, amici. Ego magistra sum verbis. Claudia penis superfluus. Pro barbaris audientibus, hodiernae lecito in lingua saevissima dabitur. English. Let us begin with Marcus Aurelius, since he's probably a lot of people's intro to Stoicism. Marcus was an ancient Roman. He was born in 121 AD, and he was emperor of Rome from 161 until his death in 180. By all accounts, he was a pretty decent guy. The bar for Roman emperors was low. As long as you don't murder your mum and shag your sister, you can't go far wrong, and he's one of our major sources for Stoic philosophy. Marcus did not invent Stoicism. It actually comes from ancient Greek philosophers like Zeno of Citium, Aristo of Chios, Cleanthes of Assos, and other minor characters from House of the Dragon. But we don't have anything written by the OGs, original Greeks. One of the only things we know about Cleanthes of Assos is that he was really jacked. Somebody wrote that down and it's survived, but not a lot else. Everything we know about Stoicism comes filtered through the Romans, and they may not be reliable. For example, one of our other sources is the Roman politician Cicero, and he tells us a lot about Stoicism, but he was arguing against it, so he might not be portraying it accurately. Cicero also wrote his philosophy as dialogue between characters, which is just really pretentious. I mean, who the heck does that? Imagine if 2,000 years from now, the work of every philosopher ever had been lost, and future scholars had to reconstruct their ideas based solely on this show. That's kind of analogous to the situation we're in here. They'd be going, well, is she portraying them accurately? Why is she dressed like that? Where's the guy who used to present it? Was that her brother? A lack of reliable sources is one of the drawbacks to doing ancient philosophy. But on the other hand, I really love it, because this stuff was written almost 2,000 years ago, in another country, in another language, by people who lived unimaginably different lives, but it's still capable of making me go, oh yeah, I get what you mean. It genuinely gives me a really beautiful sense of the oneness of humanity. It's like getting a high five across time. I love it. The Meditations isn't really a philosophy book per se. It doesn't build to a conclusion or argue for a specific point. It's just a collection of notes that Marcus wrote to himself that he probably didn't expect anyone else to ever read. That's because in the ancient world, philosophy wasn't a university course the way we might think of it now. It was more like self-help. It was supposed to improve your life.
Philosophy was not merely a subject to write or argue about, but one that was expected to provide a design for living, a set of rules to live one's life by. This was a need not met by ancient religion, which privileged ritual over doctrine and provided little in the way of moral and ethical guidelines, nor did anyone expect it to. That was what philosophy was for.
So, I'm going to skim through Marcus here. I'm going to pull out some key Stoic concepts and teach them to you. And of course, I have compiled them into an internet-friendly numbered list. Number 1, the dichotomy of control. This one's pretty simple. Control the things you can control. Don't worry about the things that you can't. If you're an addict or you know an addict, you might recognize this idea from the Serenity Prayer, popularized by Alcoholics Anonymous. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The key for Stoics is there's only one thing you can really control, and that is your judgments about the world. For example, Marcus says, imagine somebody insults you and you get really angry. Take a step back. Have you really been hurt by what they said? No. What's happened is they've insulted you and you've made a judgment, something like, and you've reacted to that, not the insult itself. You can change that judgment if you want to, and you can let that anger go.
If you are pained by any external thing, it is not the thing that disturbs you, but your own judgment about it, and it is in your power to wipe out this judgment now.
That's not an easy thing to do, which is why you have to work at it. This is something that other Roman Stoics like Seneca and Epictetus said too. You've got to train yourself to take that step back and examine your feelings every time you experience a strong emotion. It's worth mentioning, in the 21st century, we are very used to thinking that feelings and judgments are separate things. You've got your feelings, those are your moods, emotions, desires, your vibes. They're all over here in a pink heart shape. Those are for girls and they are gay, because over here inside a blue brain shape, that's where you've got your facts, judgments, reasoning, beliefs, Jordan Peterson, big mind activity. That is for men and it is not gay. Ancient Stoics didn't think like that. For them, feelings have a judgment inside, like the stone inside a peach. In technical philosophy language, we say that emotions have cognitive content. And Stoics said you have to make sure the judgments inside your feelings are true. For example, a while ago, I had a big audition for a TV series and I was really anxious. So I took Marcus's advice and had a step back and realized that inside my anxiety was a judgment. And that isn't true. If I don't get this part, there'll be other auditions. I can let that judgment go. And immediately, I felt less anxious, which is great. But from the Stoic point of view, the more important thing is that I've brought my judgments into line with reality. I'm facing things as they are, not as I imagine them to be. And so I have become more rational. Concept number 2, virtue is the only good. For Stoics, being rational, having accurate judgments about the world, is the only thing you need to have a good life. So follow this example with me. Imagine my agent calls me up tomorrow and says, "You got the part," and I think, "Fantastic, I'm so great." And I get really arrogant. I'm reacting to that judgment, but it's not true. So that good news has been turned into a bad thing. For Stoics, if I don't have accurate judgments about the world, it doesn't matter if I get good news or fame or wealth or opportunity. They won't do me any good. The only thing that really matters is virtue, which is to say, having correct judgments about the world.
The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Therefore, guard accordingly and take care that you entertain no notions unsuitable to virtue and reasonable nature.
This idea overlaps with concept number 3, living in accordance with nature. There's 2 sides to this.
There is nothing, like, objectively virtuous, though. There's no, like, hard and fast, like, oh, this is virtue, this is unvirtuous, like, that's all, like, religious musings, mostly. Like,
the first is what we just talked about, making sure that your judgments align with reality. The second is living in accordance with human nature. The Stoics said that humans are social creatures. It's in our nature to live in communities and be good to each other. They regarded mankind as one brotherhood, in which every man possesses a spark of the divine.
Each one of us is a part of this universe, from which it is a natural consequence that we should prefer the common advantage to our own. For just as the laws set the safety of all above the safety of individuals, so a good, wise, and law-abiding man, conscious of his duty to the state, studies the advantage of all more than that of himself or of any single individual.
The fourth and final Stoic concept I want to pull out here is the sage. The sage is a Stoic master. Sometimes they mean a literal person like Socrates, and they say he's a sage. Sometimes it's more of an ideal to strive for. The sage lives perfectly in accordance with nature. They have no false judgments about anything. They are never overwhelmed by strong emotions because they've trained themselves to step back every single time. Even when times are tough, even if their agent calls and says, "You didn't get the part," the sage doesn't multiply their suffering by adding false judgments like "it's over for me." Instead, they face reality as it is, and so they are able to cope with adversity. So, those are the major concepts in Stoic philosophy. If you skim through Marcus Aurelius or you watch videos like these on YouTube, those are the notes that you're going to hit. and that is all kushti. But this is Philosophy Tube. I want you to watch this video and then go and sign up to my Patreon so that I can make more of them. And I know that you're not going to do that unless I earn it. You don't sign up to my Patreon because you want to hear me summarize Wikipedia. You sign up to my Patreon because I go the extra mile in extra style. Stoicism is supposed to be a guide for living a better life, which prompts the obvious question, does it actually work? But before we get into that, I want to talk about why the original Stoics believed this stuff. This is the extra material, the deep lore that podcasts and articles don't usually talk about. Stoic physics.
Physics?
The people of the ancient world didn't have particle accelerators and radio telescopes and all the things that we have to make sense of the universe. But they were curious and clever. They had some theories about what's going on here, and the Stoics were no exception. The Stoics said there's two kinds of things in the universe. There's matter, which is passive, and then there's this other active principle called the logos. And the logos is kind of like the force. It's an energy field found in all living things. It surrounds us, penetrates us, binds the galaxy together. It's the rational principle which orders the universe. The logos is made of a special physical substance called pneuma, the Greek word for...
Where did she get all these fucking taxidermied animals, dude? Did she get them just for this video, or did she just have them?
breath. Pneuma is a combination of air and fire, two of the four fundamental elements, and it's blended through everything. Objects have it. An axe has pneuma that gives it the power to cut. Plants have pneuma that makes them grow and reproduce. Animals too. Pneuma gives them movement and perception. And we have pneuma in us. It makes your blood warm because it's fire. It makes your heart beat. It lets you think and be rational. It's what your soul is made of. And when you die, the pneuma leaves you. You get cold, you can't move or think anymore. The pneuma in you is dispersed back into the cosmos. Because the pneuma is blended through the universe, the same way it is in us, the universe itself is alive. And not only is it alive, the Stoics believed the universe is intelligent and it's happy, which I think is just a really sweet idea. The universe is thriving, she's smiling, she's happy to see you, she's moisturized, she's 4.5 billion years old, but she still looks great. If you read Stoic philosophy, including Marcus Aurelius, you'll notice that they use a lot of very big words interchangeably, like God, fate, the world, the universe, Zeus, the gods, the cosmos. The reason they do that is because in Stoic physics, those are all the same thing. And if I could briefly turn this show into Bible studies tube, any Christians in the audience might be thinking, this sounds awfully familiar. The Gospel according to John opens with the phrase, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God." In the original ancient Greek, that's en arche en ho logos, kai ho logos en proston theon, kai theos en ho logos. Logos is the Greek for word. John is saying that this Stoic idea, the force that orders the universe, is the same thing as the Christian God. If you translate that phrase into Latin, you get in principio erat verbum, which you can find carved on statues and churches around the world, and written above the gate of the school where I studied theology. By the way, if anyone in the audience is upset at my ancient language pronunciation, then I would simply remind you that Udeus hekon hamartane. Now, all of that physics is bollocks. There is no such thing as pneuma. The universe is getting less ordered over time. There are many more elements than 4. Your blood is warm because of chemical reactions in your body, and your heart beats because of electrical activity in your sinoatrial node. But the point is twofold. Firstly, Stoic philosophy was based on the latest science of the day. The science was wrong, But they weren't mystics or fools. The people of the ancient world were intelligent, just as much as me and you. High five! The second point is that Stoic physics informs Stoic ethics. When they said that your judgments...
Why are you high-fiving Marcus Aurelius? Oh my god. Oh my god. When does the criticisms start? I feel like that's more... There we go. Women and slaves. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be it.
need to align with reality. They mean the things that happen to you literally impact your soul, and you need to literally move your soul in such a way that it aligns with the world. When Marcus Aurelius said there is a share of the divine in all of us, he means it literally. These days, a lot of people would probably interpret that stuff as metaphor. I would hazard a guess that people getting into Stoicism now probably aren't engaging with the deep physics. They're using it as self-help, because Stoicism is supposed to make your life better, which brings us back to the obvious question: does it? Being Stoic is sometimes associated with toxic emotional repression, men having no feelings, never asking for help, becoming the perfect warrior, cold and ruthless, living by your strength alone, uninhibited by foolish emotions. This Dragon Ball Z. Masculinity is a subject about which I know more than I should, but less than some of you might think. I studied it for a number of years, but I never quite had the natural talent. And I want to reach out to young men, help de-radicalize them, offer a positive role model. We're doing Left Tube again. Remember that from like 5 years ago? Well, we're gonna bring it back. Somebody call H-Bomber Guy. What's he up to these days?
What have I become?
This Stoicism for bros, Broicism, if you will, is based on a misunderstanding of what Stoics actually said. You can't get rid of all your feelings. For example, when I go too hard on a night out, I often get depressed the next day, and you can't philosophize your way out of a hangover. There are some emotions which are, for want of a better word, physiological, and a sage would still have those. It's not about having no feelings, it's about having feelings that align with reality. So the wise sage might say, I feel really depressed today, but I know that's just because I had a big night on Molly down at the Darson Superstore. This too shall pass. Still, the Stoics described the sage as somebody who is never overwhelmed by strong emotions. Epictetus advised his followers to become so detached that they could treat the death of a child like the breaking of a cup. And you might think, oh, that doesn't sound like a particularly nice way to live. We can call this the romantic objection. Isn't it good sometimes to get carried away by passion? When the blood runs hot and the champagne is cold and you're alone in a hotel room with somebody who you probably shouldn't kiss, but you both feel like you just kind of have to. The romantic objection is that overwhelming passion is needed for a good life, and if you follow Stoicism, you'd be missing out on that. The Stoic response here is to pretty much bite the bullet and just say no. A good human life does not include moments of overwhelming passion, because if they're based on incorrect perceptions, they will lead you into trouble. You might feel as if, but you won't literally explode. You'll be sad, but you can probably live with that. When you have virtuous emotions, there's no overwhelming romance, but there's also no overwhelming grief or anxiety. Virtuous emotions are aligned with the real world, which is the best and indeed only place that human beings can live. If you're very clever, you'll already have noticed that there's a lot of overlap between Stoicism and CBT. That's cognitive behavioral therapy, not the other kind of CBT. CBT is a talk therapy invented in the 20th century, inspired by Stoicism. Patients are encouraged to identify underlying beliefs which might be affecting them, and substitute those beliefs for something else. So just like Stoicism, it focuses on the cognitive element of emotion. CBT is what I was sent for when I went through that breakup. I was very depressed, and my therapist encouraged me to find the belief underneath that depression. Eventually, we wrote it down. And I thought, that isn't true. So what if we substitute that for something else? At one point, I asked her, but why do I feel this way? And she said, well, does it really matter? We could spend years psychoanalyzing your dreams or your childhood, and eventually we'll come up with something like, oh, your mother didn't breastfeed you enough as a child, or whatever. But you're still going to be left with the same question which brought you to therapy in the first place, namely, what are you going to do now? Are you going to accept the real world or not? And this leads us to a criticism of both CBT and Stoicism. Is there a danger that we're encouraging people to accept things that they really shouldn't have to?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Kelly Slaughter, the founder and CEO of Psyopy. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm also
Psyopy.
a mom. And I know that juggling all those responsibilities can cause stress. Stress is the #1 cause of employee sick leave in America. So what if there is a way to hack your stress response, reducing employee stress whilst keeping them in work? Introducing Psyopy, a solution for your business, whether you're a multinational conglomerate or a mom and pop store. Our story began when I was running my previous company, Express. We were making facial recognition software for law enforcement, and a number of employees came to see me in my office and said they were experiencing stress. They didn't agree with the work we were doing. They wanted to change their conditions. They even threatened me with unionization. And at the time, I was also experiencing stress because I was in the process of buying a third home, so I was really able to sympathize. I started reading about the scientific causes of stress, and I learned that stress is caused when an individual reacts negatively to challenges. And I thought, what if there was a way to reduce employee stress without compromising productivity? That's when I had the idea for Psyopy. Psyopy uses artificial intelligence to bring the practice of cognitive behavioral therapy to your workplace. When faced with the problem of employee stress, a lot of founders use these patronizing solutions like putting a ping pong table in the office or letting employees pet a dog. Those solutions don't work. Cognitive behavioral therapy is where scientific study meets ancient wisdom, a solution that works. When your business signs up to Psyopy, you'll gain access to our suite of software apps, including our artificially intelligent therapist. Employees can schedule regular sessions to hack their stress, and our AI therapist offers genuine solutions. Employees can stay in work while they stress hack. You can also set measurable goals for them to work towards, and Psyopy will monitor their progress outside of sessions.
You used the word union in company emails. 14% less this week. Great job. Expletive you.
Psyopy is proven to minimize employee absence due to sickness and helps create a healthier, happier working environment. As a mom, it's my belief that you can't put a price on health. Psyopy starts at $12,997 a month per employee, so don't delay. Use Psyopy for your business today. The British philosopher Mark Fisher said it's no surprise that people feel anxious, angry, and stressed when capitalism works us and the planet to death just so the 5 guys who own everything can make 0.3% more profit this quarter. We all pretend that feeling bad means you have some kind of brain problem. And Fisher says that's like living next to a smokestack and saying, here's 5 ways you can cough more quietly at work. It fundamentally misunderstands the problem. People are angry, lonely, depressed, anxious, and they're right to feel that way, not because they're broken humans, but because their situation is inhumane. The solution isn't therapy, it's politics. Not the cigar of Sigmund Freud, the cigar of Fidel Castro.
Capital makes the workers ill, and then...
I'm not sure I understand the analogy. between CBT and stoicism. My understanding was that CBT is about like reprogramming your brain, essentially. Like putting active work into mediating your emotional response. I guess as I'm talking about it, it's making more sense. I think I see it now. Now that I put it that way. Wait. Heck, wait. Oh my god. uh. I mean, it is very effective. Um, Give me okay, NIH. Do, do, do. The basic principle behind the therapy is, however, always the same. What we think, how we feel, and how we behave are all closely connected, and all of these factors have a decisive influence on our well-being. Um, yeah, so it's like literally like breaking down step by step how your feelings have like led to you having certain thoughts or beliefs, and how those beliefs then inform your behavior. So you start with like the thought of like I feel inadequate, right? And then you like work backwards to be like, okay, so like that feeling of inadequacy um probably came from like being a perfectionist and expecting too much of myself and like that. It is kind of like gaslighty that like you could fix all of your own problems with simple behavioral changes, when that's not always the case. Like, if you're having like situational depression because your labor is being exploited and you don't have any control over that, yeah, you can like change your reaction to it and just like be complacent, but like you shouldn't have to. Yeah.
Multinational pharmaceutical companies sell them drugs to make them better. The social and political causation of the stress is neatly sidestepped at the same time as discontent is individualized and interiorized. What we urgently need is a new politics of mental health organized around the problem of public space.
This is a version of what philosophers call the passivity problem. Stoicism says you can only control your own internal judgments. But there is a world out there and it needs us. Would a sage ignore climate change, for instance, or systemic racism because they can only control their own internal states? Doesn't accepting things as they are serve the needs of the powerful? Now, there is a possible response that Stoics could make here. They could say that, when it comes to climate change, for instance, not taking action would be contrary to our nature as creatures who live on planet Earth. So you could make a Stoic argument for sustainability. They might also say that Marcus Aurelius was emperor of Rome for 19 years, and that's not really a job that you can do if you never take action. You can be a Stoic and still stand up to injustice. Can you, though? Can you really? Because there's one section of the population who might have something to say about that. The ancient Stoics' attitude towards women is a subject of some debate. On the one hand, there is some relatively progressive stuff. The Roman philosopher Musonius Rufus said that marriage is a partnership built on longing rather than just pumping out babies. He says that women should be educated and that we should be allowed to study philosophy. Like a lot of ancient writers, he also said that men and women have the same genitals, just in different arrangements. Oh, Musonius, you were wiser than you knew.
That's
On
true.
the other hand, all the Stoic philosophers were men. There were women in the ancient world who were renowned for behaving stoically, but all the sources we have were written by men, they only quote men, and they're addressed to men as well. Often young men
White men, especially.
who are seeking wives. There's even a funny bit in Musonius where a student comes to him and says, Musonius, why should I get married? Wouldn't a wife get in the way of me studying philosophy? And Musonius essentially says, shut up, nerd! Why don't you go and philosophize, pussy? And if we read
Shut up, nerd. Oh my god. Some things never change.
on a bit in Musonius, a bit of a theme starts to emerge.
A woman must be a good household manager and a careful accountant of what is advantageous to the household, and a director of the household staff. I claim that these qualities are especially likely to belong to a woman who pursues philosophy.
He also says Stoicism's emphasis on resilience and self-development will help us when it comes to
nursing her children from her own breast and serving her husband with her own hands, and to do, without shrinking, things that many think suited to slaves. Would such a woman not be a great help to the man who married her, an adornment to her relatives, a good example to all those who know her?
Adornment. Oh, Christ.
So, women should be educated not because it empowers us, but because it enables us to better serve our husbands. We can be virtuous, but the proper manifestation of female virtue takes place inside the home. You too can take the tradwife movement to its logical conclusion by installing a vomitorium. Musonius is relying on a trick here that some people still use today. Separate spheres of excellence. Men are good at some things, and women are good at other things. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that, is there? You're not one of those weirdos who thinks that we shouldn't tell the truth about sex, are you? So no, we're not misogynists. We don't hate women. We love women. Women are strong. Women are nurturing. We're the best at being wives and mothers. The trick is one of those spheres is politically subordinate to the other. The male sphere contains all the levers that control society. The female sphere is stuck at home with the kids. And nota bene, men decide what those spheres are. Lest I be accused of cherry-picking, it's not just Musonius. Seneca and Epictetus said that women lack self-control. Zeno of Citium said that we should be held in common, and wise men should try to father children with us whenever they chose. If any wise men would like to give it a go, feel free to call me. But in the meantime, nota bene secundo. Zeno assumes that men choose women, not the other way around. But so what? We all understand that nowadays you have to take the good bits from ancient philosophy and leave the other stuff behind, like with the physics. So when it says mankind, read in humankind. And yes, okay, but having to do that presents an extra barrier for women who want to get into Stoicism now. The modern Stoic movement welcomes women and has prominent women in it, but it still recruits mainly men. Author and philosopher Sharon Labelle says that might be because we have to do the extra work of adapting it for us.
In order to belong to the world, females must cherry pick and adapt texts, discussions, and thought systems to include and apply to us. A female ontological perspective is one that can easily embrace the values of passion, emotion, and intuition. We need, I believe, to integrate these into our modern Stoicism while being true to the spirit of Stoicism's essential worldview. Otherwise, for lack of a better way to say it, modern Stoicism will be too unilaterally stoic.
There's another
Man. Why would you just, like, chop up and rework this old philosophy to include women when you could just, like, do anything else? You know? I don't know.
Modern Stoicism will be too unilaterally stoic.
There's another group of people who might like to be included as well. Slaves. The ancient Greeks and Romans regularly enslaved people, and again, the Stoic sources have a bit of a mixed view on this. On the one hand, they believed in a brotherhood of man, or community of humanity. They did reject the idea that some people are born naturally suited for slavery, which is better than some ancient authors. Looking at you, Aristotle! On the other hand, they never opposed slavery per se. Like Seneca says, you shouldn't beat your slaves, which, yes, true, you shouldn't beat your slaves, but I feel like it would be better to not enslave them in the first place. Seneca also argues this in quite a strange way. He says, well, everybody's a slave if you think about it. Some people are slaves to lust or greed or ambition. Aren't we all slaves on the inside? And yes, that's very poetic, Seneca, but some people are also literally slaves in the sense that you force them to work for you and you never paid them. Seneca also said that you shouldn't force your slave to shave his beard and then dress him like a maid and have him serve you at the dinner table and then have sex with him. Which...
That is oddly specific.
Weirdly specific example, Seneca. I mean, like, yeah, don't do force-femme maid play with your femboy slaves, but again, I feel like the bad bit of that is the slavery. The rest sounds great. The passivity problem kind of comes back here in a broader sense. A feminist philosopher might say that it's hard to develop your rational soul unless you are guaranteed some external goods, like political liberty. Goods that can only be had in a society which rejects gendered hierarchy and slavery. It's pretty hard to cultivate reason and virtue if you're treated like a second-class citizen. All of this stuff is meant to help people live good human lives, but if you're a slave or a subjugated woman, you kind of can't live a good life. But once again, the most powerful Stoic response is just to go, nope. It's all well and good for Mark Fisher to talk about freedom, or feminists to talk about liberty, but those things won't do you any good if you don't have the virtue of reason. You could have political liberty and be in mental chains because your judgments about that liberty are false. By the same token, you could be in literal chains and be the freest person in the world if you are a sage. And if that sounds counterintuitive, well, if it was easy, everybody would do it. We're starting to get down here to fundamental questions about what a good human life looks like, which is, of course, what this is all about. That's the question I had when I first went to that therapist all those years ago. Despite my therapist telling me it wasn't important, I did wonder where I acquired this belief. I asked myself, if I picture somebody telling me this out loud, who do I picture? And I realized with a bit of a shock that the reason the breakup had affected me so much was because the relationship had been very abusive. It took me quite a bit of effort to really accept that. It's not an easy thing to face, the idea that someone you loved has done something terrible and even violent. There's an incentive on the personal and on the global level to just ignore big problems because it's depressing to think about them. Stoicism offers one potential way to confront problems and maybe not feel as bad about some of them. My story took place many years ago. I don't even really think about it all that much anymore because now I live in the real world. During that very difficult period of my life, making this show was a real lifeline for me. My abuser hated Philosophy Tube, so it is with some pride that I note this month, Philosophy Tube is 10 years old. I started a decade ago in...
That's amazing. Also, that sucks. That's so shitty that her partner was like that, but she fucking showed them.
My parents' bedroom, just trying to give away my philosophy degree for free. And now so many of you supported me that there's a set and there's a crew and so much more. And thanks to this show, I am now an award-winning actor and playwright. Like I wrote a play called The Prince, and we put it on in London with like fight choreographers and musicians and actors and directors, the whole 9 yards. The reason I got to do that was because I went to the producers and I said, hey, the Philosophy Tube audience, they're nice enough people, they're going to turn out and support this.
Wait, no. Oh, I didn't want to skip that.
Making The Prince was an incredible journey, and I got to do that because all of you supported me. So if you would like to see what you made possible, you can watch the show itself and the behind-the-scenes documentary about how we made it, and a Q&A about the writing with Jessie Gender at go.nebula.tv/theprince. If you use that link and get a year-long membership of Nebula, you get a 40% discount, which works out at about $2.50 a month, ridiculously cheap. A slice of that comes back to this show, so you'll be helping me make more stuff. And if enough people sign up and this proves to be a viable strategy, then maybe we'll get to do it again.
Let's fucking go! I really want to watch that. I'm sure it's so good. I wish the criticisms section was a lot longer. Like, it could have been its own, like, full hour, but, like, this was a pretty good intro. Pretty good. Yeah, it's, like, inherently, like, white supremacist. Yeah. Not great. Not a great philosophy.
This is the extra material, the deep lore that articles and podcasts don't often talk about. Stoic physics. Woo! I've got pins and needles in my leg. I'm fine. I just was like, let's try that again.
Greetings, guys, gals, non-binary pals.
Let's go. The Straits. No, the worst the Straits have ever been. With the queer Kiwi. Let's fucking go. The Straits are never okay, but they're especially not okay.
And welcome back to another video. If you have been around for a while, you will know that for a period of about 2 years, every single month, I came back, I sat down, and we had a checkup on the Straits. And in the past year, I have been a bit slack on that. I haven't been doing the monthly check-in on the Straits, and a bunch of people have asked me to bring it back. So the past couple months, I have been doing that, and this month is no different. I am bringing it back again today because stuff happens, straight people do things, and it's fun to talk about and laugh at. So that's what we're doing today. Usually the consensus is, no, the Straights aren't okay. And I don't see it being different this time, but hey, maybe this month will be the month. Drop your comments below. Place your bets. Do you think the Straights will be okay? When do you think they will be? Because it's not.
God, it would be nice if it was soon. It would be so nice. Any day now, surely, Copium. Any day.
Not looking promising anytime soon. But before we get into it, I would like to say a massive thank you to today's patron of the day, Eogwyn. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I feel like I totally didn't. So I apologize for that. But anyway, a massive thank you to you. I really appreciate all of your support, and I hope that you enjoyed this video. If anyone else would like to become a patron, you go to patreon.com/savvycat or click the top link in the description. It starts at as little as £1 a month, and it means a lot. So thank you. If you want to hear more about it, then stick around until the end. Yeah, but let's get into checking on the Straights. As you can see today, I have an army of Liebits behind me. I actually also have a little bonus one in front of me. This is because, you know, they use all of their evil gay energy to protect me. You know, they're creating a safe space for me and not safe space for the Straights we are reacting to. So that's why they're here today, for protection. The relationship between a husband and a wife is psychological. One is psycho, the other is logical. Okay, see, I don't know which way around this goes. I don't know who's saying this. Typically in these instances, they're calling the wife psycho because for some reason people love to call women psycho for no reason other than the fact that women can get frustrated.
Yeah, as soon as a guy says the phrase "my psycho ex," get out of there. Leave. Do not pass go. Immediately get the fuck out.
When men don't help out and do as asked, it's a way to make women seem ridiculous and over emotional, and it's used as like this insult and this thing to like completely diminish and undermine everything they say because it's a mental illness, you know, and those aren't valid. You're just being irrational, which everything about that is completely just not okay. So many like mental health terms have been colloquialized and made into something that they're not, and just completely have lost so much meaning that they're meant to have, and cause so much shame and stigma to people who actually suffer from these things. Like, we've got to remember that like psychosis, being psychotic, having psychosis, being a psychopath, etc. Those are all real and legitimate things. And a lot of the time when people say psycho, all the time when people say psycho, they're using it in a derogatory way that is undermining and invalidating to people who actually have those disorders. And it is...
Yeah. You might have, like, you've probably met someone who has psychopathy or is experiencing psychosis and you didn't know. Like, you don't think about all of the like non-threatening people with psychosis there are, because you just don't know.
Invalidating to everyone who has those disorders and completely stigmatizing the idea of what it is and making it into something that it's not. And it's also just like, yeah, trying to excuse like your behavior and things that like trigger people because you're like, oh, well, you have a mental illness, so everything sets you off, which is a gross way to look at things anyway. But you know what I mean, right? People who are psychotic, who are psychopaths, who have psychotic episodes, etc., do not deserve this like stigma of being like overly emotional, irrational people who just blow their top, and whenever they're going through an episode, that's all they're doing is like yelling and screaming at people, and they don't care about anyone, and they don't have any compassion, etc. You know, like that's not what it is. And like being a psychopath means that you don't experience empathy, but it doesn't mean that you aren't a compassionate person. You can be compassionate and kind and care about people while not experiencing empathy. Not all psychopaths are bad people. Not all bad people are psychopaths, you know, that kind of thing. Like sometimes, yes, obviously psychopaths can be bad people, and not having empathy can aid them in that, you know what I mean? Like it's a tool that helps them in being a bad person, but they're not exclusive, you know? Like you don't have to be a bad person if you don't have empathy. You can still have compassion and like kindness and the desire to, you know, want to do good things and not have empathy. You know? Anyway, and you can also be logical and be mentally ill. If you are calling someone psycho for no reason at all,
yeah,
that is not logical.
And I mean, in reality, someone with mental illness is probably more in tune with how their emotions affect them than like a neurotypical person is, because they've never really had to like reflect on that and like really put effort into like mediating their emotions. Like, yeah.
Logical. So you've already lost a point there. Anyway, that was my little mental health rant. We started this really strong. Okay, so this is a little cartoon of a doctor saying to a man, "Your wife has only 5 hours to live. I'm so sorry." And the husband says, "No need to say sorry, doc. I have lived for 20 years with her. I think I can manage 5 more hours." Ha ha ha! I wish my wife was dead. Wow, such good humor. I've had to deal with her for 20 years. What's 5 more hours? Get a divorce. Just get a divorce, man. Please.
Seriously.
Like, I know that it's a joke, but I don't really see what's funny.
Yeah, like, get a divorce like 10 years ago, bro. Jesus Christ.
About, like, hoping and wishing that your wife was dead. Like, if my partner, like, said something like this to me, or, like, posted this on Facebook, or shared this, or, like, joked about this in any way, I would leave them. Because what the fuck? No, that's not funny. It's not funny. And I don't understand in what world that would be funny. Along the same vein, we have this one. I often think about drowning my sorrows. What's stopping you? I can't get my wife to go swimming. Please get help. Go to therapy. Get a divorce. Do something, please. You shouldn't be fantasizing about killing your wife or having your wife die. Like, I don't care if it's a joke. Jokes are meant to be funny. And humor is...
Explain it. Explain the joke to me. What's the funny part? What am I supposed to be laughing at? Specifically. Please, tell me.
Subjective, but if you think that joking about wanting your wife to die is funny, then get therapy and a divorce immediately. So this is a TikTok of a man, like, fixing a fence, presumably in his back garden. And it says, the key to a successful marriage is understanding when you have a day off from work. That simply means you're working for a different boss today and HR aren't going to save you from her. I'm really sorry, bro, but that's just being an adult. Unfortunately, we all have to work all the fucking time. And it is exhausting. It's tiring. It's awful. I just want to have a day where I can sit down and do nothing, you know? Unfortunately, we're always working every day. You know, someone has to cook, someone has to clean, someone has to do these jobs, right? Like, you're fixing a fence right now. Like, that had to be done. Someone had to fucking do it. And obviously it's not a skill set your wife has, or your wife was busy doing some other work, or maybe she wanted some time off today because you've had time off on other days. It's a matter of, like, sharing things 50-50. Is your wife working on her days off? Is she, like, cooking and cleaning and looking after the kids, and you just want to have the day off while she does that? Or is she making you do everything while she does nothing? Because I doubt it. It's called being an adult, man. I'm really sorry. It does suck. But, you know, if you didn't fix the gate or the fence or whatever, then it had to be done sometime. Eventually, someone had to fucking do it. Maybe your wife will do it if you go cook dinner and then, like, dress the kids and, like...
And what was that comment about HR won't save you from her? Like, what is she gonna do, man? What is she gonna do to you, really? Like, are you that afraid of your wife? You need HR to get involved? Get a marriage counselor. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Like, vacuum, you know? Like, it's about sharing stuff. She shouldn't have to be your boss. You should just take initiative and go do it. If she's asking you to do it because it needs to be done, it's just because she doesn't trust you to do it yourself because you always whine and complain and won't do it yourself. Like, she doesn't have to boss you around and ask you to do things if you just do the things that need to be done. Like, get over it. I'm sorry. It sucks, but it is how it is. You've got to work. I don't want to cook dinner, and yet I have to. As well as going through the Other Straight's Okay subreddit, where I've been taking all these posts from, I also went through the Hetero Cringe Instagram account, and they've been reposting a bunch of TikToks recently, and I have regrets. I regret going through their account. I really do.
Presents my heart.
God.
Go ahead and take it. Now, every time we get into a fight, we get into an argument, it hurts my heart, so squeeze it. So then we try to make up. Sometimes it doesn't work, right? So we go a little bit longer. And then it hurts my heart even more. So go ahead and squeeze it some more. Okay. Go ahead and hold it. Now blow into it really hard.
Why?
Just blow into it really hard.
What is this?
Now it just goes to show that one blowjob can fix everything.
So we all...
Oh! Wow, I hate that so much. Thanks.
Knew
Wow.
where that was going immediately when it started, right? Like, I knew exactly where that was going. It's
I was
just real
afraid.
cringe. And I know that makes sense because it's posted on Hetero Cringe, but like, oh, my guy. Again, I know that it's a joke, but like, it's never entirely a joke, you know? Like, he's not joking. It's not a joke.
No, he means that. He means that 100%.
Being dead serious here. And I just love, like, coming into this with zero accountability, zero acknowledgement that, like, it's a mutual argument. It's like, we get into a fight and it's your problem and you have to fix it. You're upset with me, so my heart hurts. And then
My heart hurts and you have to blow me about it.
And you're still upset with me even though I haven't done anything to change or apologize. So my heart hurts even more. So you know what you should do to make me feel better is give me a blowjob. Dude, where was any accountability in there? We got into an argument and my heart hurt, so you have to fix it. Fuck off. Fuck off, bro. Don't do that. What did you do to make her upset? You know? And even if she did something that made you upset, right? You still have to have a conversation and there has to be some resolution that isn't just her giving you a blowjob and you moving on and pretending nothing ever fucking happened. That's not how this works. What happened that started an argument, and how do you solve the problem by actually working through it and coming to a resolution and figuring out how to move on from that problem? You can't just like ignore it. You can't just like be there and be like, you've upset me because you're upset with me, so now you owe me. That's manipulation, and that's like, I can't say it's abuse because I don't know the full relationship dynamic of this, and maybe
it is toxic as fuck.
This is a little too close to home because I was in an abusive relationship, and obviously this is something that impacted me a lot, of the like, you know, he upset me, I expressed my upset, and then somehow it was my fault and I had to apologize and make everything better. And the cycle repeat until you're in too deep, you're being abused, and you can't get out. I don't have the full context, but that's the only way I can view this, and I can't think of any other way to view this. So I hope that you're able to have better conflict resolution, and I hope that she is able to find a better boyfriend, one who listens to her concerns and when she is upset, and one who is willing to communicate and discuss problems and resolve them, and doesn't expect a reward for doing nothing, and who doesn't like manipulate an argument into you always being the bad guy. If he has upset you, you deserve a resolution. You deserve to work through that and have a solution that is going to work and make both of you happy. It should never just end with you feeling guilt tripped because you made him feel bad, so then you owe him. That's not how relationships work. That's not how arguments work. That's not how anything works. And if you ever find yourself in a relationship or a situation in which you express upset and then you are made into being the bad guy because you upset them by being upset, get out. Get out as soon as you can and never look back. You deserve better than that.
Seriously.
And I hope that you are able to get out sooner rather than later. I know that it's really hard to leave those situations, and I know that it's really hard to see through it and notice and accept that that is not okay behavior and that that is abuse, especially because a lot of us experience that from family as well, like authority figures and parents. A lot of us that experience that. So then when you get it in relationships as well, it makes it harder to acknowledge and accept, because if you acknowledge and accept it within a relationship that you have chosen, you have to acknowledge and accept it within a relationship from your family and your parents. And then you can't always leave situations with your family and your parents because you're a teenager, you live at home. I'm getting way too personal here. You know what I mean. I hope that you know that you are valid in being upset and you don't owe them anything. If you've upset them by being upset, that is their fault, not yours. Before I show you the next one, I just want to give you a little bit of a warning here. I just want to say and put out here, this is one of the worst TikToks I've seen. I hate this TikTok. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. I don't like it. So this is your warning. Don't watch this one. Just click the little arrow one time, double tap the screen, skip forwards. There's your warning. Okay.
Oh my god. Would you still love me if I was a bird? Me?
So for everyone who skipped, welcome back. I'll tell you.
That was fucking disgusting, bro.
Quickly what happened in that video. So basically it was Bird Song. That like bird song that was like trending on TikTok where people were like pretending to be birds and like arguing with each other or whatever. And it had the caption, "Her, would you still love me if I was a bird?" And then me. And while the bird song was playing, it was him like pretending to catch a bird and then like have sex with the bird and then release the bird and say goodbye. So deeply uncomfortable. I hated it. Disgusting. Please never, ever do that.
Yeah, please stop that. Why did you show that to me? I should have skipped. I should have listened. Ban TikTok. You know what? I'm for banning TikTok suddenly.
Ever again? Heh, it makes my body like record.
I have actual goosebumps and like not the good kind. It's so gross, dude.
Oil. I hate it. This doesn't even answer the fucking question. The question is, would you still love me if I was a bird? Not would you still fuck me if I was a bird? To show that like you obviously prioritize lust over love and you view her as more of an object than a person answers the question of no, you wouldn't still love her if she was a bird.
Yeah. It doesn't answer the question, but it tells me everything I need to know.
And also, no, you don't love her right now. You just love that you get to have sex with her. So I hope that she breaks up with you. I hope that she leaves. And I hope that you stay single. And I hope that you...
Dude, this always makes me want to never talk to a man ever again.
Never see a bird ever again in your life because I am worried for them. On the same vein of that one, actually, is this cartoon of a man holding a sheep, speaking to his wife in bed, and he says, "This is the pig I have sex with when you have a headache." She says, "That's a sheep." So he says, "I'm talking to the fucking sheep." This is along the same sort of veins as the other one in terms of not seeing your partner as a person and more just seeing them as something to have sex with, because like you prefer having sex with the sheep than your wife. That's what this is saying. That is the first choice, because you're saying like when the sheep has a headache, I guess I'll have sex with my wife. Like, so you're explicitly saying that, and I know that it's a joke. I hope that it's a joke. I hope that you're not having sex with a sheep. Because yikes, no, don't fucking do that. This says a lot about your relationship dynamic and how you view your wife, because you obviously very much could just like jack off, right? You could even invest in like a sex toy, like a stroker. You can get mechanical strokers, you can get like textured strokers that you can submerge in like warm water so that they're like textured and they're warm and whatever. You can get a bunch of like toys and pleasure aids that will more simulate having sex with a vagina rather than your hand, right? You can do that. However, by choosing a sheep or an animal shows that you view sex as a way to dominate something, not as a way to experience pleasure, nor to be intimate and have a connection with your partner. You view it as something that you have power over, that you are able to take and like use. And it also shows that that's how you view sex with your wife. You view it as something that you can take from her. You view it as a way to overpower her and dominate her and have something from her, but you don't really feel the need or wish to give anything back to her. So obviously she doesn't want to have sex with you because it's not something that's for her. It's something for you. She doesn't feel like an equal in that. She doesn't have a good time because you don't care if she has a good time or not. If you prioritized your partner's pleasure as much as your own, if you had a better dynamic and more respect for your wife, and if you allowed her to be your equal and you didn't want to have sex just to have power over her, maybe she'd want to have sex with you. Maybe you would have a better relationship. Maybe you would have a healthy sex life. You could totally do that, but you view her as an object, not as a person and not as a partner. So obviously you're not going to have a healthy sex life because you view sex in an unhealthy way. It's okay to have power dynamics and be like dominant and submissive, but there still has to be consent and understanding. And in those relationships, like within like consensual power dynamics and stuff, pleasure is still prioritized for both people, and it's about communication and everyone getting what they want out of it. And you clearly don't give a fuck about that. You want to be in control, you want to have all the power, and you don't care about consent or pleasure or anything else. So stop. Please be a decent person. Care about someone other than...
Yeah, that misconception is like what ruins BDSM, honestly. Like, So many men think that like, oh, you're a sub, like that means you only care about serving me and I don't have to give you any pleasure. And I can just do whatever the fuck and like no, that's like not it.
Than yourself for 5 seconds, and if you don't want to do that, go buy a fucking like stroker. Okay? Put the sheep down, leave the sheep. Don't call it a fucking sheep either. It's just a sheep, it's not for fucking, all right? Leave the sheep alone, leave your wife alone. Get a divorce and go jack off in a closet. I don't know. Fucking go away. Now, I know that it was only a few minutes ago that I gave you a warning about the worst TikTok I've ever seen, but I'm gonna have to give you another warning about one of the worst posts I've ever seen in this Reddit ever. One of the worst ones. So I'm telling you that as a warning, just so you can prepare yourself for what you are about to hear. Okay? I like debated putting this in the video or not, but like if I had to see it, you have to see it. Joke of the day. A young boy asks, Dad, what's the difference between a pussy and a cunt? Look at this, says his dad as he lifts the sheets from the boy's naked sleeping mother. That's a pussy, son. It's wonderful, Dad. Can I touch it? No, son, says Dad. If you touch the pussy, you'll wake the cunt up.
Bro, what the actual fuck? Oh yeah, but gay people are the groomers, right?
Somehow it managed to get worse and worse as it went along. That middle part was so unnecessary and so gross and so fucked up in so many ways. Why? What went through your brain that made you write this down? Like, how did you have this thought? Why did you think this?
No, I think this really happened. This is too fucked up to have been imagined.
Why would you use your son and his mother as an example? Like, anyone is bad, obviously. There's no consent in this situation at all. But there's this extra layer of fucked up that you have this, like, boy asking to, like, touch his mother. And the only reason you say no isn't for like consent reasons or incest reasons, but because it'll wake her up and she'll be mad. Obviously, she'd be fucking mad. This is the most, like, there are so many layers of fucked up in this. Every single word, it got worse and worse and worse.
Disgusting.
Don't write this about anyone. Ever. Don't do it. Don't call women.
Delete it from the internet.
Period. Don't fucking do that. Don't show people naked sleeping women without their consent. Ever. Don't ask to touch naked sleeping women. Ever. Like, everything about this is disgusting. So vile. So vile. And I
fucking disgusting, dude. That's so gnarly.
can't believe that someone wrote this and then like posted it on Facebook, and it obviously like, enough people like paid attention to it for it to find its way into this Reddit. Like, that's horrifying. This post alone answers the big question. Are the straights okay? Absolutely the fuck not.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on from that one.
Very
Actually,
much no.
Now that I've shared it with you and we all want to bleach our eyeballs and like erase the past couple minutes of our memory, I'll go into one final one, which is it's baby clothes. That's all I need to say.
Speaking of terrible fucking parents, Grimes posted, for Mother's Day, I learned the hack that if you just take a box and put the babies in it with no clothes and food, you can basically prevent a mess. You just have to wash the baby after and clean the box. I'm sorry, what? What the fuck? You just put it in a box? Please elaborate. Seriously. Like this, I guess. Is this really saving anything though? Like, you still have to clean the box and the baby. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's really doing anything for you. They can still throw food out. Just put your baby in a box. Great. Great. Happy Mother's Day.
You know what it's gonna be. And it says, Daddy came first, me next, Mummy not at all. Can we please stop putting
Gross. Gross.
our babies in like sex themed clothes? Like, I know where babies come from. I know how this baby was created. I get it. But you should not be thinking about sex when you look at a baby, and you should not be encouraging other people to think about sex when they look at your baby. Stop it. Stop encouraging people to think about sex when they look at a baby. It's really fucking weird. It's just also not very funny. Laughing about how you can't make your partner come is like, why? Why are you doing that? Why are you advertising that? Especially, why are you advertising that on your baby? What's wrong with you? There are so many cute baby clothes. Go get them a onesie with dinosaurs on it. Like, what are you doing? Stop it. I think that we can end this video here with the full knowledge that
be fucking normal straight people. Jesus Christ.
The straights are not okay, and there is no sight of them getting okay anytime soon. So maybe we'll be back next month with another update. Drop a like and a comment if you would like to see me continue to do these every month. There is a never-ending stream of content, unfortunately. A massive thank you to my Sprout Number patrons whose names are up on the screen right now. I appreciate you all so much. And a huge thank you to my Kiwi Cat patrons: Toulouse, Bobby, Josh, Mandy, Robbie, Ikazel, Kai, Jessica, Eldo, Ida, Queer Corey, Raven, Danielle, Elias, Evie, Nyx of the Eternal Night, JD Creeper, Rin, and Julie. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you so much for joining. If you would like to become a patron, you go to patreon.com/savvycat or click the top link in the description. For as little as £1 a month, you get videos a day early, as well as podcasts a week early, and then for £3 and up, you get things such as outtakes, bonus mini podcasts, live streams, vlogs, and more. I appreciate it hugely. Anything helps, so thank you. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram, The Queer Kiwi, and Twitter, That Queer Kiwi. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe. Keep fighting. I love you. Mwah. When you close your eyes, you replace the darkness with light. You replace the monsters with fairies. You replace them with love.
Now, African leaders and the political elite often shun hospitals on the continent to seek treatment abroad.
Muhammadu Buhari is not alone when it comes to African leaders opting for foreign medical care. Zimbabwe's President Robert Mugabe has visited Singapore several times for health checks. Meanwhile, his country has suffered through frequent strikes by doctors, nurses, and medical personnel at the nation's public hospitals, protesting low wages.
23-year-old Callie Heim had just graduated from college and was thrilled to land her first job, or so she thought.
It seemed super legitimate. They asked for the front and back of my ID.
I got scammed by a LinkedIn job posting.
In the first 3 quarters of 2022, the Federal Trade Commission receives 70,000 job scam reports.
Well, we do want to begin tonight with those major layoffs in Silicon Valley. Google's parent company, Alphabet, announcing today it will cut 12,000 positions.
And Microsoft and Amazon also announced job cuts.
Students walking out of class on the campus of the University of Central Florida.
And banning books and history is not freedom.
A federal emergency management agency team is on the scene of that toxic train derailment more than 2 weeks after it happened.
Frustration and skepticism mounting in the community over many unanswered questions and allegations that officials haven't done enough.
Hello. Wait, I can't read that fast. It's not hypocritical to critique capitalism while participating in it. In fact, we are critiquing capitalism largely because we are forced to participate in it in order to survive. True.
Hello, everyone. So, today I'm going to be talking about a phrase that I find really, really interesting. And I try not to get too dark on this channel because even I don't like to watch things that are really depressing, but it happens accidentally every now and then. Things are starting to get to a point, or things have always been at a point where we shouldn't really be avoiding some things. And then I think like some of us just want a space to talk about it, so we're going to talk about it. Hopefully, my look isn't giving like horror and it's giving I cried. But look, my makeup skills stopped developing around 2018 when I stopped doing all that makeup stuff. So this was the best we was gonna get. Lately, I find myself to be really irritable.
I like it. It's a mood.
Because there are a lot of things that I feel like shouldn't be happening at the same time, and it's getting more and more jarring. And then when I'm in spaces where we're all giving like a little bit of lip service to really drastic things, and then we have to circle back to like our own self-development, I feel like none of it is making sense. And something I'm not good at is compartmentalizing to an extent, and I feel like the better you can compartmentalize, the more you are rewarded. And it's starting to become way deeper for me, to where I don't know, I'm like, am I righteous in like a lot of the people that I just have like an annoyance for? Some of the things that I get really irritable about, I don't want to hear about nobody's Amazon storefront link. Before, it was something that I feel like was manageable. You would have people who are constantly asked where do they get something from, making an Amazon storefront, despite Amazon being a place where you should limit your consumption as much as possible. Though it is a website that makes things very accessible to people who otherwise would not be able to get their hands on things that are important in a timely manner. I feel like Amazon is having one of the best rebrands while being even worse than they were before, due to people grasping at straws for side hustles. And that's not like 100% shade on the people trying to make some extra money. To me, it just goes to show that things are financially bad for a lot of people.
Ooh wee, look what that money make a big do.
Amazon has made it easy for the everyday person to become influencers for their company while they continue to treat employees like dirt and pollute the planet. These Amazon influencers end up doing way more PR for Amazon than they will ever make in commission, AdSense, or whatever it is, whatever the fuck for themselves. Yeah. Yeah. We watched that video recently about, or did we? I might have watched it on someone else's stream. I can't keep it straight anymore. But I saw a video recently, about there's like actual like influencer like live streams on Amazon. Amazon.com, not like Twitch. Like Amazon is live streaming bullshit. I think we actually checked it out. It's so weird. Amazon Live. Celebrities and influencers. There's 147 people watching
Half
this.
white for $88. Now, the one that I have that we have in the carousel, I think that is the first one,
Deal
the
or
champagne
dud?
color, which is the 83.97, which is marked down from 99.87. You have 8 more minutes to get this product.
Are these things getting bought right now?
Let's see how to take care of this thing. Brand NutriBullet.
Oh my
It
God.
comes with the manual. It holds
It
32
is. That's
ounces of your
this.
favorite beverage. Whatever you want to mix up in there, you're going to get 32 ounces out of it. That's 2 full
Bro,
water
he's
bottles.
selling
These are
so many.
16-ounce bottles. So it's going to hold 2 of these in this NutriBullet. It is powerful. It's stainless steel, so you know the stainless steel is very easy to clean. It's virtually rust proof. It's going to last you a very long time. It's easy to break down to clean. Hassle-free cleaning, just simply.
It's so strange. It's just QVC for Amazon. Is that the only guy that's live? Is that only live right now? Oh wait. Home and tech faves with live music breaks. Wait, it's not live? Wait. Wait a minute. I guess it is late.
Two to-go lids, a two-lip ring, or a lip ring with handle, and a recipe book. So if you need some ideas of what kind of slushy you want to
It's so bizarre, dude. It's so weird.
That's one thing that's pissing me off. Then you got anybody who just says the phrase run, don't walk, insert any product here. There's literally nothing. Unless you're saying there's like free EpiPens for people who are in need. Run, don't walk. Okay, cool. But it be the stuff that I'm like, you just trying to, and go back to the storefront. They be like, run, don't walk to something that's in my storefront. Like, please. I'm tired of the false sense of urgency and the manipulative advertising that's happening from way more everyday regular people now. Before, it was from the Jacqueline Hills of the world. Now it's from your neighbor who just want, I don't even know, how much money are y'all making from Amazon storefront? It cannot be that much. And then there's always like a resurgence of like fear mongering. There will be people who are showing you the ingredients list on a bunch of things, and the chemists are having to come out every day and let y'all know that this is fear mongering. These ingredients are perfectly fine, yada yada. This is what we worried about. And it's not to say that everybody has to just be posting activist stuff, but it's like, you're gonna post your stuff that seems more lighthearted and like frivolous, or your self-development stuff, and then when people just don't be having that same energy in your comments, you have to just take it on the chin. But we're going to discuss that topic at large. Now, a phrase that helped give me some peace, you know, when you could put like words to feelings and you have people that develop more thoughts around something, that really gives me a sense of relief, because now I know what this feeling was. Now I know what all of these things that I was trying to put together can be. So months ago, a creator, Misua, posted a TikTok that was detailing his thoughts on misery pollution.
I came up with this word a while ago, and I call it misery pollution. And it's basically meant to explain the way in which suffering anywhere causes suffering everywhere, and explains part of the reason why even like the capitalists, even billionaires, are harmed by capitalism. And it explains why they're also miserable. Because living in a society where so many people are just in abject desperation creates like ripple effects throughout the whole culture that everyone experiences. And even if you're Jeff Bezos, even if you're in your isolated little tower, that stuff will get to you because it'll leak into the culture, and you consume the culture because you're a part of it, because you're a human. And you can make some kind of mental gymnastics that will allow you to not consciously care, or not allow yourself to admit that it matters to you. But it's like pollution. It just gets into the air.
I feel like on this channel...
Ooh. I like that. That's really poetic. It's kind of like the idea of like the butterfly effect. And like, I think there's a lot of truth to that, where we are like inherently interconnected, you know, to varying degrees, I guess, but like, I don't know. 'Cause like, obviously Jeff Bezos is not suffering as much as like somebody living in abject poverty. Like, that's not the case. Uh, but like, there's like a basic level of humanity where like you have to feel for your fellow human on some level.
I take like the dragging of billionaires and somewhat millionaires for granted, meaning, or like, I'm basically trying to say, I feel like that's already a given, you know? So here, sometimes I focus on a lot of our peers, or people who are a little bit above our peers, people who are striving to be like better than the average person, but are still very much an exploited worker. And I really like this because I think many of us are striving to isolate ourselves from a lot of the misery, a lot of the oppression, a lot of the unfortunate circumstances we see within our neighborhoods, our peers, family members. A lot of us are like, if I can make these certain career goals, I can get to this place where I'll never, or it will be less likely that I have to deal with the harsh realities of this world. And I think with climate change and overall with how unpredictable like certain violent events can be, a lot of people are starting to realize you cannot isolate yourselves from these things, and it becomes harder and harder to enjoy anything when you're going to be constantly reminded that other people are doing way worse at that moment or will be.
It's also partially just a way to describe the way in which like there being people who are suffering and robbed of opportunities in the world robs everyone else of the positive like impacts that those people would otherwise be able to provide to the culture. If you're living in a society where only 10% of people can read, if you're one of those 10%, does that benefit you? No, not really, because you lose out on all of the value that could be created by all of that 90% of people who would be able to engage with culture and engage with literature and engage with science had they been able to read.
Yeah, on average, Americans have a 5th grade reading level. So that could be improved a lot. I think that would help so many things.
Human beings are inherently collaborative, and the well-being of everybody else in your community is directly translatable to the well-being of you and to everybody else in the community.
And even if you are of a marginalized group, and even if you are down bad a lot of the times, even that moment where you do catch a break, now you have some sort of survivor's guilt. I think we are really going to talk about why it's unavoidable. This video was then stitched by one of my favorite creators who was with the Down Ballot, and she had a lot of really, really important examples. And the reason why the term misery pollution is so salient to me is because anytime I would hear about Atlanta car break-ins, and I would see all these videos of like the people that like are targeting Kia Souls and all of this stuff, I would always think of it being a cry for help rather than a cry for more policing. It's more so a reflection that crime is a sign of poverty. But yeah, I've always seen these car break-ins and some people being extremely, extremely devastated after it happened as misery pollution.
By capitalism.
I have a couple of examples that illustrate this point, starting with San Francisco car break-ins. Residents of San Francisco know no peace when it comes to these break-ins. There's so many that they averaged out to 20,000 last year. It's gotten to the point that people have had to take up creative precautions to ensure that their cars don't get broken into. But of course, it's no surprise that this is happening in a city where a household income of $117,000 back in 2018 was considered low income. So a city with a $14 billion...
Holy fuck! How are you making over 100 grand and you're still considered low income? Holy shit, and when was that? Jesus Christ.
It's no surprise that this is happening in a city where a household income of $117,000 back in 2018 was considered low income. So a city with a $14 billion budget has not only been unable to tackle the issue of poverty, but has also been unable to provide any relief to the people whose cars have been broken into once, twice, 3 times. Poverty as a consequence of capitalism means that everybody suffers, because when people go to sleep at night, they don't know if they're...
Silicon Valley gentrification has caused the rift between the wealthy and impoverished to drastically increase. Theft is a consequence of poverty. Absolutely right. Yeah, like property crimes are exclusively caused by poverty. Like,
car is going to be broken into for the 9th time that week.
I'm rarely ever trying to talk about crime. If we ain't get rid of poverty yet, I'm not interested in the crime conversation. I'm sorry. Something that is very important to note is that 9 times out of 10, I should say 10 times out of 10, extreme forms of poverty are a walk and a skip or a hop and a jump from extreme forms of wealth. You can see this in LA with Skid Row. Then you got New York, where one of the richest cities in the world is the districts within Manhattan. And then you have the Bronx, which has some of the poorest districts in the entire country. And then you have the same for San Francisco with Silicon Valley. And I've never seen more homelessness.
capitalism requires a permanent underclass.
city that I've been in, from New York to DC to LA, than I've seen in San Francisco. So luckily I got to talk to Joy and Masua, and we start with whether or not misery pollution is still a phrase that Masua would stand by. I also want to add that I was actively participating in this conversation, but all of my responses I'm saying now instead of showing you them from the recording.
I mean, looking back, I made that video a while ago. I do have some issues with the phrasing that I came up with, misery pollution, because it makes it sound like people being miserable, like those miserable people are the problem, like they're creating pollution or something like that, which is not what I was trying to go for. In general, the idea stands that the idea that you as a rich person or a well-off person can just separate yourself in society and have your own little bubble separated from all of the harm of the oppression that those people do to people lower on the hierarchy is an illusion. In reality, all people in a community, in a society, are affected by the experiences and the outlook of everybody else, even in ways that aren't direct. If you are just a regular person living in a city, you're going to have the experience pretty frequently of passing by homeless people on the street. It requires almost a separation from core parts of your humanity to be able to do what you have to do in that situation, which is just ignore them and pretend nothing's going on and keep walking. Because we're in a situation where we as individuals wouldn't be able to give those people the help that they need, because we're not being supported by the community in the way that we would need to be in order to do something like that. And so you almost have to do this kind of psychic violence on yourself to close off your mind to experiencing empathy for these people, just because you have to get to work, you have to get to the grocery store, you can't be stopping all of the time to help all of these people who need help. And that is something that, even if it doesn't affect people like Jeff Bezos, who never walk outside or something like that and never see these people, it's going to affect the minds of the people who Jeff Bezos interacts with, the minds of the people who work for him. And it's going to affect the minds of the people who are creating the cultural products that Jeff Bezos and people like him are consuming. The idea that anybody can separate themselves from that and not be negatively affected from that is an illusion, because misery anywhere creates misery everywhere.
Still totally aligned on the definition at the core of it. And one of the examples I like to talk about, which is actually stolen from my mom. My mom always talks about this particular example. So I grew up in Kenya, and Kenya is a wonderful country. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous, stunning, but it is also a country that was colonized. And because of that, we're still facing a lot of the struggles that colonization left, and a lot of the issues that were left behind, corruption being one of them, and leaders who just don't pay attention and who abdicate responsibility to the people who they're supposed to be representing. So my mom was always saying how even if you're extremely wealthy in Kenya, if the ambulance doesn't get to you on time because the roads are bad and because the entire system is extremely broken, it doesn't matter if you're a millionaire, you're still going to die of something that was completely preventable. And systemic...
Yeah, they say that happiness is contagious, right? Smiling or laughing is contagious, but so is being fucking miserable and starving and not being able to make your ends meet. Despite working hard as fuck. That people will respond to that, you know?
Failures means people have to take things into their own hands. Speaking of systemic failures, let's talk about African leaders who leave to get medical care in other countries outside of the continent after sacking their country and stealing from their citizens. This is a well-documented phenomenon that almost all African leaders have partaken in, but I'll just give you a couple of examples. Mugabe of Zimbabwe left behind a completely demolished healthcare system that was under-resourced, unregulated, and largely unsafe in order to seek healthcare in Singapore, where he eventually died. Buhari of Nigeria is always in London getting checked up, while everyday Nigerians can't even access proper healthcare because of corruption. Many of you have never tasted the kind of capitalism that exists in African countries, and I'm telling you, it's a whole other ballgame. A libertarian's dream, really, because you're really on your own. Even wealthy people who live on the continent are susceptible to these systemic failures. If you're having a heart attack in your mansion, but the ambulance can't get to you because of A, poor training and poorly managed roads, then you're dying like everyone else in that country. It's so visceral and sort of can even transcend any other boundaries that rich people might have. For example, rich people who aren't always around the everyday person are able to transcend seeing and house people. They're able to take their private jet and not see, etc. People who are living a completely different life from them. But you are in a medical emergency, it does not matter. You cannot escape that.
It's basically the idea that like before.
Yeah, it's like fucking Joe Rogan telling all of his followers to just like suck it up, use your immune system, bucko, and then getting COVID and throwing the kitchen sink at it with his fucking private doctor. Like, it's so fucking, like, beyond hypocritical. Like,
Before like the Americans with Disabilities Act and things like that, most cities didn't have slopes down from the edges of curbs onto the street so that you could go like so that you could ride like a wheelchair straight onto the street and get onto the other side. And then when they started doing that, when they started putting cuts in the curbs so that there was a gentle slope down into the street, what they realized was that change made it more accessible for people in wheelchairs, but it also made it more accessible and more usable for all kinds of people, for people on bikes, people on skateboards, parents pushing strollers, people with small dogs, all kinds of different groups were benefited because of this change that was made ultimately for the most vulnerable people. The interesting thing about misery pollution is that it's almost
yeah, that's like the difference between accessible design and universal design. Um, like universal design is meant to make it better for everyone, just more effective. Uh, whereas like accessibility is like specific like band-aid measures.
an inverse of this, which is that things that harm the most vulnerable people actually harm everybody in ways that aren't always directly visible.
I feel like a natural thought that would come up is if billionaires, multimillionaires are noticing that they can't enjoy their wealth or really anything, or there are certain harms that they can't buy themselves out of, why not advocate for things to be more equitable so that you can enjoy what you have? So once you start thinking, well, why don't we just help everyone? Well, racism, you know? And of course, classism, and just the overall need to maintain hierarchies, even in marginalized groups. There are a lot of narratives that keep people very negative towards people who face poverty, and a lot of those come from anti-blackness. A lot of this roots back to like exclusivity and what we even think to be nice. And sometimes people go to ridiculous lengths to exclude themselves from people who are poor or from just working class or everyday people. And a lot of the things that they do to exclude themselves are just spending more money.
A lot of these like status items that people get, the whole point is that other people can't get them.
You know, I saw this one video where a creator was talking about how makeup is just ridiculously expensive nowadays. Hence why I have really stopped participating in the makeup industry because it became way too much. And then one of my favorite chemists over on TikTok went to talk about how the price pretty much plateaus, or the quality plateaus regardless of the price at some point. Like at some point, if you're spending $30 to $40 on a product, that's the max quality you're going to get. And as the price goes up, that's just for the brand, that's just for the status that that brand might give to certain people. The quality is not going up in price. Price does not signal quality. Price just signals your ability to get something that a lot of other people cannot get. I think that is the part that some people just simply don't want to say.
And like the people that like you think use these products, that you think like, oh, they're gonna buy like the fucking $80 cream. Like, no, they were probably given it for free to show on their Instagram in the background. Like, it's so fucked. It makes me so mad. Like, there's just like designers will just loan out their dresses or just give them away just because they want a certain person to be seen in the dress.
I want this because other people cannot have it, and I don't want to face the consequences that comes along with having something that other people cannot have.
Exactly. And so one of the things I make a lot of content about is Black girl luxury, and I stay on the necks of people who are who love Black girl luxury, and I'm always being abused in my comments. Like people who are like, "You're just jealous. You just hate Black women," and I'm like, "No, I'm not jealous at all." In fact, part of what makes my critique so salient is that privately actually do have access to a lot of these spaces that are flaunted on social media. I don't want to post about it because I don't want to feed into the conversations about like, oh, you have to be a certain kind of person to have access to luxury, but also because I do feel hypocritical at times when I indulge in them, and I'm like, oh, I'm a socialist, and then here I'm indulging in certain things. So I still have to work on that and like try to figure out where I lie in that. But it's not jealousy; it's just a pure critique of the fact that
Socialism is not when there's no luxury, you know?
I know as somebody in these spaces that what makes it so special is that there's only a certain amount of people who can access it. That's literally what it's built upon. It wouldn't be luxury if everybody had access to it. And the luxurious component is that you're keeping other people out, period.
And then sometimes those categories are put around things that are not necessarily just about keeping people out, but are just nice. Like the fact that normal people, us socialists, right, who have all of these ideas about luxury and overindulgence and things like that, we still
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like kind of relative too, though, right? Like, if you go to Massage Envy and you get, you know, whatever, they're fucking $20 for 20 minutes or whatever the fuck, like, that's still like an experience of luxury that, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how you can quantify that necessarily. Like, if you don't know how luxurious it is to go to like a 7-day spa, like, you're still like enjoying it, right? Like, I don't know.
still indulge in those things from time to time. Just because like we're living normal lives and sometimes it's nice to have nice things.
Yeah.
But another aspect of misery pollution is just the fact that we live in a society where everybody is forced to participate in unethical behavior. Is that no matter how good a person you are, no matter how strong your values are, you still have to participate in these larger systems that are harming other people and harming people in your community just to survive.
So I want to touch on one thing that Joy said, which is so important, is that a lot of people don't realize that a lot of people are indulging in things that are either obnoxious or luxurious. And when I say luxurious, I do not mean that those things are nice. I mean they are luxurious, meaning that they are exclusive, and that is it. So some people indulge in those things privately. Some people also indulge in just overall quality items in private. That this is not me saying that that's what everyone should do. The fact that some people can avoid the criticism by just not putting those things publicly always blows my mind. A lot of people want to boast about how they do not have to do things for other people. I am all about taking turns. I will serve you the best 5-star meal if you will agree to do that for me tomorrow or whenever I have a nice date or whatever. We can take turns providing each other quality experiences in this world. But because there are some people who never want to do that work, that's where we get the oppression and subjugation of people to make sure that you never have to do what you're subjugating and oppressing other people to do.
I will wash dishes today, but you won't ever have to do it, under capitalism, because like you don't have to ever change roles, because capitalism does this thing where some people who are in the owning class do that forever and people in the working class do that forever, and there's never any reciprocity between those classes. That in particular I see a lot in terms of how people see the working class as NPCs, that this sort of nebulous entity that does all this labor that we don't have to always see and contend with, but it's just done, and it's always done for us. So like my iPhone just materially appeared in front of me, and I don't know how that got done, even though like as a socialist, of course, I'm very aware the people who made it are children experiencing conditions of slavery, which even to say conditions of slavery, I think people take it as very contentious because they don't associate the depravity of capitalism with slavery. They don't see that capitalism trends towards slavery. They see slavery as this really bad thing that happened once in history, but not something that capitalism is always heading towards. So that's something that I think is super interesting in terms of how people view our relationship with labor.
And also, you think they're beneath you. Because if you didn't think they were beneath you, you would want to provide.
Yeah, it's like I keep seeing all these pictures on Twitter of like empty grocery stores. Because like Florida and Texas are doing really draconian immigration policies. And suddenly they don't have like the migrant labor that they are so accustomed to having. They wanted to get rid of the immigrants, but they still wanted to have the immigrant labor. Like, which is it?
That back to that person. And we all do have a responsibility to each other. We do owe each other kindness and respect, but some people don't want to do their fair share. And I also think this is kind of another reason why like celebrities can be so lonely, because some of them have a lot of access. The people that they have access to are also just really egotistical, and all those people cannot exist in a like humble way, in a way that nurtures each other.
Community becomes this unfindable commodity, even for rich people, because rich people can find community, but only with other separated non-community having rich people.
But then they also can't get that nurturing from like sometimes even their family members or just outside individuals, because of what celebrity means and the money that they may have that people only see them for. If celebrity wasn't built up with exclusion, and if we spread the worth and talent that everyone has without trying to gatekeep and monopolize, how much better would life be for those individuals? I do want to note that many people who are in the service industry are being like pushed to the brink of like exhaustion beyond like what anybody can define. And that breeds like resentment to that work or that labor. And I don't want to use those words interchangeably, though they do mean different things to me for the sake of this video, work or labor. So I think there is something to be said for that, because we push people to the point where certain work that is necessary in society is what everyone is striving not to do, because we know the pressure that is put on those jobs in society. Not all of us might think this, but there are many jobs or forms of labor people act like nobody wants to do them, when in reality we will do them if it needs to be done within a community and it's reasonable expectations, and people take turns. We will do it.
I think that there are actually a ton of ways to illustrate to people the fact that people will do things for reasons other than profit motive, because people do it all the time. Like, I don't go do the dishes in my apartment because like I get paid to, or because if I don't I'll lose my housing, or like anything like that. When I'm having Thanksgiving dinner with my
there's a bunch of people in my neighborhood that will just on their daily walk, like pick up a few pieces of trash. They just don't want trash on the street. They think it looks nicer. Cool. Good. No one's paying them for that. Like, people can just want to do things. It's crazy.
parents, and my mom asked me to pass the cranberry sauce, I don't like tell her my Venmo handle and like try to make sure like I'm like, oh well, what do I get? No, I just do it because we live in a society where we live in a little bubble of context where everybody understands that we're in this together. We're doing the same thing. There's all kinds of layers of that and all kinds of culture built around people's inherent need and ability to like help each other without any direct incentive, that capitalism is constantly trying to unravel and hasn't yet been able to unravel entirely.
The household is a microcosm of the larger society. And when you need to clean your toilet, you're going to clean your toilet because you want to have a clean bathroom to go and, do whatever you need to do there. And I actually made a video about this exact topic. And there are people all up in my comments being like, yeah, I would be just fine doing waste management, etc., so long as A, I'm being compensated fairly, and B, I'm not doing it for hours and hours and like literally being abused while doing it. People don't hate labor. They hate when their labor is not compensated fairly and when they're being literally exhausted to points that are unnecessary.
And it creates this panic that if we don't keep people poor, if we don't keep people subjugated and like exhausted of jobs and things to do to make money, this work won't get done. People will only do this work when their back is against the wall. That does not have to be the case. Anything that you can think of that needs to get done can be done with people consenting to it without money being held over someone's head, and not just money, but the fact.
Yeah, dude, like I have a cousin who's like, she's like a little kid, and he like deadass wants to be a garbage truck driver when he grows up. Because he like hasn't learned that that's like a job that people look down on. He just thinks it's a cool truck. And hey, I want to drive that cool truck. Like, it's not that deep.
fact that if they don't do this to make money, their bills won't get paid, they could be unhoused, they will be hungry. You don't have to use that as a incentive for people to do something. But because that is also somewhat obvious, I would say, is why we also have to continue to remember that oppression is not like an accident. People want to do that. Like, white supremacy is not thriving just because it's the only idea that keeps society going. People want to inflict that. Hence why you need to be very aggressive against it.
Living in this society instills in you this kind of underlying constant fear and anxiety of becoming a part of the untouchable classes of miserable people that are always present. That when you pass by a homeless person on the street, you have to separate yourself from a part of yourself that would have empathy for that person. But at the same time, those people in that state serves as like this constant reminder that if anything goes wrong, if you miss a couple of paychecks, if you go the wrong way at any given time, that could become your situation. There's something that Marx talks a lot about in Capital called the reserve army of labor. And it's basically the idea that capitalist economies don't really want to reach a situation where they have like the lowest possible unemployment rate, because having some amount of unemployment causes people to be more motivated to work for companies that are exploiting them.
In order to continue to be okay with.
Yeah. It's like the same reason your boss might randomly fire a few people. They might not have done anything like terribly egregious. They just wanted to put a little pressure on. It's like that.
With poverty, there are a lot of things that certain people have to believe, which is people aren't working hard enough. Some people are lazy. And that's why conversations sometimes get so nasty about poverty and why people experience it, what people who are poor should and should not do, because of the things you have to tell yourself in order to continue to live amongst it and pass by it and not really stop and give it all the attention it deserves.
It conjures up all these issues in my head that make me a lot of times feel like I'm being extremely selfish. Like, recently I went on a work trip. It was an international work trip and it was a huge privilege, but I haven't posted it, haven't even wanted to talk about it because it's tied to my work, it's tied to my job, and I'm just like, no, I don't want people to start to dig into that aspect of my life. Because it was free, I was able to upgrade my ticket to a first class ticket, and the entire time I enjoyed it, but the other part of my brain was like, you're a horrible person. Why are you doing this? Why are you here? Why are you doing this? Over and over and over and over. So I couldn't even fully indulge in the experience because I was acutely aware of what I was doing. So we can't enjoy the things that we enjoy because there's always a consequence of those things. And I still haven't figured out if I hate myself for doing that or not, but I'll work through it and hopefully have an answer.
Okay. I will say this. I am not too hard on myself, meaning that I try to live a sustainable life, and I don't really care to have any more money than I do right now, because I'm perfectly fine being like low income, paycheck to paycheck, because I don't want to be out of the working class. Like, these are my people. We get it, we're here. And I think what Joy is bringing up here is something that I feel like a lot of people can be hard on themselves about. So with that being said, and we've talked a little bit about guilt already, but I really wanted to hone in on it and to say that guilt is something that we can't run from, and nobody really gets to run away from it. I think pretty much anything we purchase has a separate guilt cost. And I don't know if I want to call it a tax, but it's just a guilt cost. And some people have a really high guilt total due to all the things that they have ever owned and purchased or currently have. And some people have a really small total that they don't have to feel that bad about, but it's there. It's there because it is always going to be within a capitalist society.
And so we create a society where really nobody can have nice things.
So even if you're someone like me, you live in a 1-bedroom for $1,200, it's not renovated, it's just a place to live, there is some sort of guilt cost with that because I am not out on the street, and also there's no one else in here with me. So when there are people who do buy like really expensive bags, who take private jets, the guilt cost can be more evident to certain things. But when people do like flaunt their wealth online and then don't want to have to look at that guilt cost or reckon with it, it's absolutely ridiculous. That guilt cost, for those of us that have some sense, that is a constant reminder. It is a check on reality for us. It is something that is necessary for now. It's one of the reasons why I believe that a lot of rich people do tend to stay in their own bubble, because they don't have to feel bad for what they have when they should. There are many examples to describe a variety of ways I think like a form of misery pollution shows up just in our everyday interactions and specifically on social media. So for example, you will see
The key to this example is that watching others have their basic needs met, even when it is well deserved simply because they are human, does not quench our thirst while we watch dehydrated. Interesting. Yeah.
Creator who starts small, has a wave of fans and supporters, they rise, and in that rise is some sort of financial success. You see them get a new bag, a new car, or a new house. Maybe one of the three, or maybe something else. And then the comments start to riddle in of people criticizing that behavior from newfound financial abundance. And then inevitably, the comments from people who support this rise will say, can't people have nice things? When we're like, you're out of touch, or you're posting a car right now when such and such is happening in the world. And some people will be quick to defend, that person from criticism and try to shield them from criticism because we know their story, or people could spend their money how they want. And once those comments start coming in, and it's supposed to be a rhetorical question that shuts people up, can't people have nice things? And I've always felt in my heart, like my answer is to take that question serious and be like, no, you cannot. And why?
No.
Because of capitalism. Okay. I also feel like to an extent, a lot of my videos act as a form of my own misery pollution onto the topic at hand, because I try to discuss things that most people will be like, who cares? This person is succeeding. This person is doing well. But what does success and doing well looks like during late stage capitalism? So to go into our next topic, one of my mutuals, Foreign, he put out a tweet and I was like, how come I did not think of this wording? But he said, capitalism does not breed innovation, it breeds scams. And let's talk more about it.
Scams, quote unquote scams, that people experience when they're traveling is literally a consequence of capitalism. Like, if you hate being scammed, you need to be a socialist yesterday, because the only way to prevent that.
So fucking true, dude. It's so fucking true. Like, I can't imagine that it's that much fun that there would be so many scammers doing it just for the love of the game. You know what I mean? And they could be like, writing the next epic play.
Is if everybody gets their fair share. The reason why you're being quote unquote scammed right now, I keep saying quote unquote because sometimes I don't see certain things as scams, and I'll explain it in a second. But the reason why you're being scammed is because that person doesn't have any other means of literally making a living. By quote unquote scams, I mean things like, oh, you're in the souk, you're in Morocco, and the guy comes up to you and he's holding a snake and it's like, hey, didn't you put the snake around your head? It's a common quote unquote scam that people talk about all the time happening in Marrakesh. I went to Marrakesh several times, and even back then I knew, hey, if you don't want to pay for this, don't do it. But for those who fall into them, they'll make these long dissertations about how they were scammed and how Morocco is bad, but they'll never take a second to think about how the fact that they went to Morocco because it's cheap is the same reason why that guy with the snake gave you the snake and told you after he gave you the snake that you had to pay for it. They're all connected. They're not different reasons. They're all leading to the same reason, because that person is making a living, and there's no other way to do it other than kind of hoodwinking you. And part of traveling in a system that calls for us to engage in all these unethical behaviors is that you will be caught up in the negative externalities and the negative consequences of capitalism and its failures.
So now we're gonna tie in.
Yeah, I hear that all the time of people who like went to Mexico and like got extorted by the police. And like, well, yeah, like you also spent like $200 on this entire vacation. So like maybe think about that like a little more.
fast fashion and charity. So to even get there is that there are many like band-aids put on, like misery pollution, band-aids that are put on capitalism. You know, we've all kind of heard different phrasing of putting like a bandage on a bleeding wound. And we're going in this direction because many of us, I believe, you know, donate, whether it's to charities or to directly to people. And many of us have compartmentalized how much we give. And I'm one of those people. I would say, oh, I've given $100 this month, I'm doing well, and I don't really have much else to give. But then don't let Beyonce come out with some tickets. Now all of a sudden I got $800 to give to an experience, and there will be more people than I could even think that will quickly tell me I deserve, you can do whatever with your money. But you see the name of the channel. We don't write off our cognitive dissonance, or we don't write off our behavior to quickly get rid of the guilt. We can sit in it, talk about it, and acknowledge it. And we can get called out for it if need be. But one of the reasons why it could be so easy to find large amounts of money, even if we are low income people, for things that we want, is sometimes because the charitable giving, or even sometimes the mutual aid or the crowdfunding we participate in, doesn't always hit home and have certain sentiments that make us choose our community well-being over the various ways, you know, capitalists are dangling things over us to take our money.
And that definitely ties into another component of it, which is the relationship that regular people have to objects in their lives, to commodities. Like, if you live in a culture where everything that you have and everything that you use is made by materials that you understand and made by people who you know and who you care about, then you just have a stronger, more emotionally sound relationship to the world that you interact with regularly. I always think about this when I think about clothes, about how if you're like a regular person working a regular job, you're pretty much forced to buy some clothes who are made by people who are being paid way less than they need in a faraway country, made mostly out of plastic, and you're going to throw it away after a year when it gets dirty. As opposed to clothes and things like, I've been learning how to crochet recently, and like, it's amazing how much, like, when you get something from somebody who you know, who spent hours making that thing, like, I'm not gonna like just throw it away randomly because it's like not nice. I'm gonna fix it, I'm gonna keep it, I'm gonna maintain it, I'm going to care about it, I'm gonna remember the memories I have with that person who I love when I interact with it. Whereas in our normal daily lives, almost everything is separated from all of those parts of the human experience, and we're almost living in this like world where like every object is like has had the soul ripped out of it.
And I think those sentiments go hand in hand with charity, because there are so many rich people in particular that will make themselves feel so good for their charitable actions, and they will probably use one or two people to be a face of a sad story, you know, perform the poverty for people to open their wallets. But that does not actually make us closer. That doesn't actually make us show up for one another better. It's just trying to aid a distant issue that had a very compelling story attached to it. And it's funny to me because charity also brings up this conversation of scams or any type of donation or giving to people in need. There is this conversation of scams that come up because who's really in need? Who's proving it? Who's just trying to get us out of our money? And I, again, am the type of person that I'm like, even if someone scams you for the money, what brought them to that? What made them think that this is deception, if they are being deceiving in a way for money? They said that they need money for this, but it's actually for this. What brought them to that? What made them feel like this is what I had to do?
And even that sort of tension that comes out of, oh, should I donate my money right now, or should I keep it to myself to enjoy this thing, is itself a function of capitalism, because everyday people have to worry about the material conditions of all the people around them that are being harmed by systems that they can't fix on their own.
Mm-hmm.
The government in a capitalist society isn't fixing it either. And you have then this tension that is actually more like...
Yeah, it's like choice capitalism, right? Like, you can make choices that are more ethical than others. Like, that's not true. That's where you get the phrase, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. It is all bad. It's good to be, like, self-aware, conscious, you know, try to make responsible decisions. But, like, at the end of the day, like, it is collective action that's needed.
To turn you against other working class folks than to turn you towards them. So, like, in that tension of oh, I have this extra $300, I could give it to myself for this concert, like Tiana mentioned, or donate it, because of that resentment towards, well, it's my money, I earned it, why should I donate it? That's more likely to radicalize you towards becoming a conservative than towards becoming somebody on the left.
And I also think for those that are in like urgent need of mutual aid, or for those of us that just feel like the everyday of responsibility in order to maintain being housed and fed is just too much, there is a frustration or even misery that comes from that is spread. Because for me, if anything, that fuels the criticism that I have for people, and I would never want that to be written off as bitterness or as not being able to be happy for someone, when there are very, very real reasons why people who are in need of help should make life a living hell almost for everyone. And I also think that is a part of like this frustration with protests and this I want to say false idea of peaceful protests, because protests are supposed to make you uncomfortable, and certain criticism, especially if you are one of those people who are temporarily comfortable or permanently comfortable because of wealth or whatever, you're supposed to feel uncomfortable. You're supposed to feel guilty, specifically under capitalism though. If you don't want that feeling, there's a team you can join. Okay?
True.
All I'm saying.
When bills come up and you have this sort of misery attached to it, I think about that constantly, because I'm always like, I need to make sure that first and foremost, no matter how much I give to mutual aid, that I'm good first. Because if I'm not good first, then I can't give. So I need to make sure that that's good. But then it's like, what does being good mean?
I love this question, because as soon as she said that, I was like, that's what we need to talk about when we envision what does being good mean. And we've put those sentiments, across this video already, but we always
Nobody is good until we all are. True.
Think, okay, I have to individually be good instead of like collectively being good, because people are starting to say it, like, what if we all stop going to work? What if we all stop paying rent at the same time? And people are realizing that if we all do it, we all have to lean on each other to be good and not just retreat inward. And I don't want to say it as a bad thing, because we know a lot of it is like how we are being forced, because I am a isolation girly myself. I shouldn't be. I isolate a little too much. I think that question could be answered in many ways. That's really an icebreaker. It's an icebreaker when you set it up the way she did, because other people will take that and run with it. In our interview, we wanted to talk about some things that we do or believe that are like guiding principles for us, certain sentiments that like are just necessary for those of us in order to protect ourselves, also keep us on the right track.
Another thing is, I never haggle, ever. If you're gonna charge me, I almost use the word scam. I don't know if you heard that, because there's still that like narrative of like, this is usually $10, they're charging you $30. That's a scam. That's like, actually, I don't think of it as a scam. If you're going to charge me that because it's going to help you survive, please do. And I don't feel right to somebody who paid an $800 ticket to come to this country to then be like, you need to charge me $10. Those type of things are very, very important.
Right.
So ways in which I treat people around me as real people and not just background characters to my own self-development are very, very key to starting in the small, then expanding to larger aspects. Another thing as well is really fully understanding why socialism has had struggles in the past, because everybody's favorite go-to commentary is, well, there's never been a true socialist society, but they completely fail to see all the ways in which capitalist societies prevent that from happening. A la the CIA, a la the FBI, a la everything.
I say all the time that the best evangelism is material. If you end up in some kind of adversarial argument with somebody who wants to disprove socialism or something like that, honestly, that's not where you're going to get new socialist converts. Where you're going to get new socialist converts is in neighborhood associations, in mutual aid groups, in situations where you're actually using the principles of socialism to help benefit actual people's lives. People who don't already have a necessarily adversarial stance towards those systems.
So my thing is, I don't like to debate. I will indulge in conflict and try to work that out, but I don't.
Yeah, like joining the DSA, unionizing your workplace. That's where you're actually gonna make new socialists. Like, it's true.
participate in any bad faith conversation. I am only interested in good faith conversations. I don't ever think that I need to be in a space where I'm debating why capitalism versus socialism. I'm not going to waste my time and energy on that because my time and energy is also already being pulled in so many different directions. I'm not going to let some people purposely insult my intelligence and try to exhaust me on purpose. I definitely think there are forms of conversations out there that people are using just to exhaust our energy, and I'm growing more and more keen to that, and I'm not letting people trip me up. I like to have conflict and have conversations with people that are willing to be on some sort of a journey to figure things out. And in that process, I don't have to be like having anxiety over getting everything right to prove to you anything, because I'm allowed to make mistakes and be wrong, and we're both trying to figure it out together. So if I do say something wrong, it doesn't reflect bad on socialist thought. It's just, what is the truth? Let's figure it out. What is historically accurate? Let's figure that out, instead of trying to prove each other.
Healthy conflict is like, it's the opposite of debate, honestly.
Right and wrong. I'm rarely ever trying to say that I disagree with someone if we actually don't disagree. There is more information that they're adding to the topic. So I'm very, very big on that. Like, the only time I'll disagree is if that's my last resort. And if I ultimately disagree with someone, I'm likely not going to be in a space where I'm engaging in conversation with them. And I say that meaning huge things like human rights, you know, and the ideas on a better society. Like, if you're a fascist, like, we don't really need to be talking about much.
I used to really struggle with that conflict of not wanting to always argue with these people who are clearly arguing in bad faith, until I realized that like getting more people to become socialists is something that you can do as a part of your socialist practice. It doesn't have to be this weird debate bro thing. Not to say that being a debate bro is always necessarily bad. It's just there's other people doing that. You don't have to do that.
This conversation was really fun to have, given the miserable topic that it can be perceived as, because I was talking to two people that are just great to talk to and are like-minded. If you enjoyed some of the parts of this conversation, the full link is in the description, and I have uploaded it on my Patreon way before this video was uploaded. And one of the things that is just still lingering for me is just how it seems, you know, I'm always conflicted, because I think in society, things have objectively been bad for a while. Some things are exasperated, more of us are just, you know, aware of what's going on before when we didn't, or certain things are happening to us and we're realizing that it happened to people before, but maybe it didn't hit the masses like it can now. But it just seems like there is just more and more like wealth porn out there. Like so many shows, whether it's on Netflix, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, like of people trying to show how much more they have than other people. And it will be something that never ceases to amaze me, because I definitely think there is a lack of empathy. If anything, it's apathy to people who are struggling when you feel like certain imagery is appropriate to be posted to the vast public. And with that being said, a lot of people who are struggling typically don't always have access to the internet. Like when things are really down bad, some people don't always have the time or Wi-Fi to be scrolling through on what someone who has a lot. And I think there is something to be said for how a lot of like people are succeeding because they are fine with being rewarded for being apolitical, and they do understand to an extent that as long as they toe that line of giving lip service to injustice, but overall being apolitical, that they will be able to live whatever life that they want. Whether it's a comfortable life or whether it's a life that is striving for wealth, that is a lane that people are typically thriving in right now. And that's something to me that is particularly frustrating to see, because I always want to call it out, and I always just want to be like, you know, you're only doing well because you don't dare really get into the nitty-gritty of all the things that,
because you're probably exploiting someone else's labor. Like, let's be real. Like, you know? Especially when it's like, it looks like on YouTube, say, Logan Paul or something, like, oh, well, it's just his personality, right? Like, oh, he just got famous for doing what he does. But, like, no, he has a whole crew. He has a whole crew. Like, you probably haven't seen most of them. And I would bet that they're not being compensated fairly for what they're earning him.
That are going on in the world, but I'm like, I can't be like that. I can't do that. I will do something like that in the future, but I know the girls are going to drag me. So I don't know. I might do it when I don't care. I don't know. I don't know when I will do it. But overall, this video was for the people who are feeling like they may be a little bit of a Debbie Downer, but it's not. It's misery pollution, okay? But if it's, well, you have to like ask me, because I'll tell you. I'll be like, okay, you're being a Debbie Downer, or no, this is a misery pollution effect. And if you made it this far into the video, another life update. So yeah, I didn't mean to like not post for so long, but it just had to happen because like I let you all know in the ending of the last video that there was a fire on my floor. My unit suffered smoke damage, had to do a whole insurance claim. I would say like 70% of the things in that unit had to stay, had to move certain things out. So it was a lot to kind of like get back on my feet in terms of adjusting to a whole new place and then getting back into the routine of things. I mentioned a little bit about finances here. I talk about like how much money I make every month and what I spend it on my Patreon because it's useful to me, but I also think that transparency is necessary, especially when you talk about socialism all the time. Like, I definitely would side-eye anybody who's always talking about socialism and is doing anything that people could perceive as lucrative and is not giving us a kind of look into how they are attempting to live sustainably. Because I've gotten that before. Everybody perceives subscribers and views differently, but I've always made it very clear that once I meet certain financial goals, which is paying off like my student loans, I just want to have like zero debt. Once I do that, like that's my only goal. I don't want a lot of money. I will always have a regular job and a regular income. Even if my influence was to grow, I will shut it down. Because sometimes if your influence grows, your money might grow. But if my influence was to grow, I would definitely do certain things to scale it back. Because that's one of my biggest recommendations. If a lot more people scaled back their influence, we would not have a problem with the lack of responsibility they take for that said influencing. So yeah, I'm gonna stop there.
I don't know, dude. That's like pocket watching, you know? I don't really care how much Fab Socialism is making on 200k subscribers. Like, that's not my biggest concern in the socialist movement. Like, if people are getting hung up on that, then they're not really socialists. Like, you're providing value. Like, incredible value. I fucking love their videos. Like, I don't know, maybe like this is just like being humble, but like I don't think we have to be like transparent like that. Like, I don't know who that serves, really. And like, can YouTube be lucrative? Sure. But like, you're not exploiting anyone. I think. Except yourself. Like, I don't... That's weird to me. A little bit.
If any of that made sense, you get what I'm trying to put down. But other than that, thanks for watching, and I hope these tears weren't too scary.
Ready? Here we go. Propaganda is always obvious in retrospect. Today, you look at the posters, the films, the cartoons from World War II and the Cold War, and it's really clear what's going on. It's obvious. You see the emotions that are being played on. You see the symbolism of everything. It's propaganda, and it looks like it.
Americans don't give up. That's right. And I'm an American.
20 years after the start of the Iraq War, this is what the Bush years look like.
Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror.
An outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder.
The Iraqi regime has plotted to develop anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons. States like these and their terrorist allies
Anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons. Wow.
constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
Today, we know that Saddam Hussein never had WMDs. He wasn't responsible for the anthrax attacks, and he wasn't funding Al-Qaeda. All the justifications for the Iraq War that made it out to be a battle between good and evil, that convinced millions of Americans their army should invade another country, and that resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths, were unfounded and spread, at times knowingly, by senior government officials and major news outlets.
Shocking. America?
When we think of propaganda, this is what usually comes to mind. War and lies. Very attractively packaged discourse to get people to fight. But there is much more to propaganda than the flashy stuff. Propaganda can be, and actually thrives, when it's mundane. We should talk definitions. Encyclopedia Britannica defines propaganda as the dissemination of information, facts, arguments, rumors, half-truths, or lies to influence public opinion. If we're honest, the less sensationalist way to describe most propaganda is influential rhetoric, or maybe advertising. Something doesn't need to be a lie to be propaganda. It doesn't need to come from the government. And it doesn't need to be about war or another country being the root of all evil. If you don't like this video, for example, you can call it propaganda if you want. It technically fits that description. There's no such thing as unbiased media, and I openly admit this channel's socialist bent, so this is influential rhetoric. But most of us don't use the word propaganda correctly, like the very uptight people at Britannica. We tend to think of propaganda more like Edward Bernays, the guy credited with developing modern public relations back in the 1920s. Bernays described propaganda as, quote, the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses. Unlike Bernays, though, most of us think this is a bad thing. He said it was an important element in democratic society. That's because Bernays had a terrible understanding of what democracy is. Bernays saw democracy not as a society where people govern themselves.
Oh yes, democracy is when you manipulate the behavior of the masses. Okay.
Striving to diffuse power equally between all and organize fairly their interdependence, but as a society that could be managed by what he called, quote, invisible governors. He believed most people were just too dumb or prone to violence to think for themselves, except in the narrow confines of an election between 2, max 3 or 4 pre-selected candidates. The rest of the time, people needed to be policed and nudged from the top down for life to remain decent. And as society started turning away from more overt and violent forms of control, he helped devise strategies that would help manage society through the more subtle means of public relations instead. Bernays wrote mostly for advertisers. He cared about molding habits to increase company profits. But soon enough, the importance of his work carried his techniques into state politics. Starting in the 1940s, for example, Bernays was hired by United Fruit Company, now Chiquita, the banana people, to run a massive PR strategy in the US. Working primarily, but not exclusively, through influencing the press, Bernays and United Fruit drummed up fear of a communist takeover in Guatemala, which had recently democratically elected a president with somewhat left-wing politics. If you've ever heard of United Fruit, you know how this story goes. It's the same almost everywhere in Latin America. In 1954, thanks in part to Bernays and United Fruit's efforts to demonize Jacobo Arbenz and paint him as a Soviet puppet, a CIA-backed coup overthrew the Guatemalan president and replaced him with a military dictatorship that plunged the country into civil war for decades. But back to the present. Bernays is long dead, and neoliberalism has perfected propaganda. Influential rhetoric, if you want to be less dramatic about it. The new wave of political rhetoric that's flourished under neoliberalism isn't as often about that bad country over there or the bad ideology you need to hate. That's still around, obviously, but rather the more subtle, more diffuse propaganda of modern neoliberalism is a lot more about who we should be as people. Neoliberalism, more so than previous capitalist societies, has pushed its propaganda, its jargon, and its way of thinking into almost every aspect of our lives. It has found the most effective way to become bulletproof without openly relying on violence. Neoliberalism is plenty violent, but nearly invisible control works. To protect itself, neoliberalism actually molds people in its image through a mix of both rhetoric and economic policy designed to change people's habits and beliefs in line with its own objectives. In other words, neoliberal propaganda creates neoliberal subjects. Neoliberal capitalism is often misunderstood. Because of people like Reagan, Thatcher, Friedman, and Hayek who made small government their whole thing, that's often how we think about neoliberalism. Our current period of capitalism, where government supposedly shrank and corporate power grew. But that's not what neoliberalism is, neither in theory nor in practice. Neoliberalism actually means more, just slightly different government. Where the welfare state capitalism that existed before acted as a safety valve for capitalists by preventing markets from doing what they do, increasing inequality, exploitation, and poverty, neoliberalism is a different approach to the same problem of how do you stop capitalism from imploding when left to its own devices. Instead of having capitalists compromise, neoliberal policies start from the assumption that it's the general mass of people that are the problem. Neoliberal policies demand tremendous government efforts to build and make sure that the supposedly free markets actually work. And plenty of these policies are there to change people, partly by making every possible area of life amenable to market practices and market logic. The market comes first, and everything else follows. Or as Margaret Thatcher is reported to have said, quote, "Economics is the method, but the object is to change the soul." But that's really abstract. In practice, this
Change the soul? You leave my soul alone.
logic at the heart of neoliberalism translates to real policies, like increasing incarceration, tying welfare and healthcare to work, criminalizing poverty and homelessness, increasing state and corporate surveillance to better exploit and increase consumption, creating new property rights like intellectual property to marketize areas of human life that worked without them, using international sanctions, threats of war, and full-on invasions to blast open countries who don't invite in foreign capital or resist free markets, bailing out private capital when banks crash year after year, redefining corporations as people so they can enjoy more rights, and so on. The free market isn't something that just exists, and neoliberals understood that. Their project is using state power to create and sustain their vision of what it should be, creating the free market and making it interact with more parts of our day. And I know it feels like we've strayed from propaganda right now, but all this is a very important part of understanding what propaganda actually does under neoliberalism. It's there to accompany all these policies, make them more palatable, and ultimately create a market society filled with people who think like capitalists, and therefore accept more easily the fact that more things suddenly start operating like businesses. Here's what I mean. Things that exist outside the market are either reframed in market terms or demonized. Trump ran in 2016 on the promise of running America like a business. In France, Macron
Dude, the sexual marketplace, the marketplace of ideas. Insane.
run on promising to transform the country into a startup nation where every kid should dream of becoming a billionaire. That's an actual quote. The Iraq War, supposedly fought to spread democracy, was briefly considered a success when the country was announced as open for business. Welfare, money set aside by the government to patch the gaps when the market doesn't allocate work efficiently, becomes handouts, and its recipients are admonished as lazy or welfare queens. Every government policy, with the unique exception of the military budget, is treated to a rigorous cost-benefit analysis as if the benefits of every policy could be measured in monetary terms, and despite the ability of governments to fund whatever it wants at a keystroke. Government success is measured not by the impact of its policies, their popularity, or the efficiency with which they're carried out, but by its ability to remain within budget and keeping the economy healthy. All the economy ever means, by the way, is capitalist profits, just as a side note. Outside of the state, all political movements, like strikes, are reduced to this same cost-benefit analysis, with events like the railroad workers' strike last fall being almost exclusively discussed on CNN as a $2 billion a day expense, inviting viewers to make their own judgment of whether better working conditions are really worth all the strain on the economy. And this logic extends further and further out from the neoliberal core. Education isn't about learning, it's jobs training, the means to acquire human capital so that you can better market yourself to future employers. Self-care is buying the right face mask or treating yourself to a new tech product. Rest is really important and valuable and necessary so long as you're doing it to recharge for work the next day. Every problem is promised to be solved by an app that's democratizing access to something when all democratizing means for these companies is making stuff cheaper. And this isn't just something that tech companies do. In neoliberal societies, whether it's Bush or some tech guy saying it, an association is constantly made between markets and democracy, or some other positive value like freedom. Nationalized companies are always framed as state-controlled, the implication being that that's necessarily authoritarian and juxtaposed with free markets. Freedom is what happens when BP comes into a country and takes over all the oil refineries. This stems from the fact that neoliberals have a terrible understanding of, and generally a pretty strong distaste.
I love the freedom to go fracking wherever I fracking feel like it, okay?
For democracy, and try to make it up by pretending that the market, with its huge disparities of power, is actually where democracy thrives, because people vote with their dollar. No matter that some people and corporations have billions of votes and some people have none. Friedrich Hayek, for example, one of the small government neoliberal guys, by the way, was a terribly undemocratic thinker. His ideal government's upper legislative house would only allow men of substantial property over the age of 45 to vote or be elected. No political parties would be allowed, and each member would stand for a 15-year term. These guys have no clue what democracy and freedom are, but they're not shy about co-opting these terms and the positive values they carry. To them, freedom means giving corporations permission to do anything they want, so long as they can generate profit, and giving consumers the freedom to buy any one of 50 different brands of toothpaste, even as their boss cuts their pay on a whim and their government festers with rich old white dudes who stay there for decades. But the march of the market and its
Hog, but there's 50 different types of Oreos. What could you possibly want?
logic extends even further. Past government policy, past political organizing, past the values of freedom and democracy even, and into our everyday life. Your hobby is now your side hustle, my little grindsetter. You're not dating, you're in the dating market. Two words that were actually put side by side by the neoliberal thinker Gary Becker, who argued that more powerful, wealthier men were somehow more entitled to polygamy because they won at business. The most classic example of this, though, has to be the one you hear endlessly parroted by neoliberal politicians, most notably guys like Macron and all those motivational Instagram accounts. Just become an entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is the epitome of the neoliberal subject, the person who is a business. Entrepreneurs are constantly applauded by neoliberals, and the entrepreneurial life is repeatedly sold to people by politicians and intelligent businessmen / grifters with an $80 course as the way to achieve freedom. That's because another element of neoliberal propaganda is that you and only you are responsible for your freedom, which is made to be synonymous with financial success. It's propaganda, in the sense that it's a lie, because this rhetoric is repeated over and over again, even though tremendous political efforts are expended by neoliberal governments to make your ability to find success harder. Neoliberal policies encourage wages to stagnate or decrease in real terms, to cut off the safety net, to defund the public resources that allow the development of people and their skills, to force people into taking on and being submerged with debt, and to imprison and police ever greater parts of the population that live outside the specific understanding of freedom. Under neoliberalism, if you cannot survive in the market, the place that is made more cutthroat every year, you don't deserve to complain until you've spent every shred of your energy trying to start your own business or selling your labor to someone else. Once again, Macron is the best example of this logic. In 2018, a citizen looking for work in agriculture came up to the French president, explaining that he couldn't find a job despite his best efforts. All Macron found to say to him was that there were plenty of jobs around, that he himself would only have to, quote, cross the street and he'd find a job for him. The idea behind the statement being that unemployment isn't the fault of capitalist society, which just happens to benefit from unemployment on the one hand and overwork on the other. No, unemployment is the fault.
So fucking patronizing, dude. Fuck you, Macron. Oh my god. Like, do you think if it was so easy that he would have still gone through all the effort to talk to the president? Jesus Christ. Or the prime minister or whatever the fuck.
Fault of the individual, who must be ready to take any job, regardless of how degrading or low-paying it is, rather than be unemployed. Because if the market has produced that job opening, so neoliberal thinking goes, then that job must be worth doing, even if the only way to convince people to do it is to threaten them with poverty if they don't. But statements like Macron's "just cross the street and you'll find work" are the rhetorical part of the neoliberal strategy. The propaganda that makes it seem like unemployment is the fault of individuals not working hard enough. It's there to accompany Macron's reforms to French unemployment that actively make it harder to get unemployment benefits and, overall, just make life worse for people without work. It's in these moments that the paradoxes and contradictions at the core of neoliberalism are on full display. On the one hand, you can do anything you want, be an entrepreneur, dream of becoming a billionaire from the earliest age, and yet, on the other hand, you're a lazy bum who must be willing to accept any job at any rate and will do so in an environment where every means of collective support is gutted, and the thing that will actually decide if you can do what you want is the market, the place where big companies and governments set the rules for what ultimately generates profit. Do what you want, so long as it generates profit for those at the top. Everything else is worthless. If you're not convinced, think of every centrist or conservative politician's speech about jobs for the past 50 or so years. In those speeches, whenever they talk about unemployment, it's never the responsibility of employers and the market to cater to the desires and skills of workers. It's always your responsibility to retrain yourself and lower your standards for the jobs that they offer you. Flexibility, independence, and resilience are elevated as virtues, because a market that can exploit and dispose of people at will is more profitable than one that guarantees everyone a decent job with good pay and security. It's a form of control that doesn't rely on the negative "you can't do that," but convinces people that they can do anything, and when they inevitably come up short, it's because they have the wrong mindset. Work harder, think positive, and anything is possible. Look, every political movement has its propaganda. It's rhetoric that it's getting out there to try to bring people to its cause. But what good is neoliberalism? We work harder for worse pay, and we're burning out like never before. The value we produce is captured by a few billionaires who blow it on joyrides in space and buying social media platforms so people stop bullying them. Neoliberal propaganda communicates the most shallow and meaningless definitions of freedom and democracy. I'm tired of it, and I know you are too.
Very good. Short and sweet.
It's late afternoon on a warm winter day in 1978, and South Korean actress Choi Eun-hee is walking along a secluded beach in Hong Kong. 40 feet away, a woman she knows stands on the shore, motioning her to come over. A few strong-looking men stand by her side. Choi feels uneasy, like something bad is about to happen. And she's right. She's been lured here. As Choi walks over to the woman, a speedboat filled with more strong-looking men pulls up to the shore. The men watch as Choi approaches, and when she gets near, they nod at each other. They grab her, and they force her into the boat. Their destination? North Korea. Choi was kidnapped to be forced to star in movies for the North Korean leader Kim Jong-il.
Jeez.
This is a story about film and cinema in the scariest country on earth. But really, this is about a storyteller, Kim Jong-il, the second leader of North Korea, a man who could change the weather with his mood, and who invented the hamburger in the year 2000, even though it had already been invented. And one thing about Jong-il is that he loved movies. He used the art and craft of cinema not only as a tool to indulge his own creative dreams, but also as a way to drill his propaganda into the minds of millions of North Koreans to hold on to power, cementing him and his family as the powerful leaders of North Korea. We watched as many North Korean films as we could get our hands on to make this video, and let me tell you, this is a world of cinema unlike anything you've ever seen. It's one full of farmer revolutions and extreme nationalism and women frequently sacrificing their lives, as well as a lot of music, spontaneous odes to the great leader, and some really colorful operas. So I want to let you into this world and show you how this happened, how this one man's obsession drove him to literally kidnap people in the name of making movies. Movies that he used to brainwash his people, but also movies that he hoped would help fulfill his dream of turning North Korea into a center of world-class cinema.
Interesting. I assumed that North Korea had a lot of propaganda. I didn't realize that there was like a whole like cinema thing with Kim Jong-il.
Up near the misty volcano of Mount Paektu, in a modest log cabin enshrouded in dense snow-capped forest, the great leader opened his eyes for the very first time. The thunderous rain stilled, the dark clouds parted, and through them, a glimmering double rainbow emerged, arching its way across the muted morning sky. And a bright new star appeared overhead, making its debut in the open heavens. The shining star of Paektu had arrived. Well, at least that's the story that most North Koreans were told. In reality, the year was actually 1941, likely at some Soviet military base in Russia. There probably weren't any rainbows or new stars created. It's probably just a normal day. Oh, and his given name wasn't even Kim Jong-il. It was Yuri Ilsenovich Kim, right? That's like a total Russian name.
What?
As an adult, he rewrote his backstory again and again over the course of like 20 years. And this is our first big clue about Kim Jong-il, the second leader of North Korea. He was a storyteller.
노동자는 얼마나 돼요? 한 1,000명가량, 5,000명. 예.
The legend goes that when he was 7 years old, he was watching this North Korean film called My Home Village. He was with his parents, and after the movie, this 7-year-old Jong-il marched up to one of the filmmakers and told him that the winter scene in the movie didn't feel lifelike because the falling snow wasn't actually collecting on the character's head, like it didn't look natural. And instead it looked like what it actually was, which was cotton balls. Totally low budget and unacceptable. The filmmakers were so ashamed that they reshot the scene without the falling snow and re-released the film. Jong-il's obsession with movies grew over time till he eventually collected 20,000 bootlegged VHS and DVDs that were stored in an air-conditioned library manned with 250 full-time employees. Like, this guy was serious about his movies. And he would watch these movies, like, all the time. Everything from Hollywood westerns to classics like Friday the 13th and Rambo to Japanese monster movies like Godzilla. He was a big fan of American stars like Elizabeth Taylor, and he apparently loved Daffy Duck and the James Bond franchise. Well, that is until a Bond film came out where North Korean leaders were like the enemies. He was actually pretty insulted with that one. But this guy was a full-blown cinephile. Like, he watched so many movies that his dad, Kim Il-sung, the founder of North Korea, was actually pretty concerned that his obsession had become unhealthy. But soon, Kim Jong-il's dictator dad would find a way to use his son's obsession to stay in power. Okay, so this story's kind of nuts. It's 1967. North Korea is still kind of a newish country, like a couple decades old. Kim Jong-il's dad is still the leader dictator who's running the country, has all the power, but he's got competition from other powerful people within the party that want him to step aside and make way for a new leader. These men want to steer North Korea in a new direction by choosing their own successor to him. And this competing faction starts to use film as a tool to get the people of North Korea on board. They make a movie celebrating the life of this aspiring successor, trying to lay a groundwork for a new cult of personality around this guy, not Kim Il-sung. Big mistake. Kim Il-sung is not going to let this happen. He goes straight to his film studio in the capital, Pyongyang, and he gives a speech. He warns the whole film department that someone in the party is trying to glorify themselves, which is super not communist. And they're using film to do it. So Kim says to all of his filmmakers, we
Very not communist. Only I can do that. That's kind of my thing.
need to step up our game in securing power through film. And then he asks if anyone has the courage to guide the film studio correctly, meaning to make more effective propaganda that will keep Kim Il-sung and his family in power. Oh, and look who's in the room. Film buff and son of the dictator, Kim Jong-il, the shining star. He's watching quietly in the back of the room, and then he speaks up, saying that he would nobly volunteer to be the head of the film studio, to help level up North Korean cinema, to help hold on to power.
This animation, dude.
Something must have clicked for Kim Il-sung at that moment. His son, who was not a promising candidate for his successor, he was helplessly obsessed with movies. But here he is, stepping up, finally passionate about politics, because politics and film are now kind of the same thing. It was clear that if there was any position that he would fit into, this was it. So he promotes his son on the spot to lead the propaganda and agitation department, the department in charge of all movies, plays, and publishing within North Korea, retelling this story of North Korea to its people, reframing it as something glorious, keeping the people indoctrinated to the version of reality that keeps the Kims in power, and using film to do it. The struggle for the future of North Korea was happening on the silver screen, and now Jong-il had his hand on the dial, in control of what he called this powerful ideological weapon. Getting into the mind of an artist can be hard. But in this case, not really. If there's one thing Kim Jong-il liked to do, it was to talk about his thoughts on cinema. He wrote an entire book about it, which was kind of the impetus of this entire video, this book, On the Art of Cinema by Kim Jong-il. When I was hanging out at the North Korean border last year, I had this book with me, and I would read it in between stops. And it's actually kind of good, or at least parts of it. A lot of it's garbage, but there are parts that actually I was like, oh yeah, you got this. This is basically the holy Bible of North Korean filmmaking, and it dictates how movies in the country should be made.
Dictates? Get it?
I mean, the book spends a lot of time making it crystal clear that filmmakers are an extension of the government, and they are charged with the noble task of leading the ideological revolution via storytelling, devoting their artistic skill to the party's endeavor to build socialism and communism. In other words, filmmakers' job is to make clever propaganda for its people. This isn't unique to North Korea. Since the invention of the motion picture, governments of all kinds have used the power of cinema to tell their story in their way, often sugar-coated, often inaccurate to the facts. But I'm telling you, North Korean cinema has its own weird, wild flavor. This is the great age of Chuche. Chuche is the foundational ideology of North Korea. It has its foundation in Marxist communism, like from the Soviet Union, but it has an obsessive focus on isolation and self-reliance, and it glorifies independence from outsiders. In this book, Kim Jong-il makes it very clear that to make a successful North Korean film, that characters should, quote, live, work, and struggle with the conviction that they are masters of the revolution and the work of socialist construction. A lot of clunky language here. I'm not sure if it's just a bad translation or if Kim Jong-il is just a really writer. Anyway, it goes on to say that the characters in these films should accept the full responsibility of solving their own problems without any outside help. Without any outside help.
This set is not helping.
Solving their own problems with.
Stop. This is not helping the CIA allegations. He literally looks like he's in a CIA interrogation room.
Without any outside help. You can see this obsession with self-reliance in this movie called Myself in the Distant Future. There's a scene where this tractor is like plowing a field and it breaks down. But it's not a problem for these good communist farmers. Look what happens next. They step up, they pull out their sickles, and they harvest the rest of the field by hand with smiles on their faces. They don't need outsider technology from the big city to make their lives easier. They're self-reliant. Oh, and right before this scene, all of these farmers had just broken out into spontaneous poetry chanting about dedicating their lives to North Korea. During this like poetic
as you
chanting,
do,
there's just like shots of Mount Pektu, really nice B-roll. Not because it has anything to do with the story, but just so we remember that like Mount Pektu is like super important, because that's where Kim Jong-il was born. But he really wasn't born there. Another big theme is struggle. In the book, he quotes his beloved father, Kim Il-sung, quote, "The life of a revolutionary begins with struggle and ends with struggle." This is really good propaganda because you've got juche and struggle as like the foundational ingredients. You start to see stories that glorify and give meaning to North Koreans' suffering. Like this 1989 film called The Broad Bellflower. It's sort of a love story where like this woman's lover like gets exiled from the town, and there's this tension on whether or not she should leave her hometown for a different life. And then the father of the main character comments very wisely that it's actually better to stay and struggle to find happiness, like glorifying the struggle. And in case it didn't come through the first time, near the end of the movie, the main character finds out that her lover is trying to come back to the hometown that he deserted, and she's confirmed on how right her father was. Struggle is the only way to achieve happiness.
도저히 그것만이 행복의 원천이란 말이 참으로 생활의 진리라는 것을 가슴 뜨겁게 느꼈어.
So now all over North Korea, you have starving people cut off from the world economy because of their despotic leader watching these movies. Stories about how it's actually the most noble way to live, the key to happiness, the noble ideals of self-reliance. The regime made sure that everyone saw these films.
Ah, yes, austerity measures. Definitely something unique to socialist nations. Definitely only a communist thing. Western nations would never.
Way out in the countryside, in factories, farms, army units. And all of this helped North Korean citizens reframe their country's reckless dictatorship into a protector of an eternal revolution that must continue to fight against outside evil. There's a whole chapter in this book that Kim Jong-il writes to screenwriters. He tells them to think of their stories as seeds. And again, this is actually like pretty profound, if not applied to propaganda. He tells these screenwriters that they need to, quote, equip themselves with the ideology of the party. Translation, choose stories that will stick in people's minds, that will grow, that will turn these people's suffering into fuel for North Korean nationalism and pride. Pride in the country that's causing the suffering in the first place. There's one movie where this football player trains ridiculously hard, all in the name of, quote, achieving the teachings of the fatherly leader, Kim Il-sung, to turn North Korea into a kingdom of sports.
어버이 수령님께서는 경기에서 백전백승하려면 훈련에서 더 많은 땀을 흘려야 한다고 말씀하시면서 우리나라를 체육의 왕국으로 만들 때 대하여
He ends up training ridiculously hard, like way harder than, and everyone's like, dude, you're crazy. You're like training too hard. And he's like, no, I have to do this to glorify my country.
외국 팀과 경기에서 이기면 온 나라가 기쁨으로 설레지 않아요. 우리 예술이 세계 무대에서 그처럼 명성을 떨치기까지에는 예술인들의 높은 충성심과 소문 노력이 깃들어 있는 게 아니겠습니까?
These nationalistic pump-up movies pair nicely with films that rewrite the story of North Korea, the history, the story of Japanese occupation of the Korean Peninsula, which was indeed brutal and deserves to be told accurately because it was bad enough. But these movies just like so overly caricature it, glorifying the revolution against capitalists and landlords, or showing these caricatured battle scenes where the Koreans defeat the Japanese in a good old flying martial arts scene. And while these ideologies and these messages are kind of baked into the story, oftentimes they're just sort of shoehorned in the form of like a music break, where these characters just sort of randomly burst into songs about how their struggle is good for the future of their country. These unwarranted music moments are everywhere in North Korean films. In this chapter, he says that these films must have music that has revolutionary passion, that moves people to strive to defend what is new and noble. He says that songs should be short, simple, easy to understand, and to sing. Infectious, catchy, so that people will sing along and get it stuck in their head. Okay, so in watching all of these movies, we were surprised that these films give a surprisingly significant role to women. So this is actually a feature of a lot of communist propaganda, which sees traditional female roles as in line with the ideals of like a model communist comrade. Submissive, identities being determined by their relationship to the family, to their communities, in this case, and most importantly, to the state. Community-minded submission. Stalin actually used the same trick back in the 30s, creating art that appealed to, quote, the feminine identification and submission. So you see this in North Korean films, like in this film, Girls from My Hometown, where the main character is this country girl who shows her dedication to her country by pledging to take care of her husband, who's newly blinded after coming back from a war, as an act of sacrifice for her country.
오늘의 훈보는 가셔지고 어제 오지려만 극복해야 할 그런 날들이 제 마음의 순간의 그늘이라도 찐다면.
In this film called The Name Given by the Era, the main character gives up going to college to lead a construction and take on the grueling task of building a dam.
전 그저 무슨 일에서나 자신의 힘으로 하겠다는 입장과 태도만 가지면 지혜도 나오고 용기도 생기게 된다는 걸 말하고 싶었습니다.
Why? Because hard work and struggle benefit the country, and that is the most important thing in all of these stories. But by female sacrifice, we can literally mean like sacrificing their lives. Like in this film, where this woman risks her life in the midst of like this storm, mudslide, chaos scene, all in the name of saving these sheep that were sent to her community by the government.
그게 어떤 양이라고? 나라에서 산골농민들을 위해 한 마리씩 골라서 보내주신 양인데.
Or in this film, Song of Retrospection, where the main character uses grenades to blow herself up so that she can destroy the oncoming South Korean enemies to save the rest of her squad. Using all these principles, Kim Jong-il ran the film studio. He created dozens of films that were his best shot at telling good stories, but really mostly propaganda for his family's political agenda, to keep control over his people. And it worked. Kim Jong-il's dad stayed in power. The people stayed subservient and indoctrinated to this fantasy of eternal revolution and the glorification of struggle. And Jong-il got to make movies. But despite all of this success, there was still one major problem. The film still kind of sucked. And Jong-il, the guy with a collection of 20,000 movies that he watched all the time, kind of knew that they sucked. I mean, of course they sucked. His filmmakers weren't allowed to watch foreign movies. Oh, not to mention that they weren't even allowed to leave the country. So yeah, these films were kind of just in an echo chamber of predictable characters, lackluster cinematography, and the same plots over and over with a bunch of shoehorned like poetry and opera like music breaks. They weren't good, and Jong-il knew it. His solution? Steal people from the outside who could make his films better. So it's the 1970s, and Choi Eun-hee is one of South Korea's most popular actresses. She had been married to this South Korean director, Shin Sang-ok, and they had recently divorced. But up north, Kim Jong-il is looking at these two as the potential solution to his problem. So he has his men go to Hong Kong and pose as businessmen, apparently interested in starting a production company with Choi. They lure her to Hong Kong for a meeting, and this is how she got grabbed off a beach at Repulse Bay. She gets sedated, thrown into the boat, and they take her back to North Korea, where they put her in a government building in Pyongyang. A few weeks later, her ex-husband, the director, Shin, goes to Hong Kong to look for her. He's in his car, and suddenly the car in front of him stops, blocking the road and forcing him to stop. A few men get out of the car, come back and open Shin's door, and put a nylon bag over his head. They tie a rope around his ankles, and they take him into their car. He too is now on his way to North Korea. Kim Jong-il greets Shin when he arrives to Pyongyang, and he explains what he's up to. He wants him and his actress ex-wife to make him propaganda movies. But Shin refuses. So Jong-il sends him to a labor camp for 5 years. Okay, so fast forward to 1983. Kim Jong-il decides that the two are finally enlightened, whatever that means, and he throws them a party and tells them that yes, they're still prisoners, but they can make whatever movie they want. He even apparently apologized and shifted the blame of the whole labor camp thing to other officials and said that he was too busy to notice how poorly they were being treated.
Sorry, big misunderstanding. That hard labor camp, whoopsie. Bro, what?
This guy sounds literally insane. They don't really have much choice here, so they get to work. And over the course of their years in captivity, they made 6 movies for their captor. One of the films that Shin directed became a classic. And this is the film I'm most excited to show you. This is Pulgasari. This film seems to be a ripoff of a 1962 South Korean film called Bulgasari, which was largely inspired by the Japanese hit Godzilla. We all know Godzilla. We'll never actually know because the Bulgasari South Korean film was apparently lost soon after it was released. Anyway, the point is Kim Jong-il wanted a monster movie. He wanted this to be so good that he even broke his rule of not letting outsiders come in to work on his movies. So in addition to the stolen director that he had already kidnapped, he started recruiting the people who worked on The Return of Godzilla a year earlier over in Japan, including the actual guy who was in the Godzilla suit, as well as the man who led the special effects. He had the dream team. Oh, and of course, to get them there, he lied. According to the guy who played Godzilla, he and his crew were told that they were heading to China for a shoot and instead found themselves in North Korea. Okay, so now Jong-il's lifelong movie fantasies are in reach. Maybe, just maybe, North Korea could make an international blockbuster. He's got his kidnapped director and all these technicians to make his monster movie great. Yeah, no, this didn't work out. Kim Jong-il was still overseeing the whole thing, so the film still was full-blown propaganda, employing all of the North Korean cinematic tricks that Jong-il laid out in his book. So of course you've got the requisite Juche self-reliance scene showing the villagers getting water from a well and farming. Gotta show that. Got the overarching plot that outside help, aka Pulgasari, does more harm than good. More on that in a second. And then there's the requisite female sacrifice when this blacksmith's daughter hides inside of a bell so that Pulgasari, who eats metal, will eat the bell and simultaneously eat her. And if she dies, then Pulgasari dies too, because they formed this blood bond in the beginning of the movie. It's a whole thing.
Huh?
Anyway, Pulgasari himself is said to be a manifestation of capitalism in society. The farmers love him at first because he helps overthrow the king, all in the name of promising these people individual freedom. But then they find that they've created a monster who needs to feed on steel and iron to grow more and more powerful, and it gets out of control. So the farmers just keep feeding him with all their farming tools. But then they have no way to sustain themselves, so the only thing they can do is stop the beast from growing, which means killing him, meaning revolution. But, and this is where it gets really juicy, there's another way to interpret the film. Remember who's directing it? This kidnapped South Korean director. Some speculate that the director used the film to create an analogy for the tragedy of North Korea, where Kim Il-sung, who at first was helping liberate his people from oppression and occupation, turned power hungry, ended up starving the people, demanding their resources, using the revolution to feed only himself. Shin, the director, later said that the film was an anti-war, anti-authoritarian theme, so take it however you like. I mean, This film's wild. But in Kim Jong-il's eyes, this was a massive success. And Kim Jong-il was feeling good, and he let up a bit on Shin and Choi, allowing them to travel to Vienna for a film festival, where they could maybe meet a financing partner who could bankroll a new project, a North Korean film on Genghis Khan. But of course, when they got to Vienna, they found their way to the US Embassy and got asylum in the United States. Of course, Kim Jong-il was enraged when he found out about this. He actually went back and took Shin's name off of all the films that he had directed and ordered a nationwide mandate to discredit him. He called Shin a traitor, and his name has become unmentionable without punishment in North Korea.
Damn, you can't even mention him?
That is the bonkers story of North Korean cinema. In 1994, Jong-il's dad died, and he eventually rose as the new supreme leader of North Korea. His love for movies continued to influence the form of North Korean propaganda. And they even started an international film festival in Pyongyang. And the only people on the invite list were like all the countries that North Korea vibed with. Like Iran, Egypt, India, Vietnam, and China. Oh, but this wasn't just during the Cold War. The festival was still going up until the pandemic a few years ago. It's one of the few North Korean functions that actively seeks connection to the outside world. Kim Jong-il died in 2011, but his legacy in North Korean cinema remains super strong. One of the most recent films that we know about came out in 2016, and it's the same old ingredients. Female sacrifice, extreme nationalism, unwarranted praise for the current leader, Kim Jong-un, and of course, no shortage of spontaneous song breaks. Hey everyone, hope you enjoyed this video. I know it was kind
The opera is so random. I wouldn't have expected opera or musicals at all, really. I guess it's a very effective propaganda tool. Music slaps.
of long and in-depth, but boy, we could not stop ourselves. There was too much here, and there's so much more that we couldn't include. One of my favorite kind of video lately is where we go super deep into like some niche that I would never think to go deep into, but you start to pull on a thread and you just can't get enough, and that's what happened in this case. So I hope you enjoyed it. Let me show you something. Hold on. I made a poster. Look, I've never made a poster before. I finally made a poster. It's one I've been wanting to make for a very long time. It's called All Maps Are Wrong. Because they are. All maps are wrong in a sense. We're trying to, take the spherical Earth and put it on a flat piece of paper. And to do that, we have to stretch it in all these weird ways. And this map kind of celebrates that and reminds us of it and turns it into kind of art. But it's like smart art. Yeah, smart art, we'll call it. The fact is, this is a way that you can support our channel if you're interested in that, and also get this wonderful poster. You can see the link in the description for where to go find this poster. The Newsroom is our Patreon community where we publish an extra video every month too. You also get access to a bunch of other perks that you can check out over at patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. LUTs and presets is what we use to color our videos and photos. This helps us make our photos and videos look more beautiful. I started a travel company a few years ago. It's called Bright Trip, and it is a place where you go to get smarter about traveling and to travel in a smarter way. And that's basically it for me. Of all the things I have going on that I wanted to tell you about, thanks for being here and for supporting the work that we do just by being here and commenting and being a part of this discussion. I really value this community and excited to keep making stuff. See you in the next one.
I forgot his travel company. I guess that's how he affords to travel all over the fucking place. Wait. You said Bright Trip, right? Is this it? How to travel smarter. Berlin map, Paris Metro, Salt Lake City, blah, blah, blah.
Today we're talking about bubble tea. Bubble tea, or as some call it, boba or tinsunaita, excuse my tones, has made its way all around the world. Any place you can find a Starbucks these days, you can probably find a bubble tea shop. Even though this drink has made its way all around the world, for some people it can still be shrouded in mystery.
What the hell is going on with your eggs?
Which is really sad because, in my opinion, it's delicious and wonderful. So today we're going to try dispel and dissect what bubble tea is, and maybe you'll even feel empowered to try it yourself. We're in Taichung, Taiwan, which some people claim is where bubble tea was invented. Now that claim is disputed, but we're not going to get into that. For today, let's just say that it actually was invented here because I'm being hosted by people from Taichung and they're nice. So let's get some tea. Okay, so I bought a whole bunch of teas for this video, but for some reason, 50 Land, which is like really famous, they put all their teas in these paper cups, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to show anything to you. So I found this other place that makes Snoopy teas. Unfortunately, my cheese Snoopy, I'm going to show him to you now, he's been a little bit mangled, but let's begin. So many people walking past and staring at me. I must look like one of those ASMR eating YouTubers right now. I'm doing this for education, okay? I'm actually having a great time. This is seriously some of the best bubble tea I've had. So, the brown sugar is very nice, very subtle. I'm in a mess in this park drinking too much bubble tea, and people are so nice here in Taiwan. Nobody is laughing at me. Okay guys, that didn't go so well. I drank too much bubble tea and it got really hot and I got really sweaty. So we're back in Taipei. So to help us dispel the mystery of bubble tea, I'm going to break it down into 4 parts. Teas, other liquids, bottomings, and toppings. So the first thing you need to know is that the tea culture here in Taiwan is very strong. Because of its Chinese heritage, Taiwan has more of a tea culture than a coffee culture. The island is a heaven for tea trees. The tropical and subtropical climate and the high mountains produce some really good, strong, concentrated tea. The Dutch found wild tea growing in Taiwan back in 1717, but when the Qing Empire got here, they really started to cultivate teas in Taiwan. And by the end of the 19th century, tea was the main export of Taiwan. Even though Taiwan is an export economy, by the 1970s, tea imports were way exceeding tea exports. Tea houses were on the corner of every neighborhood, and a culture of tea mastery was born. By this time, Taiwan was kind of seen like a mecca for tea. So today we're not talking about expertly fermented, ritualistically brewed tea from the highest slopes of Alishan. Bubble tea shops probably happened when Starbucks came to Taiwan and flouted their culture of convenience and oversized servings. And the tea industry adapted, and the result is this: the friendly neighborhood Taiwanese takeaway tea shop. So these shops are more than just bubble tea. Their menus are usually very extensive. They feature many different teas, chewy things inside the teas, creamers, fruit juices, cheese, toppings. The list is wild. You'll find young Taiwanese queuing up to these shops with their tea slings in hand, waiting to get their daily fix. So Taiwan is really famous for its oolong teas, which, if you don't know what that is and you're more of a coffee person like me, oolong is almost like a medium roast. It's tea that's only been partially fermented. The stuff you find in standard Western tea bags is black tea. It's completely fermented and has a slightly different taste. There's even a bunch of tea cultivars within the Camellia sinensis species that you only find on Taiwan. There's actually an institute to fund the research and the extension of tea. And besides black tea and oolong tea, you can also find green teas, pu'er tea, and even stuff like rooibos tea. Now we're getting into gray zones and a category that I'm calling other liquids. Listen, I'm sorry, but categorizing this stuff is hard. It's like the tea Wild West out here. So milk tea is a classic all over Asia, and mixing milk with your tea isn't really groundbreaking, but over here it's really, really good. And you can also find all kinds of other things to mix with your tea, like fruit juices, this kind of drinking yogurt called Yakult, or even taro powder, which is powder that's made from this root vegetable. It gives the tea kind of like a sweet potato taste and also a very nice purple color. There's also this wonderful Taiwanese staple that's called brown sugar syrup, which is very unrefined sugar, and it has this very deep molasses flavor, and it's super comforting.
That looks so good.
Okay, so those are other liquids. On to our next category, which I'm going to call bottomings, because obviously they're not at the top, they're the bottom. The bubbles is where Taiwanese tea culture really starts to stand out. So what are tapioca pills? Tapioca pills are made from a flour that is derived from the cassava root, which is a plant that originally came from South America, but is all over Asia, Southeast Asia. And they dehydrate it, they turn it into a flour, which then gets turned into a dough.
Wait. Tapioca is from cassava? Holy shit, today I learned. What? I thought tapioca was like its own thing. What?
Which is a plant. Tapioca pills are made from a flour that is derived from the cassava root, which is a plant that originally came from South America, but is all over Asia, Southeast Asia. And they dehydrate it, they turn it into a flour, which then gets turned into a dough. The dough gets rolled into tiny little balls and then cooked in brown sugar until it turns black and chewy and delicious. The texture of these balls is referred to as QQ. They invented this term because it's a texture like no other. But if I had to not use QQ, I'd say it's like gooey and chewy, threatening to stick between your teeth, but it doesn't actually get there. There's also other bottomings that you might find. Some of them are stuff you might know, like chia seeds, but there are other things as well. A lot of jellies based on agar, which is a seaweed that you find in Asia, that are custard or coconut or fruit flavored. You can also find actual fruit, or even stuff like red and mung beans, which sound like they should be savory, but in Taiwan they're used as dessert. Okay, so that's bottomings, so let's move on to the actual toppings. The most notable topping that I want to talk about today is cream cheese. It's like this layer of foam that they make from salt, whipped cream, and cheese powder. That's like drinking a cheesecake. It brings a salty umami balance to a drink that can be very sweet. There's also other stuff you can put on top of your tea, like pudding, or ice cream, or Oreos. It really is the Wild West.
Damn. I thought I didn't like boba because it's all like mostly the texture of the boba pearls or whatever. The actual boba part. The tapioca. I don't like that shit. But I could be convinced to try some of this other stuff. I'm intrigued. No.
Got here, they really started to cultivate teas in Taiwan. In the Camellia sinensis, completely fermented and has also a very nice purple color. There's also this wonderful Taiwanese staple that's called brown sugar syrup, which is very like they should be savory, but in Taiwan they're used as probably only scratching the surface. There's so much out there. And lastly, when you stab your bubble tea, just be confident, okay? If you hesitate too much, you'll probably spill and you'll probably end up messing up your nice white t-shirt. Thanks for watching this video. Be sure to go to brighttrip.com. We've got a guide on Tokyo, and we've probably got a map explainer on Taipei coming out pretty soon, which is going to be dope. Stay curious and have a drink. Make a wish.
Oh, that's a tea sling. Interesting.
What's that? Sorry?
Hello, friends, and welcome to another video. This week, I'm gonna be running...
Oh. Fucking autoplay.
As the Second World War ended, and masses of servicemen returned home to America having spent almost all of their time
Oh yeah, I forgot I had this to go with like all the other propaganda stuff. This one's gonna be a little heavy. Strap in.
away exclusively with other men, there seemed to be an opening of the minds of the American populace when it came to homosexuality. Not that it was an acceptable alternative to heterosexuality now, but that it wasn't the worst thing in the world, usually under the caveat that it would be something a man would grow out of. How Italian. But politicians who did not serve their country in Europe or the South Pacific did not see this new momentary mindset as a good thing. Instead, they saw it as a corrupting influence on America's men. Just as bad, if not worse, than the ghostly specter of communism they feared would make its way to the United States after American boys spent so much time with Russians over in Europe. And so began the Red Scare in Washington, D.C., as politicians led a crusade against actual and perceived communists working within the Beltway. And it didn't take long for them to broaden their scope to include actual and perceived homosexuals as well, with almost 5,000 gay people having lost their jobs in Washington by the end of the scare. The Lavender Scare became a witch hunt for boogeymen just as terrifying as the communists. And as Washington took aim at suspected communists in Hollywood, suspected homosexuals in Hollywood were added to the growing blacklist. But before we explore the government-sanctioned manhunt against gays and lesbians in the 1950s, let's hear a word from our sponsor.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It said Telos Studios? Telos Pictures. What that? What that is? A small studio with big plans. Oh shit. It's specifically for LGBTQ plus films and series. Sick.
In the early 20th century, the United States experienced a period of political persecution and anxiety known as the Red Scare. There were two different eras in American history that are collectively known as the Red Scare, both of which were marked by widespread anxiety over communism and other leftist ideas. The first Red Scare happened in the wake of World War I and is rarely spoken about, and the second occurred in the midst of the Cold War, in the late 1940s and early 1950s. To a considerable extent, the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution in Russia was to blame for the onset of the first Red Scare. It's no secret that many Americans, especially those in positions of authority, were worried about the emergence of the Soviet Union and the expansion of communism in Europe. In response to this perceived threat, the American government enacted a set of laws intended to limit the freedoms of those who were either communists or sympathizers of the communist cause. The Sedition Act of 1918 was one of the most notorious pieces of legislation enacted at the time because it made it a crime to criticize the government. Anyone suspected of being a communist or anarchist was subject to prosecution under these statutes, regardless of whether or not they had committed any real crimes. The American Protective League was one of the several private groups formed during the first Red Scare with the authority to investigate and report on suspected subversives. During the height of the Red Scare, the American Legion spearheaded a drive to identify and punish suspected traitors. After World War II, tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union grew once again, sparking the Second Red Scare. During this time, communism was again considered a major danger to American democracy and its way of life. The inquiry undertaken by Senator Joseph McCarthy, known as the McCarthy hearings, was one of the most important events of the Second Red Scare. McCarthy claimed to have a list of people who were either Communist Party members or sympathizers, and he used his position in government to initiate a series of investigations and interrogations to flush them out. Dramatic confrontations and high-profile charges typified the McCarthy hearings, which had far-reaching effects on American culture. Many individuals were punished for their suspected communist links, even though there was no proof to back up the claims. Witnesses were questioned under duress throughout the trials to get them to identify other communists who were under suspicion. Even if they were judged not to be communist supporters, many people were blacklisted and lost their employment as a consequence of the proceedings. Because of McCarthy and his associates' harsh methods and disregard for due process, the hearings became notorious. But the hearings came to an end in 1954 when McCarthy was censured by the Senate for his conduct during the investigations. Marking the beginning of the end of McCarthy's political career, the hearings are now widely viewed as a dark chapter in American history. In 1950, many politicians, journalists, and citizens thought that homosexuals actually posed more of a threat to national security than communists. One columnist argued, "There is no record of comparable corruption in American history." In a national radio broadcast, noted liberal Elmer Davis said, "It looks as if the enemies of the State Department and of the administration generally have gotten hold of a more profitable issue than communism." Senator Kenneth Wherry asked his Senate colleagues, "Can you think of a person who would be more dangerous to the United States than a pervert?" And multiple of President Harry Truman's top advisors wrote him memos stating, "The country is more concerned about the charges of homosexuals in government than about communists." In the UK, it was just about social purity. Yet, in America, the existence of gay men specifically was somehow a matter of life and death. Historians of the McCarthy period have paid surprisingly little attention to the Lavender Scare, despite the widespread worry and even panic it caused at the time. The significance of party politics and foreign policy in the emergence of the national security state is emphasized by political historians of McCarthyism, anti-communism, and the establishment of the national security state, while the role of moral and cultural concerns is downplayed. Anytime the Lavender Scare is discussed, it is as an afterthought of the Red Scare that is so obvious that it doesn't ever need explanation. The overlapping worries of communism and homosexuality have been largely ignored in even the most recent examinations of McCarthyism, both the defenses from the right and criticisms from the left.
Well, you see, it's commie, so it's gay. Obviously.
Many people who supported McCarthy back in the 1950s considered the systemic expulsion of gays from the State Department and other government positions to be his most lasting achievement. Senator Joseph McCarthy alleged in February of 1950 that there were 205 communists working in the State Department. That same month, Undersecretary of State John Purifoy said that the State Department had permitted 91 homosexuals to retire. After this, some said that President Harry Truman's government was insufficiently concerned about the threat posed by homosexuals. The Senate started looking into homosexuals working for the government in June of 1950. Although the findings weren't made public until December. Throughout that time, there was a sharp rise in the number of government employees let go because of homophobic harassment or discrimination. When asked about, quote, sexual perverts who have infiltrated our government in recent years, Republican National Chairman Guy George Gabrielson claimed that they were perhaps as dangerous as the actual communists. However, being homosexual wasn't the only reason they were in danger. Homosexuals were observed as security threats because they were believed to be more vulnerable to blackmail. As top counsel of his congressional subcommittee, McCarthy employed Roy Cohn, who himself was homosexual and died of AIDS decades later. Because of his attempts to protect his reputation, he insisted that his doctor treat him for liver cancer. So at the same time that his immune system was dying, he was undergoing cancer treatments that destroyed what was left of his white blood cells. At the same time, he also pulled what strings he could to get on the experimental HIV medication that was still undergoing medical trials, AZT, which destroyed his liver. Someday we will progress as a community to the point where the only remaining legacy of Roy Cohn is as the villain of Tony Kushner's iconic stage play Angels in America. But we're not quite there yet, because Cohn and McCarthy, with the help of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, who is also believed to have been gay, were responsible for the dismissal of thousands of gay government employees and the intimidation of many of their political opponents into silence by spreading false allegations about their sexual orientation. The State Department revealed that it had dismissed 425 workers due to charges of homosexuality in the closing months of the Truman administration in 1953. McCarthy's anti-communist campaign...
That's a shit ton. Surely not all those people were gay, right? They're just like falsely accused or whatever. Because that would be like a really high percentage, I feel like.
Campaign often fused the second Red Scare with the Lavender Scare by using allegations of homosexuality as a smear tactic. Reporters were once subjected to the following statement: "If you want to be against McCarthy, boys, you've got to either be a communist or a cocksucker." When proof of communist activity was absent, McCarthy allegedly used guilt by association by equating communism and homosexuality with mental instability. The general public and even politicians had a common view that gays and communists were both morally weak, or psychologically disturbed, as well as godless and destructive to traditional families. For instance, McCarthy openly discussed two individuals, Case 14 and Case 62, on the Senate floor as communists who posed unsafe risks due to their homosexuality. He said that a high-ranking intelligence officer had informed him that every active communist is twisted mentally or physically, implying that those with the peculiar mental twists of homosexuality were more susceptible to recruitment by communists. Many of the male workers at the State Department started to feel uncomfortable even being there because of the department's new association with homosexuality. They were quite adamant about not being seen in pairs, and they often introduced themselves with words emphasizing their straightness. "Hi, I'm so-and-so. I work for the State Department, and I'm married and I have 3 children." Executive Order 10450, enacted by President Eisenhower in 1953, prohibited gays from holding federal government positions and established security criteria for federal employment. As a direct result of these policies, hundreds of openly gay State Department employees were outed and fired. About 5,000 gay individuals, including private contractors and military personnel, lost their jobs at the federal government as a result of this presidential order. The victims were not only fired from employment, but also outed to the public. This presidential order expanded Truman's loyalty program by including sexual perversion among the actions that disqualified a person from holding a federal post. Many new rules and practices were implemented to identify and expel persons who identify as homosexual, lesbian, or bisexual. It was common practice to conduct interviews and check for overt displays of homosexual biases as part of these new methods to detect gays. People were judged guilty not just by connection with those who frequented the same homosexual clubs as the suspects. They may also be questioned if members of their immediate or extended family had gay tendencies or gay connections. By the mid-1950s, similar repressive and oppressive policies had been enacted in state and local governments as well, expanding bans on hiring lesbians and gay men to cover 12 million workers, more than 20% of the United States labor force, all of whom were required to sign oaths attesting to their moral purity in order to obtain or maintain employment. But McCarthy's crew of homophobes were about to have the sights trained on themselves. When Roy Cohn brought on G. David Schein as chief consultant to the McCarthy staff, speculation arose that Schein and Cohn had a sexual relationship. During the Army McCarthy hearings, Cohn denied being closer than an ordinary friend to Schein or having any special interest in him. Army counsel Joseph Welch seemed to allude to Cohn's sexual orientation throughout the proceedings.
Did you think this came from a pixie?
Counsel, for my benefit, define, I think he might be an expert on that.
Yeah.
What a pixie is.
Yeah. I should say, Mr. Senator, that a pixie is a close relative of a fairy.
McCarthy's unwavering support for Cohn fueled rumors that the senator was either coerced by his senior counsel or that their relationship went beyond professional boundaries. McCarthy often engaged in homosexual activities, Nevada publisher Hank Greenspun said in 1952, and claimed that he was a regular at the White Horse Inn, a Milwaukee gay nightclub. All this attention eventually led to Roy Cohn being removed from his post alongside McCarthy, and helped fuel McCarthy's own downfall in due time. The McCarthy period as a whole came to an end in the middle of the 1950s, when the Cole v. Young judgment in 1956 significantly reduced the authority to remove anyone from the federal government with discriminatory grounds. However, the Lavender Scare continued for many more decades. The Florida Legislative Investigative Committee, also known as the Johns Committee, or FLIC, was another manifestation of the Lavender Scare that endured. Established in 1956, the FLIC lasted until 1964 before being dissolved. The committee's mission in Florida was to investigate and fire homosexual public school teachers, carrying on the Lavender Scare in spirit, if not entirely in practice. And it wasn't until the Obama administration that military service for openly gay people was allowed, since the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy was just another Executive Order 10450 under a different name. But though the Lavender Scare unofficially came to an end with the fall of McCarthy,
Wait, didn't something happen with that recently again? Don't ask, don't tell. "2021 benefits restoration. In September 2021, on the 10th anniversary of Don't Ask, Don't Tell repeal, President Joe Biden announced that the Veterans Administration would start providing benefits for service members who received other than honorable discharges before Don't Ask, Don't Tell was enacted, and while it was in effect, because of their sexual orientation." I thought they were trying to like reinstate it, but that could be wrong.
after multiple decisions by the Supreme Court defanged the senator and left him nothing but a paper tiger, the fear and loathing toward homosexuals as well as accused communists survived much longer in Hollywood. Even before McCarthy began his crusade, producers in California had been blacklisting anyone even remotely connected to communism, thanks to pressure from future President of the United States Ronald Reagan, who was then the president of the Screen Actors Guild. Many Hollywood professionals were called to appear before the House Un-American Activities Committee in October of 1947. It was announced that the committee would look into allegations that communist spies and supporters had planted propaganda in Hollywood movies. Walt Disney spoke first during the proceedings. Disney testified that communists posed a severe danger to the film business and identified many former employees as possible communists. In contrast, other leading Hollywood figures, including director John Huston and actors Humphrey Bogart, Lauren Bacall, Judy Garland, and Danny Kaye, organized the Committee for the First Amendment to protest the government's targeting of the film industry. Of the people working in Hollywood that the House Un-American Activities Committee was interested in, many were accused of being members of the Communist Party USA. Of the initial witness list of 43, 19 declared that they would not give evidence. 11 of the original 19 were questioned by the panel. On Monday, October 27th, the hearing's last phase began, and members of the Committee for the First Amendment traveled in from throughout the country to participate. Only one of the 11 unfriendly witnesses, writer Bertolt Brecht, agreed to speak with the committee, after which he fled the country. 10 others declined, claiming their right to free expression and assembly under the First Amendment. The question, "Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Communist Party?" was one which they flat out refused to answer. The committee formally accused these 10 of contempt of Congress and began criminal proceedings against them in the full House of Representatives. The House Un-American Activities Committee hearings failed to turn up any evidence that Hollywood was secretly disseminating communist propaganda, but the industry was, nonetheless, transformed. Producers and studio heads were now on the watch for any and all anti-American activity, fearing further investigation from the government, especially ones that might lead to government censorship, which they'd only narrowly avoided decades before. So, as Hollywood always does, they chose to self-censor before being told to. This began a crackdown on any directors, writers, or actors who might be communist or gay. The echoes of McCarthyism were sounding loudly in the Hollywood Hills, and the association between gay and communist were inseparable by then. And as mentioned in previous episodes, Hollywood was more or less stuffed full of gay men and women working in any one of a multitude of roles in the industry. This resulted in multiple well-respected directors moving to Europe and sending many more up-and-coming and well-established actors even further into the closet. Suddenly, films about the fear of extraterrestrials became hot tickets in Hollywood as a narrative device to help instill fear of anything even slightly different to the masses of the growing suburban America. These monsters from outer space were communists, gays, and people of color. These aliens could be anything and everything John and Martha were afraid of, which, thanks to Senator McCarthy, was a lot of things. But no theme was more prevalent than the alien shapeshifter. The ones who could live alongside the normal people, corrupting them from within. Communists coming for your husbands, gays coming for your sons. The Red Scare and the dread of communist infiltration into American culture are commonly seen as metaphors in the 1956 science fiction classic, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The film has also been seen as a homosexual allegory by any number of reviewers and scholars throughout the years. The film's narrative revolves around an extraterrestrial invasion of Earth and the subsequent infiltration of soulless carbon copy humans developed in pods. The pod inhabitants begin to symbolize, as the film unfolds, a society that is driven by uniformity and tries to eliminate individuality and uniqueness. This uniformity and conformity theme has been linked to the gay experience in the 1950s ever since. Many gay individuals in the past were pressured to conceal their identities and mask their sexual orientation because of the widespread stigma associated with being gay at the time. The film's depiction of the pod people paints them as robotic drones, devoid of feeling and individuality. In addition, the film's characters are a misfit crew that the perceived conventional society rejects and ignores. People who insist that something nefarious is occurring are sometimes branded as insane or paranoid. Similar to the experiences of gay people who were frequently disregarded and mocked by the larger society, the characters in this story are members of a minority group who are trying to persuade the world of a threat that only they can see. Invasion of the Body Snatchers is undoubtedly a film that reflects the societal anxieties of its time, and can also be seen as a powerful gay allegory. By exploring themes of conformity, individuality, and marginalization, the film speaks to the experiences of many gay people who struggle to find acceptance in a society that sought to erase their differences. Invaders from Mars features a similar plot to Invasion of the Body Snatchers. David, the film's protagonist, is a creative and sensitive young man who is ridiculed and excluded from school. He has a difficult time relating to people, even his own father, with whom he has a tense relationship. Many members of the queer community, especially around the time the film was released, have experienced feelings of alienation and exclusion similar to those shown in the film. Actor Arthur Franz, who plays David's father in the film, has been speculated to be homosexual in real life. Morris Ankrum, who was also thought to be gay, plays Dr. Kelston, an investigator of the UFO phenomena. There are aspects in Invaders from Mars that may be seen via a queer lens, even if that wasn't the film's original intent. From the underlying ties between the male characters to the overt themes of possession and invasion. The 1939 film Ninochka has also been interpreted by film critics as an allegory for lesbian desire and love. Firstly, the character of Nina, played by Greta Garbo, is a stern and serious Soviet envoy who comes to Paris to supervise a group of 3 bumbling comrades who have been sent there to sell jewels seized during the Russian Revolution. Nina is initially portrayed as cold and unfeeling, but she begins to thaw as she falls in love with the charming and carefree Count Leon Dalgot, played by Melvyn Douglas. This dynamic of a strict and buttoned-up woman being seduced by a more carefree and flamboyant man is a common trope in classic Hollywood films, but it also mirrors the expectation that more manly or serious women would lighten up and go straight eventually. The assumption among many was, after all, that the only thing stopping a lesbian from being a happy homemaker was finding the right man. Finally, there is the character of Irma, played by Bela Lugosi. Irma is portrayed as a flamboyant and theatrical figure with a campy and exaggerated manner of speaking and gesturing. While the character is not explicitly identified as queer, the fact that Lugosi himself was bisexual and often played roles with homoerotic undertones has led some viewers to interpret Irma as a coded representation of queer desire. And from a completely opposite direction, we have the notorious Plan 9 from Outer Space. from the infamous filmmaker Ed Wood. While the film has long been considered a cinematic disaster, it has also been celebrated for its campy, subversive qualities. In particular, many critics and scholars have interpreted the film as a queer allegory. One way in which the film can be seen as a queer allegory is through the character of the alien leader, Eros. Eros is portrayed as a flamboyant, effeminate figure, with his distinctive attire, makeup, and mannerisms. He moves with a graceful, almost balletic quality, and his speech is melodramatic and theatrical. His characterization is so exaggerated that it goes well beyond mere stereotyping, and instead creates a queer icon that challenges and subverts traditional gender norms. Another aspect of the film that can be interpreted as a queer allegory is its underlying critique of conformity. The plot revolves around the aliens' plan to destroy Earth because they view it as a threat to their own culture and way of life. This can be seen as a commentary on the obsessive forces of conformity that queer individuals have often faced. The aliens' desire for uniformity and sameness can be read as a metaphor for the societal pressures to conform to heteronormative standards and expectations, and even the internal expectations of the queer community. Finally, the film's low-budget, campy style can be seen as a celebration of the marginal and the underground. In the context of queer culture, camp has often been used as a way to resist and subvert dominant cultural norms. The film's deliberately bad acting, special effects, and overall production value can be seen as a queer refusal to conform to traditional Hollywood standards. Or maybe I'm reaching a bit with that one. But suffice to say, the 1950s were a time of strict social conformity in America. The culture was dominated by the ideal of the nuclear family, where a husband worked and provided for his wife and children, while the wife stayed at home and took care of the household. Any deviation from this norm was considered dangerously deviant and subject to social ostracization. This, of course, included homosexuality, which was widely seen as a mental illness or a moral failing. Gay people in the 1950s faced significant oppression from the dominant culture, as well as legal and social sanctions. Homosexuality was illegal in every state, and those who were caught engaging in same-sex activities could face imprisonment or institutionalization in mental hospitals. In this culture of fear and secrecy, gay people were forced to hide their true selves and lead double lives, whereas suspected communist agents chose to lead double lives. Many gay men and women were also forced into marriages with the opposite sex in order to maintain appearances and avoid suspicion. These marriages were often unhappy and unfulfilling for both partners, and they often ended in divorce or estrangement. This further reinforced the idea that homosexuality was a choice, and that gay people could choose to be straight if they wanted to. Gays and lesbians were also subject to violence and discrimination. In many areas, gay bars were the only places where they could meet and socialize. However, these spaces were often raided by police, who would arrest patrons and subject them to violence and humiliation. These bars were actually raided more often than suspected communist hideouts. Gays and lesbians were considered easier targets by the police, and since the government believed a queer person could easily be turned communist, arresting them was killing two birds with one stone. The policing of gender norms and the emphasis on conformity made it nearly impossible for gays and lesbians to be themselves and live fulfilling lives.
It's just like so strange. Like the jump from like, oh, well, we're in a Cold War with communists, so we don't want communist spies. Like that justification sort of makes sense, you know. But like just assuming the gays are commies, like where did that come from?
It wasn't until the Stonewall riots of 1969 and the subsequent gay rights movement that things began to change in America. But Hollywood would begin to ease up on the depiction of gay people in the 1960s, but mostly in coded ways. But even with deep, deep coding, there was a catch. Anyone confirmed to be gay or even heavily coded to be wouldn't have it easy. And to live a life true to themselves, they might just have to die for it. As we close out this episode, I'd really like to thank all of our patrons. It's only because of you that videos like this are even possible. YouTube isn't all too friendly when it comes to pushing LGBT content. In fact, in most cases, they try their best to keep it hidden. So
I really love James's videos. They're very well written, very compelling stuff.
our amazing patrons are the only reason this channel keeps chugging along. Thank you all so much. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. If you'd like to become a part of this seriously amazing community, you can do so for as little as $1 a month at the link in the pinned comment. Alright, now I'll let the credits roll, and I'll see you soon for Unrequited Episode 4, Dying to be Queer.
That's gonna be good. Sad, but good. Okie dokie. More propaganda! Yay! So this is the second time he's trying this. I'm hoping this is a lot better. How the USA colonized the USA. Title could use work.
This continent has some of the most dramatic landscapes on the planet, from the ocean shorelines to the alpine mountains and the sandy deserts. And also in this landmass from coast to coast and everywhere in between, there lived hundreds, if not thousands of different nations, tribes of people whose land this was. This was their home. But then others showed up to these shorelines in their boats. And that is when everything changed.
How the US stole America. See, that title is way better.
In the spring of 1803, 2 American politicians visiting Paris closed the sweetest real estate deal they had ever seen. With the simple stroke of a pen, their country doubled in size. All for just $15 million. But in this deal, which was called the Louisiana Purchase, the US didn't actually buy this land from France. France didn't actually own the land. What the United States was buying was the imperial rights to this huge swath of North America. This basically meant that France would stay out of the way and let the budding new empire, the United States, colonize it without interfering. If the United States really wanted ownership over this land, they would need to get it from the people who were here first, which at the time was lots of different native tribes. These are the people who had been here for thousands of years, way before Europeans had the idea of leaving their continent. And this land that the US just bought was theirs. Oh, and this isn't just me, like some modern enlightened person looking back and judging the United States at this time. The US knew that this wasn't their land and that they were going to have to buy it from the people living there. And their big plan was to do things differently, not like the old imperial powers that they had just broken away from. In fact, George Washington was, quote, determined that the US government's administration of Indian affairs shall be directed entirely by the great principles of justice and humanity.
Yeah. Pepe Law, I got bad news for you. That did not happen. Sorry, bud.
Go USA, let's do this in the right way. So instead of conquest, they would negotiate and sign formal treaties with these native nations. Then they would pay them for their land, fair and square. After all, this was a country whose founding document highlights justice, tranquility, welfare, and liberty. In our series, How the US Stole, we get to see how the US grew from a group of English settlers to a global superpower. But none of those stories would exist without this one. The origin story. The first thing that the US ever stole. So Europeans are pouring into this newly formed country, the United States. And the government is making deals and signing treaties with the tribes, allowing these newcomer immigrants to settle on their land. At first, this is a fairly peaceful transactional process. The US would offer food, farming equipment, cash, the services of a blacksmith, all in exchange for ownership over this land. But unsurprisingly, a lot of these tribes had no interest in moving out of their ancestral lands in exchange for, like, farming equipment. And this is where all of George Washington's ideals of justice and humanity really start to dissolve. The US was becoming a more powerful nation. They needed more land for their booming population. So the impatient settlers and their government started playing dirty.
The westward movement was like a great tidal wave.
You start to see what happens when these tribes say no to the newly powerful United States. In one instance, one group of tribes up near the Great Lakes didn't want to sell their land. They told the United States that this river would be the border and to not cross it, to stay off their land. The US said no, and they took them to war and lost twice. But on the third time, they won the battle and forced the tribes to sign a treaty giving away all of this land, basically all of present-day Ohio. Something very similar happened down here when the Seminole tribes refused to leave their land. The US military came in, another war, killing thousands, forcing the tribes to sign a treaty and pushing them into the swampy interior of the state, where they had no access to their farmland or the ocean. Down here in what was becoming Alabama, the Muskogee Nation refused to sign a relocation treaty, but not wanting to go to war, agreed to sell a portion of their land in return for a guarantee that they could keep the rest. And the United States agreed, and they actually did. And the Muskogee kept their ancestral lands forever. Womp womp, no, that didn't happen. 4 years later, a bunch of white settlers moved in, boxing the Muskogee out of their ancestral land. As tensions grew because of this violated agreement, the US military was called in to force the Muskogee out of their lands. No treaty was ever signed. I mean, the shenanigans ranged the whole gamut here. They would get tribal leaders drunk to trick them into signing this paper that gave them all the land. They would appoint random people to be the tribal leaders and then tell them to sign away the land for the whole tribe. In another conflict, the Sioux and Arapaho nations defeated the US military over and over until the US finally signed a peace treaty acknowledging their land. And they were safe. Until gold was discovered 8 years later, and the US broke their treaty, redrew the boundaries, built roads on their land, and before you know it, you've got a bunch of white guys with gold pans harvesting this land. Treaties and justice be damned. Eventually, other tribes caught on to what was going to happen, realizing that refusing the US government would mean violence. So they would sign the paper, take the money, and leave. Over the course of almost 100 years, the United States signed 368 treaties with tribal nations, who were driven out one way or another to make way for white settlers, who established control over this land that their government had stolen for them. And yes, you have all the paperwork, all the spreadsheets that they were making, all the treaties, a nice paper trail, but this was all a facade of justice, a thinly veiled campaign for imperial conquest. Before we go on to the story, I just need to tell you that we don't have a sponsor for today's video. Lately, I've been hearing from some sponsors that my videos are too political, which is kind of a bummer because we work really hard to tell really cool stories. And if that means that people don't want to sponsor us, that's fine. Luckily, we have a Patreon where all of you can support this work. It's called The Newsroom. We call it The Newsroom because it just sounds...
The fuck do you mean, too political? He's been political this whole time. What?
It's cooler than Patreon, but it is a place where you can support what we are doing, which is something more and more we need. On the Newsroom, you get an extra video every month. It's a behind-the-scenes vlog from all of the people and processes and happenings around here in the studio. You get to see my scripts. You get royalty-free music from our composer Tom Fox that you can use in your videos, and live Q&As with me. Members of the Newsroom get to chat with me on a Q&A where they can ask me anything. But more importantly, you get the warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting independent journalism. And if that floats your boat, you can go to the link in my description, patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. Let's get back to the story. Okay, so we have all of this like fake treaty shenanigans going on to help the United States feel like they're doing justice. And it's working. They are moving loads of native people out of their ancestral lands so that white people can settle it. But there was one region that proved particularly difficult for this extermination project that was going down. Here in the Deep South, you had these 5 large nations that lived side by side with the settlers for a long time. They had all signed treaties with the United States that acknowledged their right to this land. Many of them spoke English, practiced farming, wore European clothes. Some even owned slaves. Because of this, these 5 tribes, the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole, were known as the 5 civilized tribes. And there's an alternative world where these tribes could have remained on their land, living side by side with the Europeans as they settled. But that's not what happened, mostly because of cotton. Farmers down here were getting super rich off of a very valuable cash crop called cotton that they could sell to textile mills around the world. It was an industry made even more profitable by its key input: free labor from stolen Africans. There was this one strip of land down here called the Black Belt Prairie that was particularly desirable for farming cotton. But as you can see, it was locked up in what the United States treaties had formally acknowledged as belonging to native nations. But the farmers down here were looking at this as like, this is a perfect place to expand our cotton kingdom. So, these southern slave owners did what was kind of becoming US policy towards the people living on the land that they wanted. They made up their own rules. The state of Georgia was particularly aggressive in trying to clear this land out, or in the words of their governor at the time, to replace, quote, all of the red with white population. They targeted the Cherokee Nation, passing a law that abolished their governments. The Cherokee are not going to stand for this, so they fight back using the same shenanigans that the United States is trying to use, the US legal system. They take Georgia to court, a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And guess what? The Cherokee Nation won. Like, there was no way around the fact that they had ironclad rights to this land, signed and sealed. The highest court in the country just ruled that the states could not impose on tribal sovereignty. But, as we all learned in government class, a ruling from the judicial branch only works if the executive branch enforces it. Oh, and who was in charge of the executive branch? Oh, this guy. The guy who wrote a letter to his wife during the War of 1812 from the battlefield saying that he had successfully slaughtered 170 Native Americans in, quote, an elegant style. Oh, and the guy who's on our $20 bill? Yeah, him. Andrew Jackson thought that negotiating treaties with the people who were living here was a ridiculous notion. So he looks at the Supreme Court ruling that validates the Cherokees' right to their land, and he literally responds in the snarkiest way possible, saying, "The Chief Justice, John Marshall, has, quote, made his decision, now let him enforce it." No, he was not going to enforce it. Jackson had a different plan in mind. It came in the form of a new law that he pushed through both houses of Congress. His whole worldview towards First Americans embodied in a piece of American legislation, the Indian Removal Act of 1830. This law used taxpayer money to get tribes out of the United States and to relocate them to an uninhabitable place that surely no American settler will ever end up.
The Great Plains seemed an inhospitable land to people familiar with the eastern states and of Europe.
This became their dumping ground, and it came with a promise. Move here and we will never mess with you again. And what's crazy to me is that even after all of the shenanigans, all the facades, they continued to play this charade, saying that the nation of Indians may choose to exchange their land where they now reside. The law says that the government had to negotiate these treaties fairly, voluntarily, peacefully, and that the government would, quote, forever secure and guarantee them their new land, and that they wouldn't break any of the pre-existing agreements that they had made in previous treaties. But no, this was just more pretending, a paper trail of pretend humanity. Just as Andrew Jackson had ignored the Supreme Court ruling, he had no intention in following the law that he helped create. But he kept up the ruse. More documents, more signatures, more paper that made these civilized, justice-minded people feel like they weren't orchestrating a mass ethnic cleansing, sanctioned by the government, paid for by taxes, but they were. So this law is implemented, and the United States government, military, and even private companies start to ramp up their removal efforts of first Americans. They focus in on these 5 tribes that were sitting atop the land that they wanted for their cotton empire. More bribes, more pretend negotiations, and when push came to shove, more threats of violence. The Cherokee eventually signed a treaty agreeing to sell their last portion of land, and they moved west, out to their little rectangle of land that had been allocated to them by the government on maps. The only problem was that the leader who signed the treaty on behalf of the Cherokee people was not actually the real leader. They had no authority to make this decision. The Cherokee chief furiously protested this, but the US didn't care. They had their signature from someone. In their eyes, all was justified. Between 1831 and 1838, nearly every member from the 5 tribes was expelled from their land. 100,000 people, whose home this was, now forced to walk by foot for more than 1,000 miles through brutal weather and terrain towards a little box on the map, a place they had never been before. The Cherokee would eventually call this journey the Trail Where We Cried, or the Trail of Tears. Some tried to fight back against their oppressors, and others stood their ground until they were forcibly bound in chains by the US government and herded west at gunpoint. Their land was vacant, and cotton farmers with their slaves moved in, and the economy grew. We'll never know how many people died during all of this, how many lives were really destroyed. Some people say 3,000, other estimates say 15,000, but you don't need those numbers to see how destructive this was. It was systematic, it was documented, and it was enshrined in law. We have a paper trail of all of it, showing the receipts, the payments, the treaties, the bureaucracy of it all. It's like a bunch of spreadsheets from the 1800s. American settlers, in an effort to be different from the old world empires they fled, ended up carrying out the first state-sponsored ethnic cleansing. There's a reason why Hitler, 100 years later, references this exact event, this process, when he was carrying out his own ethnic cleansing. He said that the Volga, which was a river in Russia, would be, quote, our Mississippi. He said that Europe, not America, would be the land of unlimited possibilities. The story of what happened to many nations of the first Americans doesn't end here. In fact, this is kind of the beginning.
Yeah, I feel like that's not talked about enough, like how Hitler was inspired by America, how America themselves had a Nazi party. Like, none of that. None of that.
We're gonna make a second part to this video, and in that part 2, I wanna show you what happens next once these tribes arrive to their little rectangle on the map. Indian Territory, the place where these tribes were forced out, dumped, and left to build a new life. And how they once again tried to fight back using the legal frameworks that had pushed them out, and how all of that led to the establishment of one state in our country that could have looked a lot different. Hey, thanks for watching this video. I need to tell you about something. We have a poster. I finally have a poster. I've been dreaming about this poster for a very long time. All maps are wrong, and indeed they are. This poster shows dozens of map projections, all the weird quirky shapes that you get when you try to map a sphere, which is what our globe is, onto a piece of paper which is flat. It is available right now. You can go buy it, and doing so supports this channel, but it also gets you a really sweet poster. We printed it on really nice paper. I spent
I've been wanting to watch this for a while. Alice Capel did coverage on the protests in France. Very cool, very based. Let's go. This is the let them eat bread quote. If there's not bread, let them eat cake.
We're going to become the Jokers. Yes.
The Jokers.
Okay, 2 disclaimers. First, yes, France is a gorgeous country, landscapes are great, French culture is very rich, the food is great, French language is beautiful, we are the country of human rights, education is more or less free, healthcare is more or less free. I love many things about France, but today I want to focus on the things that I don't like. And to be fair, it's been quite easy to hate France lately. Second, this is happening right now, the protests and everything, and as much as I like to take some distance with my videos to, see different angles angles, etc. I'm a human being, and this is making me very angry, very emotional, very scared as well, and I also wanted to convey that in the video. So I'm going to have to make a lot of contextualization before I get to the crux of the issue, the real reason why millions of people are protesting in France. Every single time I told to someone outside France what I'm about to tell you, they couldn't help but make that face I make on pretty much every thumbnail. So this video is meant for people outside of France to better understand what is going on. There have been a lot of misconceptions as to why French people have been protesting to the degree they do. The first one is the hyper-focus on the pension reform. And it is true that it is how things started. Macron's government announced that they would delay the age of retirement from 62 to 64. They said it was necessary in order to maintain our current pension system, which relies on workers being taxed a portion of their salary to pay for those who are retired. So the government's argument are that 1, more people are retiring, and 2, people are living longer. Those two things lead to the pension system being in deficit, and to correct that, they argue that we either have to increase taxes on workers to pay for pensioners, or delay the age of retirement so that workers can contribute for longer. And they are right in a way. If we really want to keep the pension system as it is and avoid increasing that relatively small deficit, something needs to be done. And French people are annoying for not understanding that. In fact, for the past few months, that is what the government has been saying on TV, etc. The reform is necessary. We didn't explain it well. We're frustrated that we didn't convince the French people. And I mean, this way of talking is very condescending, isn't it? Very technocratic. French people aren't dumb. They don't need to be told what is right, what is wrong, what is necessary, what isn't. They very much understand what the government is trying to do. Contrary to what has circulated in French and international news, French people aren't selfishly protesting because they do not want to comply with a necessary reform. If those who say that at least try to talk to French people, they'll soon realize that it's not true. That's how things were initially presented to the general public. That is how most international news channels presented it as well, with the government on the one side.
Yeah, I mean, shit, that's like all I heard about it. I didn't realize that there was like a broader context, which I'm glad for this video.
Side having to pass a difficult yet necessary reform, and lazy, unrealistic, selfish, and sometimes violent French people on the other. But the government did not anticipate what was going to happen. For the following 2 months, French debunkers dissected the reform on TV and on social media and revealed the hypocrisy of the government to the people. I really want to insist on that because I think there's a lesson to be learned here. The government hoped to rely on people's common sense, aka we live longer, therefore need to work longer, to smoothly pass the reform. It didn't care to explain the mechanisms of the reform. It was necessary and shut up, that's it. They even lied on some aspects of the reform on TV, which is revealing of the contempt they have for the people. Debunkers, on the other hand, not only exposed those lies, and they not only explained in detail what the reform was really going to do, but they also educated people on how the economy works, how institutions work, and how the government manufactures consent so that we, citizens, can't be fooled again by the common sense rhetoric. That is the power of equipping citizens with knowledge, the power of democracy. Some major props for the journalists, economists, and other experts who did a fantastic job there. Now, the main argument in opposition to the reform is that the government refuses to admit that there is another option. Increasing taxes or delaying the age of retirement aren't the only two options. So what is that third option? Well, it is that of making those who have made insane profits during the pandemic and continue to do so with inflation also contribute to the pension of their workers.
Tax them. Tax them. Yeah. Crazy idea. Tax the rich. Wow. Wow.
Because, like it has been the case worldwide, the wealth of the top 1% has increased a lot. And on the other hand, inflation, the rise of gas prices, rising energy costs have seriously reduced people's purchasing power. This woman you see on screen is part of an anti-poverty organization and has warned the public that an increasing number of people can't use their cars anymore. They can't leave their home and only have 1 meal per day, while LVMH billionaire Bernard Arnault just sold his $73 million private jet because he didn't like being scrutinized on social media. We cannot let those injustices happen, right? As we found a new rising star of the left. For those of you who knew Mélenchon, he's kinda outdated now. So as Ruffin said, Bernard Arnault is not 400,000 times worthier than the LVMH seamstresses, but he is paid 400,000 times more than them. So you see, that's precisely that injustice, the audacity Macron has to ask French people to se serrer la ceinture, to tighten the belt, that made us think, wait, no, that won't happen. We have already sacrificed a lot. We won't work an extra 2 years because Macron is too scared to ask his billionaire friends to fairly contribute to society. This is the foundation of what is happening right now, the injustice of that pension reform that has been denounced by leftists, centrists, experts. Like, the common sense is on our side for once. But just like it was the case with the Yellow Vest movements, which, to briefly remind you, started because of the rise of gas prices, the reform was only a catalyst for something much bigger. Which means that reducing the protest to French people are lazy, they don't want to work an extra 2 years, reveals the ignorance of what is actually happening. From there, every lie the government said, every intervention on TV, every refusal to engage with trade unions only exacerbated that feeling of injustice fermenting in France. But really, 2 events put the country on fire. The first one was the use of the 49.3 article by the government in mid-March, and the second one was Macron's official interview a few days later. First, le 49.3. The 49.3 is an article that allows the government to bypass the parliament vote. It has been used by a number of presidents a number of times, but is becoming more and more taboo because of how anti-democratic it is. It's the 11th time Macron uses it, and this time it really did not sit right with the French people. Why, you may ask? Because this pension reform is something that deeply affects everyone. It has direct consequences on everyone's lives, and it's something people plan ahead eagerly. And so the introduction of a vertical, undemocratic, top-down form of power through the 49.3 is not welcome. If we truly live in democracy, we should have a say, especially on something like pensions. Macron did a citizen convention for climate a few years ago, gathering 150 randomly selected French people to establish a list of reforms that the government would then consider. That was a brilliant idea. That is what direct democracy looks like. But unfortunately, it appears that it was mostly a communication strategy, since the government only implemented a few reforms, not the most ambitious ones, obviously. Actually, many activists said it was a failure. But it made sense to do something like that on a topic like climate change, which concerns everyone. And it would have made sense to do the same thing with pensions. But no, neoliberal Macron doesn't want to do that. He knows that French people aren't on his side, more than any other French president ever.
You can't do that with pensions, because they would just say, like, tax the rich, and he would have to be like, no, I don't want to.
He's really scared of the people. He doesn't like us, he doesn't talk to us. And forcing us to accept something that 80% of us do not want is therefore deeply undemocratic. Macron and his government say that they have been elected less than a year ago, so that they have the people's legitimacy, but Macron himself recognized his lack of legitimacy right after his victory last year, saying that he understood most people voted for him to prevent the far right from accessing power. He said he would take that into consideration, but he lied. Second thing, Macron's interview. What an interview that was. I'm not joking when I say that every time this guy opened his mouth, it adds 100,000 protesters in the street. The interview was chaotic, he did the usual, we didn't explain it well to French people. He tried to turn French people against each other by opposing protesting workers to those who are unemployed but receive benefits. He implied that people's frustration with the reform was due to the fact that they didn't work during the pandemic and kind of struggled to go back to this work-oriented mentality or something like that. And finally, something that really set me off, he compared the protest to the January 6th US Capitol attack on the basis that French people refused to respect Macron's democratic legitimacy. What a shame. What a shame.
Ain't no fucking way, dude. Ain't no fucking way. Oh my god. Call me when someone shits on your desk. Okay, then you can call it January 6th.
Honestly, 80% of French people are against the reform. Millions of people in the streets. Manual workers, health workers, clerks, executive, even influencers. People across the political spectrum. You are pathetic. That's what Ruffin repeated in a long, passionate speech he delivered at the parliament. Quote, what hope, what vision, what eagerness for the future do you convey? Nothing. Only this little, trivial and shabby reform. It's mediocre. You are pathetic. To all the people who keep the country going, to all the nurses, the cashiers,
French don't fuck around,
the manual workers, to those people who wake up early every day to go to work, what do you give them in return? 2 years. 2 years! How ambitious of you! You are pathetic. We need to channel all the energy, all the money, all the workforce, all the expertise to fight climate change. But instead of doing that, you block the country for what? To save 0.1% of the GDP. That is your priority. You are pathetic. End of the quote.
Damn.
I like that he reversed the paradigm there, saying that the government blocks the country, not the protesters. Probably also seen the pictures of the mountains of garbage in the street of Paris. That's another beautiful symbol because it makes the invisible work of garbage collectors visible. And maybe some of you even saw this video of techno-activist Mathilde Caillard dancing and singing the slogan Retraite, climat, même combat, meaning retirement, climate, same fight. I guess you start to see that it goes beyond the pension reform. People not only demand that they keep those 2 years of retirement, we demand that we keep the planet and all forms of living, including human beings, alive for as many years as possible. And that requires that we completely change our productivist model. Macron and his government also have a vision for the future, and it's called hardcore neoliberalism, baby. It is necessary. It is the pragmatic option, they say, with PowerPoints and Excel documents to prove you they're right. Anyone who does not agree with that very cold approach of politics, with that ideology, is repressed. The parliament is repressed through the use of the 49.3. Trade unions are repressed because Macron doesn't want to talk to them. And finally, protesters are repressed through police brutality. So what do we need to do to be heard? How is this a functioning democracy? We tried everything, they blocked everything. I want to elaborate on the police violence because it is getting really serious. In the past few weeks, images, videos of police brutality have circulated online. Police officers have used warfare weapons, they have abused of tear gas, intimidated, insulted, threatened.
What weapons?
And undressed. Police brutality have circulated online. Police officers have used warfare weapons, they have abused of tear gas, intimidated, insulted.
The fuck is a welfare weapon?
Threatened, undressed protesters in the street. They rode their motorbikes on protesters, hit them with their baton. They have arrested hundreds of peaceful protesters who clearly did not do anything. Every single day there are new images of police brutality. And what does the government have to say to that? Nothing. When in Parliament, a member read the testimony of a young woman who had been sexually assaulted, the Home Secretary Darmanin accused himself of assaults and rape, dismissed the testimony and said full support to the police. I mean, what the f***, France? The country of human rights. Saying full support to the police after someone read a horrible testimony, what does that mean? That means go guys, have fun. You won't have to face any consequences for that. The absence of condemnation is extremely concerning. France is not a police state. It's a democracy. And it's not just Darmanin. Most parliament members who support Macron are also incapable of denouncing police brutality. Even international NGOs like Amnesty International are actually concerned about what is going on in this country. On the other hand...
Damn. Isn't Amnesty International, like, from France? Didn't they, like, start it? Oh, it's in the UK. Okay.
And every time a left-wing leader is invited on TV, the first question they get asked is, condamnez-vous les violences? Do you condemn acts of violence? And they don't mean police violence, no. They refer to the relative violence of a minority of protesters called the Black Blocs. So the government says that the police protects peaceful protesters, which, as the video shows, as I'm about to tell you, is clearly not the case. The police violence only reflects the violence of the government. And as Rufin said, it's a shame when a French person hits another French person, whether it's a protester or police officer. So I went protesting last week with a friend and, you know, it was a great experience. Trade unions were there, workers, young people, old people, universities, pensioners. I saw some politicians I like as well. People were singing, dancing. We didn't see many, if not any, police officers, which I think helped relax the atmosphere. And so as we were collectively moving forward, someone put fire to a bin 20 meters away from us, and the firemen arrived, took care of it for safety, no big deal. And then, I kid you not, I looked around, looked at my feet, and when I looked back towards the fire, I saw 2 rows of police officers with the baton, helmet, shield and everything had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now you have to imagine, there were a lot of people. We were all standing next to each other in a medium-sized street, so immediately the atmosphere completely changed. The slogans went from we are here, even if Macron doesn't want it, we are here, to everybody hates the police. The tension was rising, but I want to make clear that on the one side, you had fully armed and protected people, police officers, and on the other side, very average, unprotected, unarmed protesters, including teenagers, old people. There was even a guy in a wheelchair, and a woman as well with crutches. And then all of a sudden, the police rushed to us. They forced us to run away, quite literally. My friend and I went in a little street with a bunch of other average people, including that guy with the wheelchair, and waited for a quarter of an hour, I'd say. Then we progressively went back to where we used to be, and what we saw was quite scary, to be honest. 2 new rows of police officers had appeared in another adjacent street. At that very moment, my heart started to beat really, really fast, but at the same time, I really felt angry and started to sing Everybody Hates the Police, because how dare they push us like that for no reasons when...
Yeah, she got kettled. Do not get kettled. Like, it's hard to avoid. You know, you don't know when the cops are coming and, like, to which streets they're gonna block off, but, like, as much as you can, like, you should be, like, always moving. You don't have to answer any questions unless they say that you're being detained for something. It's shit. Fucking ACAB.
We've been peaceful this whole time. For me, they were the same people I saw in the videos, and they disgusted me. The story is not over yet because as we were waiting for the situation to evolve and be able to resume the march, I couldn't see very much because they were quite far away at that point. But what I saw is that they rushed and pushed us again while they threw tear gas bombs without even warning us. So no, when I was there, the police did not protect me or the people around me, peaceful protesters. I ended up with tear gas burning my eyes, my heart beating super fast. Funnily enough, the people who actually helped us were the black blocs who created passages for us to escape as best as we could. In that moment of panic, you forget about politics, honestly, and I did feel protected by them. I trusted them, not the police. After 20 minutes, the road was cleared again, things went back to normal, the police officers disappeared, and we continued the march with the knowledge that, you know, they might reappear anytime. One of the questions I got asked the most on Instagram when I said that I would make this video is who's benefiting from all of this? Well, the government says that all the chaos that the left is causing in parliament and in the streets, again, we talk about 70 to 80% of French people who are against the reform, all of that, they say, is serving the far right. At least that's what Home Secretary Darmanin, who, so that you know, once said that far-right Marine Le Pen wasn't tough enough on immigration. People were shocked when he said that, but it makes so much sense now. He caricatures anyone who does not believe like him into a terrorist. He's the one who talked about eco-terrorism to refer to the civil disobedience of climate protesters, and now he talks about intellectual terrorism. Basically, anyone who criticizes him is a terrorist. As philosopher
Intellectual terrorism. Intellectual terrorism. So you got owned. So you got owned in the marketplace of ideas and you want to call that intellectual terrorism? Alright, okay.
Marc Crépon said, this strategy of calling every opponent a terrorist is exactly what Putin does. And because the French Human Rights League have raised the alarm, he now implies that he would cut subsidies for the Human Rights League? Wow. To a lesser degree, but still in alignment with Darmanin's statements on protesters, Macron referred to the millions of people who went in the streets as the crowd, rebels, not as the people. Words matter, and the government's choice of words to refer to his opponents is deeply alarming. Darmanin in particular has been mobilizing the rhetoric of the far right for many years now. As a state official, he has participated in standardizing that language, and on the other hand, caricaturing the left-wing coalition as a group of extremists. terrorists. I don't know if I should laugh or cry because there is nothing extremist about the current left-wing coalition. So to answer the question, who's benefiting from all of this? Well, it might actually be true. It might be the far right, as it was the case with the Yellow Vest movement. The far right populist discourse managed to channel that anger into support for their cause. And it might happen again here. It is true that people who went in the streets seem to be mostly left-wing, and it's great because all of the protests kind of developed that left-wing consciousness. However, the majority of people didn't make it to the streets, and they could be the ones who potentially vote for Le Pen. The ambiguous relative silence of Marine Le Pen's party and its complete absence from the activity of the protest further allowed it to establish itself as a respectable party, ready to govern. In fact, it is mind-blowing to see how the government, not just Darmanin, has shown more and more sympathy for the respectable far right in comparison to the chaotic left. And again, there is nothing revolutionary about the current left-wing coalition. Maybe moving to a new republic, the Sixth Republic, with more direct democracy, but other than that. But anyway, Macron is now deeply unpopular. I don't think anything could save him. He reached a point where he had to send police officers to arrest a random woman who insulted him on Facebook, and also gave an interview to a kids magazine. I think someone needs to send him that woman who performed that weird poem for Putin. You remember that? There must be some unresolved childhood trauma going on. If I were that woman, I'd probably say something like, Emmanuel, I know it's easier to be right-wing than left-wing. We live in a society that constantly drags us towards the easy option, because it's harder to resolve issues of injustice than it is to resolve issues of order. We adopt conservatism because it's easier to understand what already happens, therefore it's easier to hold a right-wing discourse than a left-wing discourse. And because all societies encourage us to put less and less efforts into developing our own knowledge, our understanding of the world, we are more and more likely to choose the easy option on the side of order rather than the side of justice. I've received a lot of comments from people across the globe saying, I wish insert nationality was like the French, we don't protest like you do, and yes, it's true that we have a very long tradition of protesting, but that tradition is the result of the existence of structures that know how to organize people. So don't wait for a protest to occur in your city. You can start organizing at a very small level with a group of friends at your college campus, and then gather more and more people around the cause. Also make sure to follow organizations that already exist around you and show up when they need you. Protesting is most of the time really fun. You get to meet new people, you get to sing, you really feel like you're part of something, and that is a feeling we seriously lack, that sense of community basically. The last thing I'll say is that all the protests that are happening at the moment in France are purely reactionary. They seek to keep the rights that have been acquired in the past. That's why even if the text gets removed, it won't be a full victory, just a return to what it used to be before it all started. So it's also important that on top of resisting neoliberal institutions, we also campaign for progressive alternatives, that we reverse that paradigm, meaning that we force our governments to react to us, not the other way around. The reforms show that yet again neoliberal elites want to oversee the management of our future, but what we, the youth, ask for is to let us imagine it. So yeah, I guess that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you better understand what is at stake in France at the moment. Don't forget to like, to subscribe, if it's not done already. You can also support me on Patreon. We have a Discord community with live streams, a book club, etc. Actually, I'd like to say thank you to my patrons for their support. I'm trying to wrap that up as quickly as possible. I'm running out of battery. And a special thank to top tier patrons. Obviously it could be for the end, but a big thank you to Patricia, Marcelo, Christopher, Ian, Donage, Ren, Alex, Sam, Manuel, Dakota, Jay, Benjamin.
Okay. That was all the video essays. We did it. We did it. Good job. Let's look at this. A little, infosec.
Hi, Yucky Musculars. You commented this about 20 minutes ago, but it only took me about 3 to find you. Here's Yucky Muscular's TikTok profile picture. You said that I can't find you based on this photo, but you are Wrong. The very first follower on TikTok has his full name on his profile. If I look up his username on Instagram, he has the same full name on his Instagram. And then if I look up his full name on Facebook, the profile picture on Facebook matches the profile picture on Instagram, so I knew that was him. Your third follower on TikTok has her full name on her profile, and it is the same last name as your first follower. And I confirmed on Facebook, it's because they're married. Both of them following you on TikTok means you must be very close, which means maybe you were in their wedding. And if I go on Facebook and I look at their wedding photos, someone looks familiar. Check out this guy in their wedding photos. He's wearing a headband just like you do.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
In your TikTok profile picture, and he has plugs just like you do in your TikTok profile picture. There's another photo of him on the wedding day. Same headband, same plugs, and also look at those glasses, the same glasses you're wearing in your TikTok profile picture. But this person wasn't tagged or mentioned in any of those photos, so how can I find what his name is? I know, a wedding website. Google your first and third followers' names.
Oh my god.
Wedding, found their wedding website, found a list of their bridesmaids and groomsmen. There are no photos though, so I had to look up each groomsman's name. Googling one of those full names led me to a Twitter. Here's the profile picture, same glasses, same plugs, same headband. Same thing on Facebook, same glasses, same headband, same plugs, and also the same necklace from your TikTok profile picture. Anything's possible, yucky musculars. You didn't ask me to find your birthday, so I'm not going to say it, but I do know it. You're 29 this year. I hope that's enough of a hint. And I hope you have a great day. You don't follow me, but maybe you should. Bye, Parley. Hi, yucky musculars. You comment.
She scares me. She's terrifying.
If you have a grandpa named Larry who drives for Uber and he drives a Tesla in Chicago and you pay $4,200 in rent, Grandpa Larry is out here telling everybody about it. And if your husband is in a branch of the military and has been for 3 years and you make over $70,000 for your salary, Grandpa Larry is telling everybody. I got in an Uber today. It was a Tesla. And the man immediately said hello. I said hello back, and then we were off. I'm not a really chatty Uber passenger. I will say, how are you? And if they respond, I say, great. And then I make it very clear that I'm like gonna sit on my phone, right? But if an Uber driver engages me in conversation, I will not ignore them. I'll talk. This man named Larry said to me, oh, the weather doesn't want to make up its mind. And I said, yeah, it was like 70 degrees 2 weeks ago, and it's been back and forth ever since. I was not looking up when I said these words. I was still looking at my phone. But when I looked up, Larry had a picture on the Tesla screen of a girl standing on the beach. And he said, this is my granddaughter. She lives here with her husband. They've been there for 3 years and she makes over $70,000. Not bad for her age. And he told me how old she was. And I was like, okay, he's really proud of her. I was like, oh yeah, that's great. Look back down at my
just revealing everything about her
phone, and like a beat went by and he said, these are all of my grandchildren. He had pulled up on the Tesla screen 6 grandchildren, I'm assuming at like a Christmas party. And I first thought, damn, he pulled this photo up so quick. He then listed what each grandchild's name was, where each of them lived, where each of them went to school, if they graduated, and where they live now. And then he pointed to one grandson and said, oh, he used to live here, but now he lives in Chicago. He then backed out of that picture of the 6 grandkids, and I saw a screen that has multiple folders on it. He has a folder for every single grandkid, one folder called Christmas Party, which he showed me the contents of those and how many people were at his house on Christmas, and a folder for his dogs. One of them is named Sadie. And I saw every photo in every single one of those albums. And I was in his car for probably 15 to 20 minutes. So all I gotta say, if any of this sounds familiar, Grandpa Larry's super proud of you, but I know how much money you make and how much you pay for rent, Grandpa Larry's grandchildren. And I'm now thinking about it, and I really hope the Tesla was self-driving during this time, because he was getting these photos with the quickness. Anyway, Grandpa Larry stays doxing his entire family on Uber. If you have a grandpa named
the entire family. Oh my god, Grandpa, stop. Grandpa, what are you doing?
Oh, it's like clockwork. I'll find someone's birthday, post a video about it, and then someone else will always say, hi, I hate this, and I never want it to happen to me. If you'll notice, I only use social media to find birthdays, and I don't use data broker websites. There's a reason! You know what I'm talking about. You Google your own name, and then all these pages come up that are like, find anybody's address, email, phone number, blood type. Those websites are the reason you get phishing scam emails, spam calls, and they could be used for like stalking. And I'm not talking about cool, consensual, fun stalking that we do here. Forget me finding your birthday. If you don't want people to know where you live and how to contact you, there are tools to get that off the internet. That's why I'm partnering with Delete Me, a service that helps you scrub info off of Google and over 750 data brokers online. Once you subscribe, it's super simple. You enter your info once.
Picture taken with another adult who's wearing a fucking costume.
To summarize that video, she went to a Disney park with her children, waited in a long line to meet a princess, and realized that long line was 90% adults and not a lot of children. She's annoyed and weirded out that adults would wait in line to meet another adult just dressed up in a costume. Annoyed Lemon, I don't know if you'll ever watch this, but if you do, I just want to offer you a unique perspective that may make you look at this differently. I'm from Illinois, and my parents drove from Illinois to Florida like almost every year to take us to Disney World. So I was obsessed with the parks, obsessed with the movies, and my senior year of high school, Disney came and gave a presentation about how you can work at Disney World after you graduate. It was game over for me. I graduated high school, I moved to Orlando, I was in attractions, and I worked at the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids playground. Before I moved to Disney, I said, oh, everyone in this program is going to be as obsessed with Disney as me, has been to Disney so many times, that's why they're applying, right? Why else would you apply to work at Disney if you haven't been there a billion times and don't love it? A lot of friends I made in the program were in the program because they had never been to Disney and were not afforded the opportunities to in their childhood. So the only way they could ever experience Disney World is to work there and have Disney pay them. It was amazing to go to the parks with adult friends who had never experienced the magic before. Then I switched roles into entertainment and I was Mulan, Pocahontas, and Silver Mist the Fairy for 4 years. For 5 days a week, I was the princess you met at the end of those long lines. You can only imagine how wonderful it is to meet hundreds of children who come up to you and say, I watch you on TV all the time, and give you a big hug and are just completely bewildered that their favorite character is standing in front of them talking to them. Do you know who can communicate to me that they saved up for 5 years for their first ever Disney trip as a 40-year-old? Adults. Adults whose parents didn't drive them from Illinois to Florida to go to Disney every year. Adults who were children and obsessed with Cinderella and then saw a commercial on TV of Walt Disney World of another child hugging Cinderella in the parks, and they never got to do that. Adults who paid the same money as you did to get into a park and receive a certain experience, which is to be immersed in storytelling and wonder that the Disney parks provide. In my 4 years as a princess, so many people of all ages have said, it's my first trip and I'm so excited to be here. Every adult in line knew I was a person in a costume. It's fulfilling for people in certain ways, and you don't know what it took for someone to be there in the parks. I paid just as much as you, so the next time you're watching the Magic Kingdom fireworks and you see Tinkerbell fly down from the zip line, whether you're a kid who thinks that Tinkerbell's actually flying or you're an adult who knows that she's on a cord, you're going to hear a collective gasp from every single person in the audience. So just wanted to throw that out there for you.
Picture taken with another adult who...
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Nobody says good luck finding nobody's birthday. What's with the third person? Who do you think you are, Elmo? Possibly the most feral investigation I've ever done. Let's go. Okay, here's the first way you spelled nobody. Nobody. We'll put it at the top here. And then nobody with periods in between. Number 2, on your profile it says you're Jewish in Pan and you play Fortnite. You do have a lot of TikToks posted, but very few of them talk about your personal life. Here's one of your little pup though, named Yamson. The majority of your TikToks are Fortnite clips. Yippee for me. Your own Fortnite name is always at the top. So here's your Fortnite name. NOBOD33, a third way you spell it. Add it to the top. And I noticed in a lot of your Fortnite clips, you're playing with the same teammate. And one in particular helped me the most. I will call her X. And you tagged someone with the same TikTok username in a comment and said, this was such a fun round. Here's X commenting on another Fortnite TikTok of yours saying, damn, that's awesome that you clipped this. I said, if you're playing this much Fortnite with all of these people, at least one person has to be streaming on Twitch, right? You don't know what Twitch is? First of all, can you describe the texture of grass to me? What's it like? People stream games on there and other people can watch and comment. I looked up X's username on Twitch and found her right away. And I had already looked up all of the variations of your name on Twitch and could not find you. So my goal was to go to her profile and see if you have commented at all. And you did. I found a past broadcast of hers where you were playing Fortnite. I saw your username at the top and then you commented in the chat. You said, and I have DoorDash work to do. And I couldn't find you on Twitch because you spell nobody a different way. This one is N0B0DEE. Add it to the top. Here's your profile. This link does go to your TikTok, so I knew it was you. And the only other thing I could see is this picture of an orange. I had already tried to find every variation of nobody on Twitter and I couldn't find it. So I said, maybe if I add the word Fortnite when I search on Google, I'll find something. And I got a hit on Google when I used the simplest one, NOBODEE. Googling that variation of nobody plus Fortnite brought up this tweet. Popular streamer tweeted about Fortnite and someone named Nobody3 responded. And look at the profile picture. It's the same as Twitch. It also says proud to be Jewish, which matches your TikTok bio. And if we look up the word birthday on March 1st, they said, thanks, my birthday birthday's 9 days away, which means month and day, March 10th. And then I looked up the word old, and you tweeted about being 30 in December 2020, which means your full birthday is March 10th, 1990. And if you're thinking, Con, it's a coincidence. They just have the same profile picture and they're both Jewish. No. Good thing you posted this on Twitter, nobody, with our boy Yamson.
No way.
And I know your name because you posted your Venmo in a tweet. And here's your Venmo photo compared to one of your TikToks.
Posted your Venmo? Jesus. Wow. She's really good at this.
And to find where you live, I just have to look up Loveland, Colorado on Twitter. But why am I looking it up? Because you posted this TikTok walking around a cemetery, and one of these graves is in full view. So I looked up that grave on findagrave.com, and it's in Loveland, Colorado. You tweeted at a burger place that you would love if it came to Loveland, Colorado. Bye, William! Nobody says good luck finding nobody's birthday. What's with the third person? Who do you think you are? Elmo? Possibly the...
I have to get everything off the internet. I'm going to live in a cave.
Hi, Super Gandalf Bros. Sorry for the headband. I was doing a face mask and scrolling my TikTok notifications, and I saw your comment. And I was about to go to sleep, but I said, no, I can't get one tiddlywink of slumber until I dissect this man's entire existence. Confidence oozing from your comment is palpable, sir. Because, okay, you never use Tumblr, and you rarely use Instagram. But what about Reddit? I have a private TikTok profile, and your picture is keep calm and call Batman, so I can't do anything with this except Google your username. And there's a Reddit user called Super Gandalf Bros. And sure, it could be a different person, but let me tell you about them. They comment in the London subreddit a lot. Another one in the Liverpool subreddit. I do not know what half of these words mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, that Reddit user with the same username is from the UK. Why am I telling you this? Because you're also from the UK. When I Googled your username, a TikTok came up that you commented on, and you said, I've been to that house before. TikTok is a girl showing a day in the life at her university. She never says the name of her university, though. I had to go to her Instagram, and luckily she posted that TikTok on Instagram, and in the comments of it, someone mentioned the park that she walked past. And that park is at the University of Cardiff in Wales. They're saying, Con, maybe they just visited Wales and saw the same house. No, because you also commented on this TikTok of a comedian saying the different ways that British people say jalapeno. If you weren't from the UK, this comment would be very strange. Yes, I was confident enough that you had the Reddit account too. Check out this comment on the account from 2 years ago. Someone said September 19th is Talk Like a Pirate Day. And Super Gandalf Bro said, and my birthday. So, okay, your birthday's September 19th.
My God.
How do I find the year? Well,
the way they make it so easy for her, too. They just post it on Reddit.
you have another comment on Reddit that says what your PlayStation name is. And guess what it is? Super Gandalf Bros. This is like your main username that you use, but when I first Googled it, Twitter didn't pop up at all. And I said, okay, you must not have a Twitter. I went to Twitter anyway. I said, let me just try. Oh my God, your Twitter is Super Gandalf Bro. Just one bro. The same profile picture as TikTok. You responded to BBC News saying when the Queen's funeral was with, on my birthday, and guess what day it was? September 19th. And you tweeted that you were 17 on September 19th, 2016, which means your birthday is September 19th, 1999. Happy birthday. But aren't you glad I didn't find out your name or what you look like? Psych, you posted a fundraiser that has your full name in it. Here's a photo on your Facebook, and this same photo you posted in the Halloween subreddit. I can now go to sleep. Good night, Matthew. Hi, Super Gandalf Bros. Sorry for the headband I was doing.
Good night, Matthew.
I'm making my husband go to the Alanis Morissette musical tonight. And even though I found a lot of birthdays on this app, Butchstucks, but you were the first one that I can confidently call stupid. If we look at your TikTok profile, your name at the top is stupid. If you really thought I would be mean to someone like that, my feelings are hurt, okay? I'm also going to pronounce your name Butchstucks because I don't think TikTok will like if I say sticks too many times. Okay, back to your TikTok. Completely private. I can't see any followers or videos. Your name at the top is the word stupid, and your profile picture says Sad Girls Club. As a fellow sensitive saddie, I feel you. There's really only one thing to do. Google your username, Butchstuck. Frequent comment I get on my videos is, hey, I just deleted a bunch of info off of social media. Try to find my birthday. Even though you delete a bunch of stuff, Google doesn't do it right away. When I Google your username, the first result is your TikTok, but it doesn't say that your name is the word stupid. It says Shannon and then a last name. Second result on Google is a Pinterest profile, Butchstucks. So I've got your first and last name, and if this is your profile, you're fake. The third result on Google is a single Instagram post that used the hashtag Butchstuck. Here's the photo. It was posted by a university in England. In early Instagram days, if you wanted to put someone's Instagram post on your own profile, you'd have to use a whole separate app. That's what this university did with Butchstuck's post. Just looked up the username and and it is a private profile. Instagram photo looks very similar to the Pinterest photo. How do we connect Instagram buttstucks and Pinterest buttstucks to TikTok Shannon buttstuck? I went to Facebook, typed in your full name and England, typed in your full name plus the university, and for some reason, nothing was coming up for me. I got a little frustrated and desperate, and you know what I looked up? Buttstuck! One post came up about a band's new single, and they included all the social media of the members, including Buttstuck. Shannon Buttstucks like the photo. Here's the profile picture. Look at the tongue ring here. Tongue ring from that reposted Instagram photo. Necklace in the Facebook profile picture. Sorry for the zoom in, I'm looking respectfully. Necklace in the Pinterest photo. That was all the proof I needed. All the Buttstucks are one individual babe. Looked up the word birthday on your Facebook profile. One friend wished you happy birthday August 27th. But I'm in Chicago and they're in England, which means I'm seeing this in my time zone. If they posted this on the 28th, I would be seeing this on the 27th. I also didn't know the year yet, but I was assuming 1996 because your Facebook URL ends in 96. So I went to Twitter because unlike Facebook, it shows the exact time someone posts. I looked at Buttstucks on Twitter. The profile is private, but the tweets that mention Buttstucks aren't. I searched the username Buttstucks and sorted them by latest so they would appear in chronological order. And I did this so I could scroll to August tweets easier because I knew it was in August, just needed to find out the day. While I was scrolling, a lot of those tweets mentioned the college that reposted you on Instagram, so I triple confirm, yes, this is you. August 28th, someone wished you happy birthday at 4 o'clock Chicago time, my time, which is still August 28th, England time. Can I trust this person? Maybe this is a belated post, and I still didn't know the year. Pretty much gave up, heaved a big sigh, drank from my Tumblr, and oh my god, Tumblr. When I first Googled your username, most of the results were reblogs from a Tumblr account, and I ignored them because Tumblr hasn't been that helpful for me with birthdays in the past. Here's the Buttstucks Tumblr. I can fully confirm it's you because you hid your bio on your Tumblr profile, but it shows up if I Google your first name and username, and it matches all the info I found so far. On your Tumblr, I searched your archives for posts that you made that weren't reblogs. You said, it's my birthday on August 28th in both of our time zones. You said, I am 17 in 2013, which means I was right about 1996. Happy birthday, Shannon! I found a lot of birthdays on this app, Buttstucks, but you were the first one that I can confidently call stupid. If we look at your TikTok profile, your name...
Come with me to visit my parents in my hometown because I only live an hour and a half away in the big city, but I still feel guilty that it's that far. If you are someone who...
Hello, Crazy Monkey 0216. I'm recording this before I go find your birthday. Those last four numbers better not be your birthday. If your birthday is 216, if it is February 16th, I'm going to be very upset with you. I'm looking for a challenge. Here we go. It took me like 4.5 minutes to find you, but I did use a new method that I don't think a lot of people know about. So let me show you. Okay, if we start on your profile, you don't have your name on here at all. You don't have any TikTok videos, and you do have a public profile, so I can see your followers. But your profile picture is what helped me the most because even though there's one poot of a pixel on this image, there is a dog and there is a clear Facebook frame. This picture having a Facebook frame is very important to me because that means it was a profile picture on a Facebook profile at some point. And the frame also says to me that you are from or
the fuck is a Facebook frame? What?
Living in Oklahoma. Because the subject of the frame is so specific that you have to have like some kind of personal connection to Oklahoma, right? So I Googled, I support Oklahoma teachers Facebook frame, and I got a bunch of results that confirmed that the frame was made sometime in 2018. And that was super helpful to me because then I can go on Facebook and I don't have to look through everybody's profile pictures starting now. I can just scroll until I get to around 2018 when people were posting. Your second or third TikTok follower has their Instagram linked. So I clicked his Instagram and it is private, but he has his full name in his Instagram bio. So then I went to Facebook and I typed in his full name and he was the first result. I knew that because his Instagram and Facebook pictures are the same. My goal right now was to find your TikTok profile picture somewhere on Facebook. And you're like, Con, how do you do that? You only know that they're possibly from Oklahoma and they have a cute dog. That's easy, everybody. The friend whose Facebook I found has an open friends list. And I went to his Facebook friends list and I don't know your name. So what did I search? This is the method I haven't talked about before. If you search someone's Facebook friends list for a state, all of the people who say that they're from that state on Facebook will pop up. So I typed in Oklahoma on your TikTok friends Facebook friends list and I got 10 results, but only one of those results has something other than their own face as the profile picture. I literally clicked that one first because I was like, if you had your dog as your profile picture at one point, maybe you had something other than your face. You don't want to put your face as your profile picture. I was so excited when I clicked it because I was like, we recognize that puppy in that cover photo. And looky at the profile picture on April 6, 2018. I searched your Facebook for the word birthday on February 16th, 2010. Crazy Monkey 0216. You said happy birthday to me. I'm finally 21. Happy birthday on February 26th, 1989. Bye, Sarah.
Hello, Crazy Monkey 0216. I'm recording this before I go find your birthday. I was just at Target and a woman came up to me and said, "Hey, I recognize you from TikTok." And I said, "Oh, really?" She goes, "Yeah, I love your videos." And I said, "Thank you so much. Well, I got to get home now. I'm going to make a video about your birthday and finding your birthday." And she was like, "No, can you not do that?" And I went, "I'm just kidding. I can't find your birthday." And she went, "No, for real? Can you not make a video about me?" And I was like, "Yeah, maybe." And I think that I bothered you and made you feel very scared. And I'm just letting you, I don't know who you are. I have no idea who you are. But thanks for coming up to me. You made my day. But I swear I'm not going to make a video about you. Jessica. I'm just kidding. I don't know your name. I was just at Target and a woman came up to me and said, "Hey, I recognize you from TikTok." And I said, "Oh, really?" She goes, "Yeah, I love your videos." And I said, "Thank you so much. Well, I got to get home now. I'm going to make a video about your birthday and finding your birthday." And she was like, "No, can you not do that?" And I went, "I'm just kidding. I can't find your birthday." And she went, "No."
Jessica used to be her name before she went into witness protection.
Ask 2K23, I'd love to find your birthday, but let's have an intimate moment, just me and you, before we start, okay? Everyone else turn your volume down. We'll be right back. Why'd you laugh in your comment? Why did you laugh why'd you say ha? The only thing I'm finding funny is that you have like 900 different usernames on your social media sites, and I found them all, babe. Your bio says you're 21 from West Yorkshire, and your profile picture is a dog. Also, you have like less than 10 TikToks, and they're all about your dog. So now I was a little confused because I don't know if you're Maz or if your dog is Maz. I said, let me try to read the dog's tags in some of the TikToks, and you were one step ahead of me and crossed out the dog's tag. Uh-oh, but not in all of them. I crossed out the phone number here, but your dog's name was Florence, and I say was because rest easy. Florence, I know you were the best girl. I just know it. If your dog's name was Florence, I know that your name has to be Mad. If we go back to your TikTok, look at that. You have a Q&A section. And the first question you answered is that your IGN is Mariwa. IGN, everybody, stands for in-game name. Why do I know that? Because I've been consistently bronze 1 in League of Legends since like 2015. Not to brag, but I am an elite gamer. I went to Google, I typed in Mariwa, and I didn't really get any results, but then I typed in IGN Mariwa, and I got something. One of the first results was a TikTok named Mari35, and the caption says, IGN Mariwa. And Mari35's TikTok bio is the same as yours, Maz. 21 West Yorkshire. There's an Instagram link in the bio too. Let's go to that. That Instagram is Mariwa, but Mari with an E. It says 21, which matches up with the bio of those other TikToks. And it says Mari space Wa as the name. Here's the profile picture on that Instagram, but oh dang, your face is covered. But that's not what I needed. Check out this multicolored gray brick wall behind them. And check out our girl Florence chilling behind a similar wall. I know you're all like, Con, that is a random brick wall. What are you doing? Well, fine. We'll do another wall. Here's the other wall in that Instagram photo, and it kind of says NICE on one of the panels. Back again on TikTok to our girl Florence. And look at this part of the wall. NICE right there on the orange panel. At that point, I was super confident. All of these profiles are yours, Maz. So I went on Bookface. I know about the band. I'm covering my bases here, okay, everybody? And I'll say the search engine on that app is probably the worst of all of them. Because if I type in Mari, it will give me results for the name Marie, too. It gives you results for anything that sounds similar. I hate it. So it was not helpful at all. I went back to Google and I typed in the Instagram username Mariwa, Mari with an E. And this result came up, a flow page on flowcode.com. Flow page is like a link tree. You have one link, people can click it, and then you have all your different social media sites that people can see. And there were 4 different links on your flow page. The Instagram that we've already been to, Snapchat, Mariwa 2020. This Snapchat does not exist anymore, deactivated. And this TikTok, Mari Grace. This TikTok also does not exist anymore. But I decided to Google Mari Grace just to see if you had that username on any other social media. And remember I described that a flow page is like a link tree? Well, you have a link tree too! One of the first results was your link tree that is named Mari Grace. And if we go to your link tree, you have your Twitch, your Discord, and a Snapchat that is different than the one on your flow page. And here's that Snapchat called Mariette, also known as Maz. And I started to watch your stories. Here's a picture of you with that brick wall and the other wall too. And this beautiful photo of Florence is on your Snapchat. And this is your profile picture on TikTok. So I started to type every single username I had found of yours into Twitter. And I finally got a hit with Mari Grace. Here's the Twitter, Mari Grace 123. Mari Grace, and then a last name that starts with W-A. Mariwa. Now that I had a last name,
I went back to Bookie Facey and I typed it all in. And I found your profile right away because it says Mari Grace and then your last name and in parentheses, Maz. And your profile picture is the same as your Mariwa Instagram. And I didn't need to search any birthday posts because you posted it yourself on Bookie Facey. January 20, 2002. Happy birthday, Mari! And you're different than anyone else I've ever consensually doxed before because there is not one other person in your life I used to find all this info. It was all you. It was all you, Mari. It was Maz2K23, Mari Grace, and Mari35 on TikTok. It was Mariwa 2020 and Mariya on Snapchat. It was Mari Grace 123 on Twitch, Mariwa with no E on Flowcode, Mariwa with no E as your IGN.
That is fucking impressive.
I have 4 people's birthdays that I found in my comments, and I want to post videos about each of them so bad because it was so fun to find them, but I can't because I have a gigantic cold sore on my mouth and the right side of my lip is swollen. And if I post any of those and they do well or hit the For You page, I know my comment section is going to be making fun of me and it will overshadow all of the investigation I've done. I apologize for the delay, but as a sensitive saddie, those comments probably will make me cry. Normalize cold sores though, and also this shit hurts. I have 4 people's birthdays.
Cold sores hurt so bad.
Oh my god, I would love to drive you to the airport, but I have to watch the movie The Help in 19 different parts out of order. Okay, you caught me. I love commenting on TikToks. Big fan of interacting. Big reply fan. But I've noticed if the TikTok I comment on has to do with Disney at all, people will reply to it and go, "You're the birthday lady. What are you doing here on Disney TikTok? What am I doing? What am I doing?" I'll tell you what I was doing 5 days a week in the summer of 2012 for minimum wage in Orlando, Florida, baby. I was seeing into my mind and finding my imagination dreaming a strange and wondrous dream. I think if you willingly wear 9 layers of polyester and 800-degree heat at Epcot Center in Walt Disney World, you can comment on any TikTok that you want, okay? My bachelorette party was Flavortown themed and was also at Disney World too. So if you see me commenting on Disney TikToks, I am an adult who likes Disney, okay? I don't like to think I'm Disney adult territory in all aspects except physical. I am a Disney adult. Actually, that is also a lie because I have a Mulan tattoo that like goes over my head like a... Yeah. Okay, that's it. Okay, you caught me.
Yo, what the fuck? I would be so mad. What?
Hi, Justin Sane. Sure, I'll find your birthday. But if any exes show up at your house tomorrow demanding answers or alimony, it is legally not my fault, okay? You asked for this, buddy. Okay, starting on your TikTok, your username, Justin Sane, I immediately was like, maybe your name's Justin and this is like a wordplay. Justin Sane, Justin Sane. Oh, damn, it's like PetSmart. Bio says, everything hurts and I want to go home. Oh, boy, howdy. Same. Profile picture is not helpful. It's Kukulkan from Black Panther. Your name on here is Kukulkan as well. Not helpful. You have 5 TikTok videos. They're not that helpful either, except you do show your face a couple times. Here's one of your face. Now I know what you look like. And also it looks like you have plugs in your ears. And here's another one. You have a filter on, but we can confirm you have white plugs in your ears. So the next thing I did was go to Google and I typed in your username, Justin Sane. Everybody knows I do this to see if any TikToks pop up that you have commented on. No videos came up. I was upset until I found something better. The first result was an Instagram that when I went to, it was clearly not yours. The second result is your TikTok. But wait, your name on TikTok is Kukulkan right now. But here it says JL and a last name. And that means Google has not caught up with you changing your name on the app yet, which means I have your first initial, middle initial, and last name. At this point, we can reasonably assume that the J stand for Justin because Justin Sane, but I wanted to be 100% sure. So I started going crazy on Google. I wanted to find another social media of yours. So I thought maybe you had Justin Sane as a username on other platforms, maybe without your punctuation because it's an underscore on TikTok. I started Googling combos of the name that I knew plus your username. And this combo gave me a hit. I Googled your first and middle initial plus your last name in quotation marks and your TikTok username without punctuation. And the first result was, what? It was your TikTok again? I know you're all thinking, why does this matter? It's just his TikTok as a result again. But remember what his bio said? It just said on the second line, everything hurts and I want to go home. But here in the Google cache, that has not caught up with him changing it yet.
Cachet.
It says 4 letters, SMTX. And if we Google just those 4 letters, a bunch of businesses come up in San Marcos, Texas. I was still working on all assumptions at this point, so I started Googling versions of your full name with San Marcos, Texas. I did JL last name, San Marcos. I did J last name, San Marcos, Texas. Nothing was working until I Googled, in quotation marks, I Googled Justin, your last name, San Marcos, Texas. The first couple results were Facebook of people who weren't you, but the 5th result was an Instagram account called J Lee That's Me. Person's first name is Justin. Middle name we're assuming is Lee, so JL, and the same last name. And we can confirm that this is you, because check out those white plugs. So I found your Instagram, and that means happy birthday. Actually, everything I've said to you has nothing to do with how I found your birthday, Justin. Because when I read your comment to find you, I immediately went to your TikTok. And I looked at your username and I said, your name is probably Justin. And I immediately went to your TikTok followers. And in your first 10 TikTok followers, someone has the same username on TikTok as they do on Instagram. And on their Instagram, they have their full name. And I took their full name and went to Facebook and found their profile right away. And on their profile, I searched the name Justin. And even though you don't have a Facebook anymore, Justin, a bunch of posts came up where people mentioned you. And family members wished you happy birthday a lot. And one family member wished you happy birthday 2 different years on May 13th. So your birthday is May 13th, 1990. Happy birthday! But if I found your birthday that way, why did I tell you how I found your Instagram? Because, Justin, we're going to now pretend I'm a crazy ex. And a crazy ex would already know what your birthday is. I showed you how I found your address. Thank goodness I, as a crazy ex, took all 380 steps to find that Instagram of yours. Because crazy ex would probably see this post that you made last year of an Amazon package with your whole ass address on it, Justin. Thanks for playing. Bye. Hi, Justin.
Yeah. Come on, Justin. Just posting your whole ass address? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, I'm really not tired. Like, really not tired. Well, stealth camping. Why not?
No. Hey everybody, welcome to Camping with Steve. I just got dropped off on this set of unused railway tracks.
Be right back.
They're not technically abandoned, but there hasn't been active rail traffic on these in 10 plus years, and everyone seems to use it as a walking trail. So gonna go for a little hike and see what we can find. Yeah, you can actually see there's no way a train would be safely going down this. There's missing fish plates and there's spikes that are just completely missing. So yeah, look at that. It'll take a complete rebuild to basically get this railway active again, and they're talking about it. Of course, don't do this. Stay off the tracks. Anytime is train time, except here and right now. Some houses right there, and then it looks like that's about all. And everybody walks down here. There's even like a little trail on the side here. This is the nice little spot where all the dog walkers come down. And I think there's going to be a spot over on this side that I can set up my hammock. And that's a little farther away from where people walk their dogs. A lot of the old ties they pulled out actually look better than what's in there right now. This doesn't look too bad at all. There's a road right there, so I'll need to keep any light kind of facing this way, away from the road. And there's a flat spot down there. It doesn't look like too bad of a climb, so I'll see if there's a spot for the hammock. I figured there should be because there's a lot of trees that are spaced out nicely. Hammocks are really picky about how far the trees apart are. Yeah, nobody back there would ever see a thing. Doesn't look like anybody's been down here either. And we're gonna keep it that way. There's a lot of branches in the way between these two trees, but given that the hammock has a tarp over top of it, I think I can set it up underneath and then kind of have these branches over top of it. Extra layer of stealth. Why not? This tree behind me should be good enough to do the job. I don't think that's falling over anytime soon.
He's like right on the road. Whoa, bro. Oh, I'm so worried he's gonna get arrested one of these days.
I got the feeling the hammock strap is probably not even big enough to get around this tree. Not even close. We'll burn up 2 on this one, and we'll just have to use the rope on the other tree. Okay. This is technical. Something I never mentioned, I don't think I've ever mentioned it. When I pack my kit, I pack the things I need first at the very top. So I've got jackets and stuff, but it's warm out, I'll need them later. But this I want to do in the daylight, that's for sure.
Cozy. I don't know. I like hammocks, but I always feel like I'm gonna fall out. I don't like it. Like to sleep there the whole night? Oh. Seems like a good way to fuck up your back.
This ride's low. Just gonna try and tighten up this. That should keep me up off the ground. Like, I am above the ground, but by the morning, things might slip, and I don't want to roll down this hill. It's better. Might be about as good as I can get.
It's
something
so
that
low.
will aid me greatly is removing all this stuff underneath. It's gonna poke me in the back in the middle of the night. Rock included. Yeah, wouldn't be comfortable. Perfect little ocean view spot. And I've worked up a sweat. It is real hot today. I'm not just sweating because I'm out of shape. It has been hot, like high 20s here. It's around 80 Fahrenheit, and I'm just not used to that. I like it more comfortable, 65 Fahrenheit, 15 Celsius. That's the perfect type of weather for me. But
Nah, dude.
at night it's gonna
Nah, 80s is perfect. I love that shit.
cool right down. So I'm gonna need jackets. I'll probably see my breath tonight. It's that magical time of year. And yeah, perched on the top of my hill here. Not a bad view down there. For a stealth test, of course, it's a huge cliff with a retaining wall on that side, so I'm not going down, but I got my ride to come by. And you can kind of see me, but he's way over there. Well, how's it look?
I see a head.
Kind of see me, but
It's like right there, dude.
Yeah, there's no chance somebody would see that. That's so good.
isn't that the smart way to do a stealth test? Have somebody walk by with their camera out, like they're just walking by, and then send me a video and a picture. So it looks good. All this poison ivy looking stuff under here is not poison ivy. I'm gonna just run a quick check on it. And it is English ivy. That's exactly what it is. So I obviously don't want to roll around in it, but it's not the type that's going to make me break out in hives and have to go to a dermatologist. That plant identification app I used is called Picture This. I haven't tried any others, so I can't really say if it's better or worse or anything. It just is another tool on my phone that I can use. You know, I don't know how good it is.
Man, when I was in trail running in high school, there was like one day we were like running late, I guess, or something, and a few of the guys wanted to take a shortcut, and they all got poison ivy. It was so gnarly.
This actually might be poison ivy, but I don't think so. Gonna go back up to the tracks. Gonna do this while I got a little bit of light. Once the sun's down, I'm gonna stay here. It's real steep and there's stuff to trip on everywhere. There's edges to fall off of. So we don't want any problems. We just want to hunker down for the night. Yeah. So from up here, that's pretty obvious, but the other side of the tracks, it shouldn't be. I am expecting some road noise tonight, but nothing like that sign. Up there is the main highway. This is the unused railway, and down there is the old highway on the other side of that retaining wall. And I'm gonna get back in there because it is still technically jogger hour, whatever that is, the evening, right before bed. I know somebody did build one of those little bike track bicycle things that goes on here, but they couldn't get approval to use it as a tourist thing. They might be on here, or there might be a very slow going high rail, little truck that inspects things. Something's going on down there. Okay, nobody's gonna see a thing at all. From here, I can see it because I know it's there. But in 10, 12 steps from here, it'll be visible. 10 or 12 careful steps in the dusk down a hill after one step too. I'm going to clear off a sitting rock because everything else is pokey and probably anthills or something. So, a fine little sitting rock. Aha! Right by my sitting stump, I've identified a huge hazard. It's an old fence. It's not barbed wire, but it's a tripping concern. I just thought it was ivy. Great part of being colorblind, as you don't really notice rust in the ground here.
I didn't know he was colorblind.
Big shout out to the first responders. That's all I can say. Just alone on my stone. Move this to a different spot. This is annoying. Oh, I thought this would be easier. Oh. Anything heavy, I like to let gravity do the work as much as possible. Sweet. Doesn't get better than this.
He's so easily satisfied.
Those were going to fall off anyway. I packed in the right order today. So it is starting to get a little chilly. Don't get a break. Sometimes it's just too hot and an hour later. Jacket time. I got the other one that zips onto this one too, just in case. It's getting real dark real quick, so I've put my backpack right along this old fence. I'm just going to stay this side of it and not get too close to the edge, so I'm really hunkered down here, basically on this rock until I go to bed in the hammock. And that's the safest thing to do. Just a little more of this dog walking hour. Once it really gets dark, I tend to relax a little bit more. I know I need a light to kind of see things, but I don't use a red light, and I get this a lot that I should be using a red light because it's stealthy, but I'm colorblind, and like, to me, I can't see really much at all with a red light on, so I'd have to have it so bright in red light, yeah, I'd look like a lighthouse or something, like a beacon or a flare by the time I could actually function with that. Possibly, you know, a green light or something that's not white might work to my advantage. Let me know if you know anything about that, but red is unfortunately a no-go for me. So I have my flashlight, I try to cover it up a little bit so it's not quite so bright, and I don't shine it directly towards anything, so there's just kind of an ambient glow, which shouldn't be too big of a problem here. I think this is going to be great. What could go wrong?
Surely nothing.
Stealth camping.
Just an ambient light? Bro, that's light as fuck. That's so bright.
Is really boring when you find too good of a spot, and this is too good of a spot. I know there's no way I'm gonna get caught here, so we're just gonna have a good time here. Cook some food, relax a little. I can't imagine doing this without a cell phone, because literally in between shots I'm reading news articles. Like, there's not a lot to do here, and not a lot to film either because it's so dark. I'll find better spots, but I figured this one, being so close to the road, would be risky enough to be amusing. Anyway, I found some chicken breaded cutlets.
So confident.
With cornflakes. cook those up. And there's only one thing to cook that is so convenient. I just have coleslaw and potato salad for accompaniments. And yeah, I'm not gonna mess around with that spark starter on this little stove because it takes a lot of clicks before it goes, and see, so much more safe and convenient.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Very gentle.
Bro. Killing me.
Okay, this is going bad. I'm one of the guys that will admit it. If I come up with a meal and try to cook it and it doesn't work out good, I'm not gonna act like it was amazing. It's pretty blackened, I'll say that.
Blackened.
Not sure what the deal is here. There might have been instructions on the package on how to do this properly, but I thought medium heat on the frying pan should be fine for this. But I'm sure the chicken isn't even cooked inside and it's scorched on the outside.
Yeah, you probably wanted to fry that or bake it.
This is a learning experience, but I'm gonna have to eat this. Despite how atrocious this looks, I've taken a nibble. And it tastes okay. Looks like the... Oh wow. Yeah, this really looks awful. But it does taste okay. Like, I'm embarrassed to even show you this, but that's that's the protein for this meal. Is this guy and this weird thing, the coating mostly stuck to the pan.
Could be worse.
So I knew I'd be okay because I brought coleslaw and potato salad from the deli at the grocery store that I know I can rely on because someone other than me cooked it. But I also did bring sriracha, so however bad anything is,
Bro,
sriracha can fix that.
that's a shit ton of sriracha.
And I'll just... They call it a spork, but it doesn't really do either job all that well. One of them cooked okay. Like, burned, but the coating stayed on. This one sacrificed its coating to the pan. Potato salad made by professionals. That actually works really good for a summer meal. Potato salad, coleslaw, burned chicken. So,
classic.
Cheers everyone, and as always, don't cook what Steve does. Hammock is saggy again. That means I'll be on the ground. Hard to say. Maybe one of my Alberta cluster knots have failed on me. Well, it's close to failing. But I'm going to try to tighten this back up. Okay, I'll hope for the best. Well, okay, this is way too good of a stealth camping spot. I figured that with the road right there and the trail right there, there might be some more of a challenge to it, but I could build a shack and just live here indefinitely. A very happy life. And that's not what makes it a good stealth camp. What makes it a good one is like a roundabout or something.
It was too safe. Man's always just chasing his next adrenaline high.
You get in and you're out the next day, but this is too easy. I have to say, So I'm going to keep on looking for better ones, more exciting things. Oops. But also other projects. I can't just stealth camp forever. I'm 41, right? There's going to be other projects on the go, so it's not a strictly stealth channel, and I've always said that. But I feel like I wasted the whole prep and planning by coming to a spot that was just too easy. But I guess it'll be a relaxing night. Sounds of Steve, a nice, comfortable, relaxing camping trip for once. Nothing exploded. Nothing caught on fire.
Almost.
Hitting hay relatively early, so that's all good stuff. So we'll see if that hammock's on the ground in the morning, I guess. Man, there's that old fence. Trouble. Hammock is sagging down low, but it's not a problem, I don't think. I'm gonna get the sleeping bag set up and call it a night for now. Not bad, not bad. I'm up off the ground, and that's all I'm really concerned about tonight. I should do okay in here. Bring the flashlight in, and see you guys in the morning. Night.
Nice.
Hey everybody, it's middle of the night here, 4:21 a.m. and my phone's acting up. So it's my lifeline. I don't have my emergency beacon with me. If there is a problem, it's a long scramble up the hill. So I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's a battery issue. If I have it plugged in, morning commuters, if I have it plugged into my power bank, it keeps going, and so I've unplugged the GoPro so I can keep the phone on standby. I'll try to get a little more shut-eye here, and it's 5:30 and it's already getting light out. It's only going to get worse from here, especially when I head further north. But makes it hard to sleep in, especially when you've got a crummy sleep. But that rustling outside in the bushes has stopped. The phone seems to be working while it's plugged in, but as soon as it's unplugged, it just stops. So I'm going to see if I can get a little more sleep here. Good morning. Had some pretty interesting dreams there. That was like pretty intense. I got woke up 2 or 3 times. Not necessarily like a nightmare, but you know, kind of scary things. Like one part it was heights, another part was an earthquake. Yeah, real interesting. So hopefully no heights or earthquakes today, but definitely got to get this packed up and out of here. Yeah, this is like basically on the ground, but not quite, so stealthy, nice and low.
Yeah, that's why you did it. Just to be low. Copium.
All my bags are packed and we're ready to go. Won't step on the fence. There we go. Just to scramble up to the top, and then we'll get back to the campground and chat a little bit more. Show you kind of what's going on with the brave little toaster. Kind of a different ending to the video, but let's do this. Well, that was a good little sleep once I got back to sleep in the morning finally. Would I recommend it? No, not this one. It didn't have that stealth feel, you know, it was just the woods somewhere. Traffic was close, the hiking trail was close, but the traffic was lacking. So the topography also made it a challenge because there wasn't a lot of flat ground to walk around, and even the hammock, when you set up a hammock, you gotta have it level, right? So if your ground slopes down, you have to go way high up on one of the trees to match the other tree. So I won't be back here, don't worry. Don't worry, the county that I'm in. I will not be pestering your poor community anymore pretty soon. Let's see where this goes. Well. Right to the road, and it sounds like maybe my ride's here. I'll just tell them to come. Oh. Yeah, let's see. Perfect. That'll save me some hiking. Hey there. I found a way back down to the road. I'm already on the road further out towards the way that you drove in. Yeah, that'd be awesome. You bet. Thanks so much. All right. That's awesome. That saved a bit of walking. That saved a bit of walking. In between camping adventures, I'm at a campground, but not a public campground. This is a private one, and there's big differences. These are not focused as much on nature. There are other things like golf, like pitch and putt, outdoor swimming pool,
pitch and putt,
laundry facilities, and there's no limit on how long you can stay here. You can live here. Provincial parks, they have a couple of weeks that you can stay, and then you're out until the next year. And here it's, yeah, you can set up your gazebo and build a deck around your thing if you're paying to stay long enough. So two different types of parks. This one is a little more challenging to film in because the sites are just so close together, like that. So we'll be packing up and heading out of here pretty quick. Just got to edit, buy a new phone. Actually, I have to buy a new phone in order to do the upload because I can't quite trust this guy anymore. It's had a good run. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but yeah, the brave little
He's editing and uploading on his phone? Oh, Steve.
Toaster's been doing just fine for me. It's people haven't seen it before. So in here is what you'd expect. This is my life in between the stealth camping. Is I hunker down in here. I got my spot, or not a spot, it's an InReach, Garmin InReach. That I should have had with me in case the phone dies. But yeah, it's real basic. Got kind of a lot of aluminum foil for some reason. But yeah, this I'll take on the road up island, and we're gonna see what we can do with this. Parking on a beach somewhere. Starts to get hot in here in the daytime. The next video is going to take some courage to film in a claustrophobic way, so stay tuned for that. If I have the guts to go through with it, I sure hope so. And after that, my map is... the map says there be dragons. I have no idea what's happening, what's coming, but I'm going to jump in the car and drive with this little trailer, and we're going to see what we can find along the way. You know, maybe we'll find some stealth, maybe we'll find some waterfalls, maybe we'll find a boring old campsite, maybe we'll find an amazing campsite with, I don't know, gold mining or something, or gold panning. But yeah, stick around and find out. Thank you so much for watching. Please consider subscribing if you like this, and we'll see you on the next one. Cheers, everybody.
Quick history lesson. I know you've lived your whole life thinking that we live in
An abandoned mine? Ain't no way, dude. Wait, that's like an hour. Let me save that later. Oh. Okay.
No.
Quick history lesson. I know you've lived your whole life thinking that we live in the United States of America, but in fact, we all just live inside of Indiana. For example, you might think you live in Columbus, Ohio. Sorry, Columbus is inside of Indiana. Same with Albany. You think that's in New York? It's not. It's in Indiana. Also, for all my people that enjoy, you know, polyamory
So
and
true.
Orgies and stuff, talking to you, Portland, I know you think you live in Oregon. Now that's inside Indiana as well. We also don't know about this great country of Indiana that we live in are these small townships that are built to, you know, kind of collectivize people that get along, you know, like Whiteland and New Whiteland and Brownstown. I also have a little secret from my international folks out there. You might have thought I've been to Peru. Peru's in Indiana. You might have thought I went to Russiaville. Yeah, it's in Indiana as well. Actually, that sounds like it's in Indiana. If you're from Lebanon,
Ain't no way.
you're actually from Indiana. Now, out of all the great cities and countries that are in this country, this real global state that is Indiana, there's one near and dear to my heart. That's Indianapolis. And I'm coming there next week, so come see me.
Wow, that was a huge build-up just to announce a date. Impressive. Respect. The dedication to the bit.
Bus driver goes nuts. If I'm a kid and I see this face, I'm never getting on that bus again. Holy shit, dude. I'm surprised bats didn't come flying out of her head.
So scary.
Hey, hey, hey. We're back.
Jesus.
With a lot of excitement.
Why was the child screeching like that? I feel like that wasn't the first time.
For this next round of riveting media. All right, reset. Folks, we did it, we did it, we did it. I am officially the #1 most monetizable channel on all of YouTube. Mr. Beast
Wow.
kicked off the throne. It's me now. Every single brand wants to work with me. Dove, Nestle, the people who own water.
It's Nestle.
Oh, right. Toyota, Honda, Ford. The list goes on. Jaguar, Rolex. I mean, can we stop? Gucci, Louis Vuitton, YSL. I mean, king of capitalism. That is what you can call me. Let's stop playing around and get serious. We're here to watch more TikToks. Yo, another excruciating watch, bro. It's the way it's an excruciating watch for me. No, because like I thought it was an excruciating watch for me as well, too. With the way it was an excruciating watch for me as well. No, because like I thought this was going to be an excruciating watch, but instead it was the way it was a dub for me. L.
God damn it. Avery, hey!
It's painful when you fall stupid. There's nothing you can do, man. It's just objectively funny. The way it took him onto his face and he had his fucking hands between his legs.
God damn it.
He felt so dumb, bro. So glad I don't have a dog like that.
What do you mean Ollie does that to you too?
Drag me along? Yeah. That's fine, but not into a swamp. At least I can overpower. If it came to, I could yank Ollie back 3 feet. If I put 2 hands on that leash and I tug of war his head,
The dog doing? Fortunately, that dog is the same size dog to you as that dog is to you.
Right, yeah. Bad bit. Guy like me would floor it. We'll see about that.
When trucks are not using reflective tape.
Guy like you would have floored it, Alex. Yeah.
Oh,
Because
shit.
in your car
Fuck. That was scary as shit.
would be sicko mode at 99,000 volume. Your speaker. Paul McCartney up next. We about to tear up the.
Yo, this the real question. This the real question.
White liberal performative daughter or white gay son that acts like a black woman. Put this shit in street interviews, dude. That'd be like, whoa. Now would be a good time
Oh,
to
God.
cut to that sketch idea I had. Gay son or thought daughter? Fucking gay son. And the dad just take good care of him. Wait, what? You won, man. I won what? You said gay son, right? It's a guy crying. I loved you no matter who you were. And I didn't want it to be like this.
I know damn well I ain't tweaking. I know damn well I ain't just see something this unethical. This shit diabolical. He just dribbled this man. He made him literally bounce off the ground.
Oh, shit.
That's power right there, man. So funny to think about what's happening in his helmet. Oh. That dude had a cutscene. He woke
CTE, it's so funny, right? Ha.
up to X to continue. Just, we got another play?
This is awesome. This is...
No. Oh my god.
Would have been so great if the people filming were like, and they just his face planted right into the snow. All right, so Alex just put a random dad grieving his son. Would you rather have performative white liberal daughter or dead Latino son?
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, these are supposed to be tough to watch?
Yeah, it's tough to watch.
Oh, I thought we were just watching them to watch them. That was the only one that was tough to watch.
My boy never been to Six Flags. My boy never been to Six Flags in his life. Still eats free on the kids menu. He tiny as hell. You're mad little.
Mad little.
Okay, look, I thought British cops got bullied. Holy shit. You're tiny as hell. Oh, you're mad little. Mad little hurts. Don't talk to him like that. I know all the comments after that are gonna be like, hee, Noel, that's you. That's you, your live shows. Look, let's be honest. The Academy, they did him no favors by hiring him. That's almost like a sick joke. Dude comes in, he's 5'4", and he says, I want to be a police officer. And they go, all right. Yeah, no, for sure. In New York? Yeah, no, for sure. No, we'll go ahead and stand you on some of the busiest streets possible. Oh, wow, more white text on your face on TikTok? Fun. My older sister once told me she was going to make a concoction consisting of apple juice and salt The goal was for it to taste like pee. She made me try it. It wasn't until recently that I realized that she literally just peed in a bowl and made me drink it. Oh my god, this tastes like pee. Slurping that shit between your buck teeth.
Yo, what?
Oh my god. That she looks like pee. She made of apple juice and salt. The goal was for it to taste like pee. She made me
Yo, what the fuck?
try it. It wasn't until recently that I realized that she literally just peed in a bowl and made me drink it. Oh my god, this tastes like pee. Slurping that shit between your buck teeth. Your sister just smiling with 4 of hers. Funny what siblings do to each other. What age were you guys when you realized you could punch your dad in the nuts?
I think I hit him in
24 last year?
I think I popped him in the nuts at 5.
It's just, I think, a hilarious development of young boys. They like hit the first adult that they can in the nuts and they go, oh shit, I'm gonna bring you down here. Yeah, I used to beat the shit out of my dad's nuts.
This is just any bubble bar.
I've done absolutely nothing. No. Seriously. Put your gun down, really?
Man, I'm looking for this thing.
Absolutely nothing. No.
Hey, man.
No, you don't touch me. Neither do I.
So.
I'm looking for, it was like some fucking libertarian ass dude yelling at a cop, being like, "Little Lopez, you're 4 foot nothing." I can't find it. I want it so bad.
Oh, really? It's so.
My hungry ass could never work at the Bubble soap store. She really just had a mouthful. Oh, will we? That's just funny. None of these are really tough to watch. They're just funny. You did a good job on this. When she says she's a week late for... Women be like... When she says she's a week late for her period, but instead of freaking out, you just start imagining how great she'll be as a single mother. Okay, that's funny. I think I'm late on my period. You're going to do great. Hey, man, fuck. If there's anyone who got it, bus driver goes nuts. Here we go. I hope this guy's just tearing his hair out. If I'm a kid and I see this face, I'm never getting on that bus again. Holy shit, dude. I'm surprised bats didn't come flying out of her head. That is the face before a swarm of locusts emerged from her neck.
She said, "Fuck all of you."
Just stole a bunch of kids? That's a crazy response. You know what? I've had it. I'm taking all the kids. So she got to keep her job, right? She was definitely still employed. That was pretty brutal to watch at the end. I felt a part of me sink a little bit when she shut that door. Oh, goodness. My mom would have been like, oh, no. Oh, fuck, she's taking him away. Stop. Miss, why are you walking backwards to your car? My mom just grabs her key. She's like, I'm going to go get him. She runs to the car and then drives the opposite way.
You're 5 feet nothing.
When you find your boyfriend's Dropbox of nudes after giving you 0 intimacy for weeks. Oh no. Oh no.
I think she was like sad about something. Me,
Yeah,
an
maybe.
empath, realized she was like,
So bad.
think she was like sad about something. Me, an empath, realizing she's upset. Oh, more text on your face. God, that's my favorite part about TikTok is the reading part. Walking in New Brunswick, New Jersey with my college roommates, and a homeless man on the train station steps calls out, "Oh, hey, it's the local fat white girls." And him and the rest of the homeless men start laughing. Damn. I'd have took all his food right there. I'd have kicked all his cardboard boxes down, man. I'd have slashed his shopping cart wheels right there, man. Daddy called her the worst word possible.
What's wrong?
Daddy's gonna do that.
What?
Daddy's gonna do that.
Wow. Wait till you get to school. What are you going to do when they start talking about like how your teeth are shaped weird? You're not even a developed human yet. You don't know. You might have a weird ass head. You might have a big ass head. You're going to hear a lot worse than Democrat. That's why you got to call your kid fucking ugly, useless, a mistake. You know, make them tough.
The bay, in the water.
Water.
Manny, show me what you got.
The shark's walking from
Ew, right to his chest. I think I heard a fucking puncture wound. His son just started deflating in the water. It's a shark!
Oh my god, I found the clip, I think. Wait, god damn it. No. Is it?
What have I done? Why'd you get out of your vehicle?
When I tell you to take your hand out.
I've done nothing.
I'm just pointing at the cop, bro.
Yeah. Oh, this is a fun one. This looks really fun. Creepy ass trafficker.
Excuse me. My name's Lori.
All right.
I just think you're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever met.
Oh, thank you.
Could I buy one of those things for you?
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll be fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you engaged with someone or involved with someone?
No, I'm not.
Yes, I'm a high-profile partner. I'm the daughter of a prince. Should I ever go missing, the CIA, MI5, every federal agency globally will be looking for me because I am material to the world stage. Leave me the fuck alone.
911, what is your emergency? Okay. What is the child's name and age? Okay. Are they still misbehaving? I see. Since they're still being naughty, I will send the police to your home immediately. We have your address on file.
What happened to the good old days of taking your 6-year-old across the train tracks and being like, you want to live in the hole? You want to keep being bad or you want to live in the hole?
Oh my god.
Okay. Let's eat your broccoli then. Yeah. That's money. That dude is the body language is terrified, man. The hands on the hips. He's just trying to get that sweat out. Anyway. Bro, that watch was excellent. Bro, honestly, another enjoyable piece of media. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
I didn't come here to play, nah, I came with a plan. I'm the star inside my circle, I'm
Bro,
the
that was so
pain. Making sacrifices just to
That was so fucking painful.
get the lamb. Oh, I'm trying to see how fast that hurricane go. Eyes burning, no sleep, hustle is OD.
So why did you and Jared break up?
We wanted different things. It was a mutual split.
I disagree.
Ain't no way. Mom and stepmom. Oh god. Oh god. We have the same baby daddy. This is gonna be cringe too. Fuck.
Hi.
So who are you two and how do you know each other?
My name's Riley.
I'm Gabrielle, and that's the baby daddy, Jared.
Hey there.
So you also have kids that you share with this man?
Mm-hmm.
I'm stepmom.
And I'm the mom.
Would you like to start with a shot?
Yes. All right,
Yes.
Cheers.
So why did you and Jared break up?
We wanted different things.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
We're better as friends. He didn't have enough tattoos or a felony, so it's a mutual split.
I disagree.
Who broke up with who?
I did.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh boy. In what ways is my kid annoying?
I feel like we both have the same answers for this. Liam has no patience.
None.
If you tell him to wait a second, he will literally count down the second and repeat himself. He also does not understand that me and Jared are like together because all he has seen is his brother having a different mom, you and him, and then me and my son.
Yeah. All right. Rate my attractiveness on a scale from 1 to 10.
Physical, I think you're like a 9.5.
There we go. All right.
If someone gets to know you though, I think it's a 6.5 or a 7. But it's
Oh my God. Jesus. She's like, yeah, you're cute, but you're kind of a bitch.
She has a temper, and me and you both have been working on it.
Yep.
Like, I make sure that I talk to her, I work through her emotions. Like I want all of us to be happy. I want all of us to be healthy for the sake of all of our children, because that's a good thing. Yeah. I already know the answer to this.
Oh, boy.
Did you dislike me when we first met?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he told me he's bringing a 19-year-old home, I nearly had an aneurysm.
Jared, how did you navigate that?
Oh, man.
Do you need a shot?
Yeah. So there was essentially nothing that I could have done
No, that's true.
To navigate that any better. So
I've mellowed out now. When my family and we all met you, we definitely were like, okay, she's a lot older. We wouldn't have pegged you for as young as you were.
Yeah.
Jared, in what ways can we both improve at parenting?
for Gabby, definitely slowing down. I know kids can be a handful, but just to take a deep breath, everything's gonna be okay. And
So God, if you tell me that when I am stressed out, I'm getting triggered hearing it.
And with Riley, so Riley's a lot like me, very calm, collected. But if there's one thing, just keep working on your cooking skills, which have come a long way.
Wow, your comment was more offensive than what I was going with.
Sometimes she gets so excited that she'll skip certain ingredients. And it was chicken, and she forgot to flour it.
Chicken Parmesan!
Yeah, yes.
It was when you were there that one night, and the smoke was coming up.
Oh, Jesus, what? Tell me where Jared can improve sexually or take a shot. I don't know if I want the answer.
No, it's okay. You'll appreciate it. So it's not the sex. The only place where I have a hard time is beforehand. I try to take on everything, but I try to make sure everyone sits together at dinner, eats together, and then by the time it's bedtime, I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed, and he's in the mood, and I'm not in the mood because I'm so tired. Sometimes I just need to sit in the shower an extra 10 minutes longer.
Yeah, no, I can feel that as
just-
a new mom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I know the answers. Were you nervous to meet me? If so, why?
No, I was so excited to meet you. Like, I had rainbows and sunshines in
Before,
my head.
after everything. Remember our first sit down?
Before everything.
Okay.
What happened during the first sit down?
Well, we had a lot of problems leading to our first sit down.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So there was a night where I was moving and Jared helped me. Well, that night, you found my Facebook.
Yeah, I'm out of.
You found my Facebook, and I remember I was sleeping on the couch. I woke up and I had all of these messages. You need to leave right now. Like, you're supposed to be encouraging time with his son, all this stuff. And I was like,
Jesus.
oh my gosh. And I showed Jared the messages, and he was like, hey, it's okay. You can stay. When we actually first met and we decided to plan a dinner, and we sat down, we laid it all out, we worked it out, it was good.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm scared.
Do you think my fiance's penis is larger or smaller than average? I think we know the answer here, Gabrielle.
To his defense, he is above average. All right. Weird,
Oh, hell
weird,
yeah.
weird, weird,
Hell yeah.
Weird.
It's up there.
In your book.
You got a couple years
Oh my god, his face. His face.
on me.
How has your perception about me changed since we met?
From when we first met up until now, there has been so much growth.
You embraced the crazy. You could have ran. I thought you were gonna run. Tried to make you run. You still lasted, so in my book, you're good.
Yeah, and I'm happy I've gotten to meet you and get to know the kids.
Co-parenting's hard, but we're trying
Did they forget that they can drink?
to break the trend. I know I am in my family because co-parenting does not exist in my family.
I feel like we should take a drink together because it's like a thing to celebrate.
I have a theory that none of these are actually alcohol. None of them ever react. They just act like they're drinking water.
Do you think I'm a good match for Jared?
Absolutely. I say it all the time that you literally, I couldn't have dreamed about a bonus mom, stepmom, whatever we're calling it. I couldn't have dreamed a better partner, and you do match him in ways that I could never. Thank God for you.
Are we ready for one last
Yes.
celebratory?
One more shot?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to fill yours up more.
All right, fine.
We're not driving. Parenthood.
You see what I mean? Like, she didn't even, like, toss back, and she just, like, no reaction at all. I'm suspicious.
This is a box of donuts, and by referring to it thusly, I am implying that these...
Alrighty. It's getting pretty late. Or early, I guess. So I'll be back Tuesday. Tuesday?
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic
have a good one.
junkie, says she thinks I'm fine. Spending too much money, she says she wants my necklace. Put her on the guest list, hope I don't regret this. Hope I don't regret this, I'm feeling hella reckless. Cashing all my checks, rich, hickeys on my neck, shit. She's on the offensive, I do not know my set list. Still I'm gonna get lit, yeah I have a death wish. Live until I'm breathless, I'ma stay progressive. She gon' stay obsessive, life is so expensive. Do everything excessive, I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute. She wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it.